too is, you know, we've seen him in this position before. He played with Heroic, he dominated. He's kind of a quiet background kind of player with but I think that the mentality of not having that pressure, having Soom constantly reminding them between matches, guys, it's okay. They don't even review the last game. Usually when they come out, they don't look at replays, they don't look at maps like the other teams do. They get together, they eat a little something, and they say, okay, let's just play the next game, let's have some fun with it. And that, for whatever it's worth, doesn't work for every team, but it's clearly worked for them.
Having fun with it is the key, right? We see them playing yesterday on the World Championships.
Yes.
They're smiling, they're laughing, they're jovial. They're just having a really good time here, Martin.
Yeah, honestly, for me, this is a case of so much different talent coming together and just working, synergies working for them. Skill obviously is on a whole different level here. All of them have had like a huge amount of experience. Nixie's the one that is slightly inexperienced compared to us in terms of PTC, in terms of legacy throughout the years. He's always having a good time. He is the mood contributor for that team, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from them. Overall, VP, again, a team that could definitely take on T1, but it really comes down to, are the other teams able to stop them?
Sí, no me escucho yo mucho. Tal vez.
Which world champion we are going to have.
Yo voy a quitar la cámara ya en un momentín. Estoy dando una intro por aquí. Esta es la final del PUBG Global. O sea, es World Cup. Está súper bueno. Por ahí el campeón se lleva $500,000. Nada más. Y bueno, había un par de equipos de América, sí, bastantes asiáticos, unos cuantos creo que europeos, unos varios teams europeos. Por ahí están, estos son los Picked Players Top 16, sí, por ahí van diciendo más o menos que se pueden estar ganando, ¿no? Pero no dice como de Best Players, ¿no? Será por las estadísticas generales que van teniendo, los puntos. Tal vez son unos votes, online votes. Pero bueno, tal vez quite la cámara cuando empiece. Creo que la voy a quitar una vez para verlo easy, no audio.
Even if it's positive reinforcement, you have to do that, right? Because once you start doing that, that is also what you kind of, your aura is going to be that, and if that's what everyone sees, and they're seeing the content, they're seeing the interviews, then that starts making it a little bit scary. You might be taking some different decisions once you go up a 4-man strong KDF with Salute in the Spirit.
I think what you said is perfect, right?
Good game. Por ahí no sé por qué se me vino Celebrity Deathmatch. Plastilina War.
Has insights into the way that he thinks it works on the map that has impacted anyone. Hard to say not, but there's a situation here where we could have our first sort of repeat champion. I think coaches are as much a part of the team as anybody, and to see him do that would also be pretty fascinating.
T1 yesterday was a phenom. That's the problem, right? They got themselves 2 wins. They could have easily been more, which is the even scarier part. The fact that they put themselves so ahead, and there was the room for even more from that. So if T1 brings that dominating force that they did yesterday, it will be scary for the rest of these teams.
And one thing we talked about yesterday, right? It was like, okay, can KDF replicate what we saw on day 1? They were not able to.
No, they were not.
71 points day 1, 28 points only on day 2. That is such a downfall for that. And if they are not able to have that kind of same level of resurgence we saw them, they were able to do in day 1, they're not going to be winning it. They need to have that big day. It cannot be as bad as it was yesterday. And if, again, them not being able to do that while also contributing and stopping T1 or VP, we're not going to be see KDF as the winner.
I mean, I think honestly their win condition is game 1 and 2. They come out super strong. This is a team that when they start strong, they just kind of run with it.
Right.
I think if they get shook a little bit in that early one because of the aggression of T1 or the way that VP's been sort of working these outside edges, it could cost them big time. I think that, honestly, I think that's part of what T1 did. That last game yesterday where they chose not to deny points and ran straight at Twisted Minds and said, we're going to go for every point we can. I don't think that was necessarily for any other reason to send a message to everyone in the lobby, you don't want to fight us. We will do whatever we have to. We will chew our own arm off if it means winning this thing. And I loved it.
Yeah, there are other teams, of course, that if they have a 1 and 2, likewise, in a similar vein, could quite easily jump up into that top pack, right? TSM, FaZe Clan, even technically 4AM if they're able to try and make that push happen. The mid-pack is extremely, extremely strong. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is now time. Day number 3. Today, we crown a world champion. Get ready, start your engines, because 2024 concludes right now. We find out who is going to win PGC.
Of course, we're still favorites. Like, everything before the finals doesn't really matter. It's gonna be like best of 18 for every team. Every point gonna matter, not like in the circuit. So that's gonna be the difference. So we already have like 3 PGS tournaments won this year, and if we're gonna take the 4th, the PGC, the biggest one, no one would ever like not call us like the greatest team of all time in PUBG.
一年就是为了等这个 PGC 的决赛，3天冲这个冠军。然后有观众的话，更为有氛围一点。然后我想说是冠军都别动，我没拿都别动。
I say at every event, I've said it 100 times, all I want to do is lift the trophy, and I really hope we do.
Я вважаю, що більшість команд будуть нервуватися, допускати помилки, а ми будемо цим користуватися і наказувати їх. 우승을 하게 되면 말도 안 되고 이제 또 저희가 또 열심히 해서 우승했다고 생각해서 좀 굉장히 좀 대격변이라고 생각합니다. 우승하면 엄청 말도 안 되는 일을 좀 해냈다? 그렇게 생각합니다.
I feel really confident that we could contend for top 5, top 3, or potentially even win the event as long as we can keep our foot on the gas. And now that, you know, Sonic's and Cerberus, 2 powerhouses, are not in the finals, I think it's anyone's game.
Let's go!
Nếu như mà bọn em giữ được trạng thái như ở 3 vòng sơ cất vừa rồi thì bọn em nghĩ là bọn em có thể vô địch.
就夺冠肯定是很想夺冠，但是这个 PUBG 项目并不一定就是你多么想你就能拿到这个冠军的。但是我们现在小组赛打得也蛮好的，所以说我也蛮有信心的，就是我会做好自己该做的事情，然后对得起自己就好了。
하루하루가 쌓일수록 더 실력이 높은 팀이 잘할 거라 생각합니다. 이번 대회 이제 저를 보시다시피 제가 지금 미쳤습니다. 왕관을 쉽게 지킬 수 있을 것 같습니다.
안녕하세요. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 팬 여러분. PUBG RP 프랜차이즈를 맡고 있는 장태석입니다. 오랜 시간 한결같은 사랑을 보내주신 팬 여러분께 감사 인사와 함께 25년도 계획을 안내해드리려고 합니다. 2018년 베를린에서 PGR을 시작으로 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 다양한 변화를 시도하며 지금까지 달려왔습니다. 특히 올해는 팬분들의 뜨거운 관심과 끊임없이 노력해준 선수들의 눈부신 플레이 덕분에 CNC 2024는 PGI 2018 이후 가장 큰 사랑을 받기도 했는데요. 앞으로도 이 사랑에 보답할 수 있는 배틀그라운드 e스포츠가 되고자 합니다.
안녕하세요. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 총괄 이민호입니다. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 25년 로드맵을 업데이트된 내용과 함께 다시 한번 전해드리겠습니다. 로드 투 PGC의 구조는 기본적으로 2025년에도 동일하게 유지됩니다. 3월 글로벌 대회 진출권과 PGC 포인트를 획득할 수 있는 지역 리그를 시작으로 4월과 5월, 10월과 11월에는 4번의 펍지 글로벌 시리즈가 개최됩니다. 또한 6월에는 많은 사랑을 받고 있는 펍지 네이션스컵이 개최될 예정이며 12월 최고의 팀을 가리기 위해 펍지 글로벌 챔피언십으로 대단원에 막을 내리게 됩니다. 뿐만 아니라 내년 사우디아라비아 리야드에서 열리는 e스포츠 월드컵 EWC에 2년 연속 배틀그라운드가 공식 종목으로 참가하게 됩니다. 내년에도 최상급의 프로 선수들과 팬들이 함께 써내려갈 스토리에 벌써부터 기대가 되는데요. 지역 리그는 물론 글로벌 이벤트까지 많은 관심 부탁드리겠습니다.
25년도에 맞이할 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 변화도 말씀드리겠습니다. 바로 3인칭 대회 펍지 플레이오프 투어가 신설됩니다. 펍지 플레이오프 투어는 스크림, 컵, 마스터즈 총 3단계의 토너먼트로 나뉘며 모두 3인칭으로 경기가 운영됩니다. 스크림은 상시 운영되며 배틀그라운드 유저라면 누구나 참여하실 수 있습니다. 스크림에서 상위 성적을 거두는 팀들은 주 1회 진행하는 컵으로 진출하게 되며 컵의 승리팀들은 최종 관문이 될 마스터즈로 향하게 됩니다. 또한 마스터즈는 공식 채널에서 생중계로 시청하실 수 있습니다. 지난 몇 해 동안 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 라이브 서비스와 조화를 이루기 위해 꾸준히 노력해왔으며 그 첫 번째 과제는 경쟁전과의 일치화였습니다. 이제는 한 걸음 더 나아가 보는 게임과 하는 게임의 간극을 더욱 좁히고자 하며 그 시도가 바로 펍지 플레이오프 투어입니다. 기존의 프로 선수들 그리고 유저의 다수를 차지하고 있는 3인칭 플레이어들과 함께 3인칭 배틀그라운드 e스포츠로의 가능성을 보고자 하고 팬들에게 최상의 게임 플레이 경험과 플레이 팁을 드릴 수 있기를 기대하고 있으니 새로운 도전에 대한 많은 관심과 응원을 부탁드리겠습니다.
배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 2025년이 그 어느 해보다 더 기억에 남을 1년이 될 수 있도록 다양한 계획을 준비하고 검토 중에 있습니다. 게임 내 주요 브랜드 및 아티스트 콜라보와 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 이벤트와의 연계성을 강화하고 게임 내에서 좀 더 다양한 서비스를 선보여 팬분들이 느끼실 수 있는 즐거움을 한층 더 높이고자 합니다.
앞으로도 팬 여러분과 선수들의 목소리에 귀 기울이고 소통하며 최상의 컨텐츠 경험을 제공해드리기 위해 노력하겠습니다. 많은 관심과 사랑 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
Hello, Kuala Lumpur, and everybody watching around the world. It is time. PGC 2024 Grand Finals last day. I'm Matchroom, joined by Paper Thin. We'll be taking you through all of the action, and we just got a ton of great information about what's going to be looking forward into the next year.
Yeah, really excited for another great year of PUBG esports, shaping up to be an awesome 10 months there from March to December. We're going to have all kinds of great events, regional series, 4 PGSs again, EWC. Could not be more hyped for this.
I mean, even add in, we've got the TPP stuff that we're going to be looking at and how that progresses throughout the year. There is a ton of action in store, so if you enjoyed this year, you are lined up and ready to go for next year. But we've got to now turn our attention into what's going to be happening today. We have a race on our hands with a ton of teams still having the option and the potential to maybe
international event. Can they keep that up?
And even if we look at like how the Freaks were playing throughout the series to make it into this stage, it felt like there was a bit of a falter yesterday. The desk was talking about it. I don't know if it was mental, if it was circles, but they've got to bounce back. And then we have the inevitable conversation.
Yes.
Twisted Minds. Can they do it? We saw them at the tail end of yesterday. It started to look like it could happen.
I think it can. I mean, I think that's one of the most likely results, to be honest, is that Twisted Mind comes out the gate here on Miramar, swinging, puts up some big points, and all of a sudden, we're looking at them to be potentially our champions. And of course, Virtus Pro, we cannot go without mentioning them. They have really risen up a squad full of veterans, a few players who have been oh so close, particularly Beamy back on that heroic squad in 2021. Those are some very smart players who know how to approach a grand finals.
And that's exactly what I wanted to hit on whenever we look at VP. they are innovating in so many different ways. I mean, we've got Bloomy that we could talk about. We saw Ibiza running around, hanging out in the blue, and he had himself the Panzerfaust. A lot of opportunities, but who is going to be able to step up when it matters? It is time. The plane is up in the air, and we're starting on Miramar.
This is going to be an intense day. The leaderboard towards the top gives us so many opportunities for so many of these teams to make some big moves, to make their way towards that 2024 trophy. Just have to wait and see who is going to come out and bring home that big championship. Now, the plane will be pretty northernly shifted on this one, folks. We've got a lot of teams that are going to want to go south, like T1, that are going to have a little bit of an extra journey to make. And just kind of keeping our eyes on how everybody's going to be dropping for a team like Twisted Minds. This is well within their wheelhouse. A couple other teams that we should talk about that are going to be in the conversation here potentially today, TSM and the Expendables, within 1 point of each other and within theoretical reasonable distance of qualifying or of getting that championship.
And two teams that can absolutely explode. We've been talking a lot about Sparking, the capabilities of that squad and what he can do. Then there's the Expendables, who we've just also seen pull off some sneaky plays, not afraid to skirmish early, getting them dusted up just a bit. See, we are going to be following T1, managed to find a vehicle pretty early, but I mean, days change, but not a lot as we're looking with this plane path and how the circle can lay. We've been seeing a lot of hard shifts, so yep, I was expecting it. We're cutting over into the east.
Yeah, so we've seen a few plane paths that have resulted in circles like this, so should be somewhat understood territory in a way. We've had a circle end pretty near Al-Azhar this tournament. Could be looking at something similar for VP, the team that drops in that area. They're going to be the ones that have priority. Are they going to take one of those compounds? They're going to set up a 2-2 split across that canyon that runs just to the south of Al-Azhar. Something like that very much could be in the cards for them. The Freaks as well, going to be able to get very, very close to the center of the circle if they so choose early in this game.
I mean, Death Star Trench cutting through is going to be problematic for teams as they navigate. But, I mean, we've still got the Impala Pills that are just down to the south, man. Those are going to be so open. Nobody is praying it goes that direction. Instead, hoping that RNGesus will lead us up into the north, give us some capabilities to play around a bit more fortified positions to be working through. But, I mean, VP, they've got starting inside track. They've got opportunities. Can they exploit it? Where do they think is powerful in the circle?
Absolutely. Another team I'm very keen to keep track of this game is going to be Twisted Minds because of how good they are at controlling space on the edge of circles so far this year. They've been fantastic at setting up these wide spreads that trap teams, that keep their edges clear, that set them up for these great late game pushes.
But what I'm concerned about is we often see high ground information gathering being a key component for Twisted Minds. If they're wanting to start the ball rolling on this game, this is not the easiest circle to get a ton of information on. It's got a lot of valleys, a lot of places that teams can really hunker down. And since they're going to be coming in a bit later than everybody else that's already inside the circle, they're going to be navigating it with less information. They've already managed to send Lou over. Looks like he's going to be getting a bit of a foothold over just north of Graveyard, but he's got to be careful. He's pretty close to the Freaks.
Yeah, my eyes are on Lou, who's already on an early scouting mission for Twisted Minds. You know, those you're talking about the high ground that could be available for Twisted Minds to go for. Really, the only thing available in this circle are the Minas Mountains, the ones that are just to the north of Minas Generales. That's where you can get up, get some early info potentially. See if that's going to be the strategy and the plan. We have seen a few more emergency pickups from Twisted Minds. That has been something they have been willing to invest in, to incorporate into their playstyle in this event. What is going to be the strategy, the MO? And early on, you've got a motorcycle for Lou, and look exactly where he's going, right to these mountains.
Ooh, just like a mountain goat, shot up that hillside.
But Tulin's taught him well.
I mean, really did. We can see that there was an emergency pickup that was called by, I believe, FaZe, but it looks like they're just going to be running in right down below it. They're going to get themselves pretty centered in, but Lou is going to have a ton of information. And this is kind of low economy. They sent him over here specifically to gather information. That means the fact that teammates are going to have to loot up, try to load up a vehicle for him, make sure that they're bringing in enough stuff so that way he has the tools to succeed in the later stages, because Lou's found himself in a couple of really good clutches. TSM, though, is going to find 4 Angry Men. HS already down, should be flushable pretty quick, but have now put themselves in a vulnerable position. That is going to be a return position that they're having to play from. Pretty cautious with Sparking, managing to find a knock on a Bobo.
Yeah, this has been part of TSM's strategy in these grand finals, is they're willing to scrap early. A lot of times we've seen intentional traps set up for opponents. This one may have just been teams kind of bumping into each other a little bit on rotation timings, but for 4 Angry Men, a team that's had a really nice final so far, sitting in 8th place, definitely playing well above expectations for them, quite frankly. They've been really, really good in moments, but this is not the start they wanted today.
Yeah, and we also have seen that Purdy has gone down a couple of times early for TSM, but it looks like they should be able to res him, so still going to be 4 strong. The trap not costing him anything this time. Also gives him a pretty decent track to a couple of good positions to play inside the circle on top of picking up those early kills. And now Twisted starting to spot out that rotation we saw just a moment ago coming up for 4 Angry Men.
Yeah, I like this a lot from Twisted Minds. You've got Lou to watch your backside to also give you a little bit of cover on your flanks to make sure that no one's going to be able to get close to this position. You've got some firing lines down on top of 4 AM. Lou there had a moment, couldn't really connect onto Godby. Godby just trying to maneuver his coup to a safer spot, but FaZe, Jeems out wide as usual for FaZe Clan. Does a little bit of damage to VP, but isn't going to overstay his welcome.
Bro, you can never know where Jeems is going to be at on the map. He just goes wherever he pleases, and the rest of the team benefits off of it.
Yeah.
But it is kind of a double-edged sword. Sometimes he can go down early, but very rarely it feels like he can really navigate and find ways to get a sneaky kill here or there.
Yeah, of the solo kind of early scouters that we have, you think about Salute on the Freaks, Lil Ghost on 17 Gaming, players like that. He's probably one of the safest overall, but it hasn't really been super effective this event. Sending those players out, even for the Freaks, sometimes they do lose Salute early, and then it seems like they really tighten up. No. They get cautious. Oh, Perfectix. Oh, but examples there. Find the knock with the Dragunov.
That's not the angle that they wanted. 4 Angry Men in the slightest. So now down to just 1, and it feels like everybody is just going after the 4 Angry Men. They cannot find a home. Every single position that they try to move from is just going to already be occupied. They moved pretty early, but the rest of the lobby just was so far ahead of them in pacing.
And look at this. They're already in vehicles trying to circle 4 AM here. I mean, they know the kill feed. They know that 4 AM's lost players. They know they're weak, and they are hungry for some points.
They are expecting him to be a bit more entrapped, but realizing the fact running out. Oh no! Zepion already taking some more damage, in some trouble with this. I don't even know where he can go. Nowhere is safe. Every single angle has a team that wants to put in damage on him, and it's only a matter of time before Twisted Minds manages to realize, okay, those shots are going to be going after our solo, and it's going to be Vex peppering it in and slowly finding some damage, but Zepion still clinging to life.
Yeah, he managed to find just enough of a dip, but Vex trying to find the angle. But I think the rock there as well, going to keep Zepion obscured for now. And Vex doesn't want to overextend. Not much else he feels like he can do in that situation. That's going to open up some space for TSM in the background there to go for a deeper position into the trench, try to find ability to play either north or south on this circle, whichever direction it goes, and try to get out of there relatively safely. You do have Day Trade ahead of them as well, kind of circling the edges of Al Azahar. But for now, all eyes on Zepion as he is scrambling to find cover.
Okay, Twisted making their rotation. Also kind of keeping an eye on what's going to be going on over here, as we also do have TSM.
Got a
roll through, and hey, I mean, make something of it. If you're going to be able to get anything out of it as a solo, this would be the tool you would want, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a gun that, if he can survive as a solo, could find some quick knocks, some quick flushes, and get himself some easy points. You know, every position matters, regardless of whether or not you're in the hunt for the championship itself. Every position you fall, you lose money. So everybody's going to be grinding it out till the very end. Ketpa is going to be grinding himself out of this lobby. There is nobody close enough to pick him up.
Move as far out as you can, so that way if anybody has to come for you, they're going to have to deal with all of the shots from the squads around. Very centered right now. Everybody pretty much leaning south of Al Azahar. Most teams already in pretty much safe positions to play from. We've got Petrichor Road, not yet inside the circle, but a lot of small little skirmishes going on around FaZe specifically as they're playing around Truck Stop, and they've been a core component for a lot of these counter moves.
Absolutely. I mean, FaZe, in 7th place, 67 points. There's still a world where they can make a run at a championship, but it has to start now. It has to start early on Miramar. They have to be hungry for those points, so they're going to fan out. Kind of a 2-2 split they have set up there, but pretty well centered. Not too far from VP, but Purdy Curdy getting knocked early by Nurens.
And this is the second time as well, so that's going to be a problem for him. Day Trade are already kind of in a defended position. Looks like they're going to go ahead and regroup. I don't know if TSM is going to opt into kind of mirroring around this. It looks like the other duo for TSM just going to say, nope, you defend it yourself, keep it under control. But I think it's also going to be a couple of shots coming from, I believe, Luna Galaxy. Might be able to get some vision in on this. So is Alo going to commit in? And no, Alo's just going to step away. But now he doesn't have much of a choice. He's got to go back that direction, and now we still have a ton of water in the circle right along the coastline, even some unplayable in the northeast.
Yeah, this is a nasty circle shift. It has a lot of rocky terrain in it, though, so a lot of opportunity for teams to find some dips, find some dives, to kind of hang out, wait out the next couple of circles potentially. KDF going to have an inside track on a very central location for themselves. T1 going to be playing from that southern edge, but a lot of teams from the west going to have to scrap, and it's Jeans who goes down for FaZe.
Collapse is coming in. VP in a pretty good position, but got to be careful. They've got a compound and a lot of attention going their direction for the time being. FaZe trying to navigate, regroup. Did get a bit of harassment that was coming out from FaZe just a moment ago, but Twisted also gets some vision in this. VP has got to be cautious. There's about to be a ton of foot pushes going on around them. Luna Galaxy just to the north. Let's not forget about TSM that we saw just a second ago. BB already making a wrap over into the north, as well as TE. Down to the south, there's plenty of space as we do have the Falcons and T1 pretty separated out. Petrichor Road going to be following back behind this. So we do have to keep an eye on Zipian back behind Twisted. Remember, they kind of were the catalyst for the start of a lot of what's going to be going on over here. They now have a snake that's going to be coming up right back behind them, and their pathing into the circle is right along the ravine north of Truck Stop.
Yeah, for Zipian now, it's all about trying to make sure that you don't alert Twisted Minds to your presence, because they're very keenly aware. And in fact, they're going to see him. So now he's going to take some damage from Example, but gets into the house, gets into some brief moment of safety. We'll see how aggressive Twisted Minds is, trying to camp that Petrichor Road, trying to get ahead of T1. An aggressive start here for them again. Summer and EN trading about even amounts of damage. Philverse did get run over by Delwyn in the background.
Yeah, that's just a quick run up in the north that we were kind of monitoring at the time being. T1 does have the gatekeeping position on this one. Petrichor Road does have some options. They don't have to commit into this pathing, but it's not going to be feeling too good. Here's a continuation of what we were looking at just a moment ago with TE as well as BB. Delwyn's going to be making sure that it kind of juke around. Spots out! Good knock on to Spyro. And that is a lot of control now coming up for TE. There's two members down and out for BB. Playing off the back foot and now trying to regroup. A doozy is already inside of a vehicle trying to come over here, but I don't know. Is it too late? We even have Day Trade that's got some supervision on what's going to be happening over here.
Yeah, there's going to be an interesting fight up there, but there's another one happening here where Salute has found an early kill for the Kwangdong Freaks onto 17 Xiaobei. Takes him out over that hill, and then is going to be retreating back to the safety of this shanty town. They have found themselves a nice early point, probably some confidence. If you can get Salute going, that Freaks team can absolutely be scary. BB, in the meanwhile, does not want any more of this fight with the Expendables.
A doozy's inside of a vehicle, and he's sending it. It's going to be right next to Luna Galaxy as well, the Freaks. So Best of Luck is all by himself while his teammate is just getting absolutely demolished. Can he land? Near on no life. Does touch the ground. Manages to get out of the vehicle safely. But it's going to be the Mad that spots him out. And there is no chance for a res. BB, Best of Luck is so far away.
Yeah, this is a rough grand finals for BB team so far, but really a nice tournament for them overall. Happy to see them for sure in this event, but the Expendables, a team that could do some damage. Raining, though, doing some of its own on a Petrichor Road.
Petrichor Road had to come over here due to the gatekeeping that we saw T1 setting up. Nice trap, good momentum for T1 early, but we continue to keep a ton of this bay in play, and it's just going to continue up into the northeast. Petrichor Road did manage to make it by T1, but now they have to deal with EF. That is a problem in and of itself, and even if they do manage to get past this, they're still going to have Navi that's in front of them. Petrichor Road just sending it so few options. New spray, new player every single step of the way. Summer narrowly making away, but Slap! Big shots to open the door.
He does get taken down by the Mad, but that was a crazy good shot from Aikslef. Could not do much else, though, as he is quickly knocked, and Petrichor Road may be in store for an early exit. A pass here of 17. They're going to lose another player to Salute. Xiaowu, very weak, but has the car behind the hill. And look at the Freaks. They are pressing the advantage.
I mean, we were worried about a bit of the mental coming in for the Freaks, but 2 kills on Salute already, and just hounding down onto 17. Not too much more they can play. They have to be careful, though. There could be a couple of paths coming up back behind them for a couple of these other teams. So instead, slowing back down the pacing on it. Over into the north, day trade phase, pretty much up on top of each other's. Oh, Calores! That was beautiful.
They have been tremendous with those mortars. The Expendables are really doing a great job using that piece of utility. They have found an outlying player of TSM. That's a brutal loss for TSM again. They're down to one player now, just Sparking, just their superstar. Can he get something going for them in this grand finals phase? Looks like they should be able to get the res onto Gustav. The Falcons have rolled in, but look who's right underneath them. It's the Freaks.
Oh, and they are jumping on this. Vehicles galore rolling right up next to the Falcons. They've got some high ground that they're going to be playing from, but VP also has a ton of information to work around with it. Looks like the Freaks don't feel too comfortable about this one right now. Salute is playing pretty far back, trying to provide some support, but it's going to be 17. The team that they were just dusting up with a moment ago. Falcons pinched in so many different directions. Ibiza has an opportunity. It's going to be Bean that does manage to get the flush onto Flood, but Human spots out Raw.
This is huge for the Freaks. They're doing such a good job capitalizing on opportunities right now. They've already taken out 2 players from a couple teams around them, 4 kills in total, and they've got firm control over the side of this hill for now, but T1 has rolled in to the far southeastern coast. There's a few solo players kind of hanging around that beach right now, but the Freaks are just being really opportunistic. They're finding these moments where they could strike and then they peel off. They know that they don't want to overextend. They don't want to lose any extra players. They want to get into that late game with 4 players up.
T1 is just doing such a good job off this gatekeep and using the information time and time again to leapfrog into different areas of the circle. Playing right along the coastline is going to give them a good defensive position to play from. They don't have to worry about anybody that's going to be back down behind them to the south, but there is number 2 right next door in the Freaks, just up to the northwest of their position. Where is the circle going to go? Finally leaves out the water, but I mean, man, this is going to be a hard path. We've got a death funnel over to the west where you can see it's going to be FaZe having to deal with the Falcons, Twisted Minds, VP, maybe even the Freaks, as it is going to be Virtus Pro that gets vision onto Perfectix.
Yeah, they've got a pretty good angle, but they're out in the blue. Now they're going to start taking some knocks. Lou's going to hit a big shot onto Nixie. And now Virtus Pro looking to set up some smokes, making sure that that flush is good to go. They may be thinking about peeling off. Meanwhile, the Freaks have rolled into 17.
Oh, this is a very weakened squad, and 17 has to be cautious. The Freaks know it, but they're having to navigate a very open area. They have to be cautious of the different angles that could be right back behind this one. Falcons also hear this, so the longer this goes on, the opportunistic Falcons might find a way to jump into it, but shots coming out are doing a good job on defending. Salute does get the knock on a little ghost, so there is an opportunity. The Freaks take it. They have to step away from the Falcons to maneuver down into this position, but it's going to be Xiao Wu still alive, playing from the smokes. Can't quite spot him out just yet, so they're just going to have to run down right next to him.
For the Freaks now, you got to figure out where that last player is, and they're scrambling to get an angle. Finally, they're going to get some vision as Xiao Wu pops out to take some shots. The smoke now dissipating. Another one popped here. Xiao Wu throws it up to heaven, gets him, and that's going to be 17 out early.
But T1 now knows who the opponent is, knows exactly where they are. They are not yet inside the safe zone, so how do they want to come after this one? They can play along the coast, play it safe, or they can just bully their way right up against their competitors.
Oh, VP here, it has to be licking their chops. They've got the team that's right behind them on the leaderboard underneath their gun sights. They've got another knock onto Lou. Example in Batulans, a little beat up as well, but here comes Rello. 1, maybe 2, unbelievable.
Absolutely picks him off at the worst time for VP. Ibiza now caught off guard, has to deal with it. He's now the new pinched man. A lot of problems. I think the Freaks realized the firefight earlier. They know where the knocks are going to be lying at. Rello, though, he takes down everyone on VP.
Unbelievable stuff here from Rello. What a timing. And the door is open for Twisted Minds, and they've got their sights on the team that just kind of bailed them out. There's already one knock. Rello trying to hold the line.
Can we see him hold? This is going to be so hard. Freaks have had pumped the brakes for just one moment, so he has an opportunity, but so much damage coming back after him. Does get the knock onto Example. Rello refuses to go down. Can he continue to make it happen? Everything is being thrown his direction, but somehow he's navigating it all slow, steady, paced perfectly.
Unbelievable play from Rello. He has been a standout for the Falcons this event, and he is continuing to just be an absolute nightmare to deal with. Jumps out into the smoke, takes a bunch of damage, may have gotten to some level of safety. Finally, Snaker's cleaned up. They're just spraying around the tree, hoping to find Rello, but he's able to get the first aid.
They don't want to run into that smoke. They know it's hazardous. And oh, look, he's even got a shield down prepared. That angle entirely cut out. new circle pops, and it does go right into the center of everything. So everybody has an opportunity to maneuver in, but remember, there is a lot of fields over in the east that are going to be open, but Salute is going to spot out Rello, who is trying to defend up, but now spots out the wicked Twisted Minds.
Yeah, this is great timing again for the Freaks. They've been so active on this edge, picking on weak teams, opening up space for themselves, and they have once again found a golden opportunity to harass some of the players around them on the leaderboard. But Twisted Minds has the high ground. They're able to kind of pump the brakes here, reset a bit, and the Freaks have to rethink their direction. Now things get a lot more challenging for the Freaks. Do you try to wrap north? Do you try to clean out Twisted Minds? If you go south, you're going to potentially have to fight through T1 or Luna Galaxy's held compound.
Meanwhile, the Freaks are also creeping up slowly and steadily onto T1. A couple more kills. They're just starting to rack them. T1 has to jump into vehicles. They're just sending it desperately right into the thick of everyone. It's going to be Na'Vi that gets vision on Hakatori on one side. A ton of damage out. Luna Galaxy's got vision on it as well. The rest of the members for T1 just having to dodge the vehicles of their down teammates, but they do manage to get in the safe zone just narrowly.
Wow, what an aggressive dive here, but we've seen what T1 can do, even with a couple players up. The Freaks are jumping into phase. They are getting torn apart. Gustav and Corexi combining to find a couple kills. Just 2 players left, and the Freaks are gone.
They are out. T1 manages to do what the Freaks could not. They pass through the gauntlet, narrowly surviving, but the T1 members still have to deal with Na'Vi right up on top of them.
Now it comes down to those close quarter combat fights. Na'Vi, though, catches type, trying to leave the building. Just hold the angle with that AK. That's a scary gun to go against in a close quarters. Battles like this, EN very, very weak right now. The grenade is out. It is going to catch him. A nice throw by Divix. Type is weak. He's gone. T1, goodbye.
Okay, bit more of an opportunity. Twisted Minds clinging to life right now, right along the edge of the zone. The Expendables, though, they have control of everything in the north. They've even got vision on Twisted, trying to crest up. They do manage to creep in. They are in the safe zone for now, but we've got 17 people alive, and this is a very weakened Twisted Minds.
They still have an opportunity to get deep into this game, though. They might be left unfettered on top of this hill. They found a little bit of an edge. They're taking a little bit of damage, though. FaZe in this dip. Grenades are just splashing past them. The Expendables have an opportunity to do something tremendous in this game. They've got 4 up. They could shoot up the leaderboard. I talked to Duck Juice today. I asked him, how you feeling? And he said, we're winning the championship. That's all he said.
And they play this so controlled for so long up over here into the north. 6 kills of their own. They fought tooth and nail to get into position and really exploited off of a couple of teams. Summer still alive for Petrichor Road. Just slowly creeps in, gets right back behind Na'Vi, hoping the fact that they'll just clear a path for him.
This is a really nice position for Na'Vi as well. Get a little bit of high ground, get a little bit of information. It's just that solo player, that solo snake they have to deal with. FaZe still in this next circle, still trying to hold on. They're getting peppered a little bit by Na'Vi, but Navi's going to have to make a move.
And notice there are not 5 members on TE. Yeah, that other gray player is going to be Sparking from TSM, still alive, holding in position, and we know he can pop up at any given moment and pick up a couple of kills. So this could be a problem, as there is going to be a condense now onto TE.
This is going to be a really intense last couple of circles because of the extra factor of some of those solo players, those duos of Twisted Minds and FaZe as well. Going to have a big role to play in this for some of these other teams. Let's take a look at this replay of the spray from Hakatori. Ridiculous stuff. A great hold on the entry attempt by the Kwangdong Freaks. Still some kills for the Freaks. Still should be feeling pretty confident, I feel. They took some good fights early. They had a good game plan. Just couldn't find their way in. T1 as well, not really where they wanted to end up. Got cut down on the way through, and Na'Vi able to capitalize, hold their ground very nicely.
Top 3 down. 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. You have got to scrap to get every single point. These guys are so neck and neck right now. Any big moment, they're going to spot out one on top. It's going to be Lou that does take down Gustav. But once he does that, suddenly Na'Vi just spins back over to him. You can see Expendables as well opening up. Everybody just realizes, no, if you come over here, you are going to die.
I love this from the Expendables. They have set up a great line of fire to keep the teams in the West out of their territory. Doing a wonderful job so far this game, managing space, taking good fights. Twisted Minds here, gonna get some placement points, trying to see if they can sneak out a few extra tons of first aids in the bag still for Batu.
Summer still creeping up back behind Navi while Navi is focused on trying to push out Duck Juice, force him to regroup. He's just running right up against the blue zone wall, but he's got plenty of space to play with. It's a matter of just making sure he gets new open angles for his team to work with. He actually just switches back out, shifts down to the south after he breaks the sight line onto Navi. We also do have Luna Galaxy that's been pretty quietly playing right along the coastline, or right along the road line, so slowly maneuvering over there as well. I mean, we've got two full squads that are looking like they're going to stack up right next to each other, and this could be a big problem.
This is shaping up to be a really intense last couple of circles. I mean, there's 17 alive, Matt.
Yeah, I know. God.
Can you believe it? We're almost phase 7.
We've got Batu still alive for Twisted. We've got Summer still alive for Petchko Road and Sparking. Just in the thick of everything, while we've got Corexi right next to the Expendables as well. The Expendables have a lot of snakes next to them, and it makes me a bit worried.
Absolutely. They're going to have to be heads on swivels right now. Summer is going to finally succumb to the blue. That's extra placement points for Batu and Sparking. They're going to be very happy to continue to see these solo players dwindle. There's a brief moment there for Delwyn where he gets a little bit of damage into Navi. Nothing substantial. This next circle, very keen to see where it goes. It's going to shift up towards TE. They have full control over this, but yes, we have to look at that player in the middle.
How are we going to see these angles come into play? Because you have to assume that Luna Galaxy is going to find some way to try to navigate up into the north using smokes. Navi might be leaning into the hillside that also was just due north of them. So it's going to be two different collapse points that the Expendables are going to have to deal with, while Corexi and Sparking are just right on top of them. Can Batu even spot out anything at the end? Tries to go for just random shots, and he is going to go down.
Still, good salvage game for Twisted Minds. It keeps them very much in the conversation. Well played by them. Not the most favorable of situations to be dealt, and they handled it very, very nicely. Haven, they know that Corexi's out here. They know that FaZe was over in this dip, so it's grenades first right by the tree, but they're coming up short.
Trying to make sure that nobody's playing around the vehicles, so continuing the path forward, has to be careful as the nade's gonna land, but that is really good. Corexi just narrowly gets away from it. Still staying a thorn in Luna Galaxy's side. Blind sprays into the smokes aren't going to connect, but this is just more and more information for TE. They hear this, they know where the shots are coming in from, so they don't even have to go for the peak. They're just letting everybody fight amongst themselves.
This is really nice stuff from Luna in this first game. I mean, it hasn't been the best finals for them, but to come through, have a big start, they could really shoot up the leaderboard. It is not too far from them up into that top 8. So a big win here could propel them into a lot of extra cash. Corexi trying to play the edge of the blue, letting loose with some mollies, but Posa finally takes him out.
Okay, using that opportunity, it's going to be Navi that jumps into vehicles. They just shift over as fast as possible. Roll in. Good shots from Hakatori. Get the down onto Duck Juice. Also a quick flush. Delwyn also down. Navi suddenly turning the script, instantaneously using the distraction of the firefight in the west.
And still, Sparking remained in the middle, but Navi, what a great timing there. Some cover fire for their maneuver. Has TE scrambling, and Luna's trying to take advantage. Prone down, trying to get the shots, and finally Haven connects.
Gotta be careful. Calories is still alive. He's got vision on Vinny, and he does get the knock on it. Sparking still holding down in his position. It's gonna be Diffex that goes for the peek around, finally removes the snake in the middle, but it's gonna be Navi just swooping down from the south, instantly collapsing onto Chloe's position. Luna Galaxy still playing out in the smokes, has got to be so careful. They have so little information on this rotate. There you go. Quickly picked up. The Expendables are eliminated.
Navi now on the hunt to finish this game. 2 members of Luna trying to find some kind of cover. Whole bunch of damage done to Posa. Stuns are now beginning to rain out across both ends, but Posa isn't going to do it. Navi's going to take the first game of the day.
Big kill count, great performance, walking through a ton of squads, solid defense in the south, and they really exploited the fights going on around it. I love the heady play and the shift in from the east right there at the end.
No, absolutely. I mean, this was so well played from the beginning to the end by Navi, controlling that edge, controlling teams, trying to take their territory, never got caught by any of those solo snakes. The setup for those fights at the end, absolutely brilliant.
I mean, but you also do have to give it to the Expendables, man. They had one hell of a run there. They were everybody's enemy, and they held it together for so long. So many different angles that they were having to deal with. They were very aware of how all of the rotation pathings were going on around them. This is just the start to the day for PGC, so you know it is going to be absolutely phenomenal as we continue to move forward on this one. It's going to be a great day. We still have another Miramar. We've got a ton of games. Let's get them ready to go.
touted as one of the pundits' favourites to try and strike out for the whole thing. It's not quite gone their way, but they start off day number 3 in the grand final absolutely flying. In an abnormal circle, we don't really get them over here too much, but Na'Vi's able to capitalize on it strong.
I honestly don't remember the last time that I played, let alone saw a final circle by North Beach. Everybody was kind of caught off guard by those shifts. That said, Na'Vi, all I can say is, where have you been? Everyone who's watching and plays Fantasy had these players on their team, has expected them to be a top 5, and it has been a disappointment in the first 2 days of the grand final. But this was the Na'Vi that I was hoping to see, and I hope it continues.
This is exactly the Na'Vi that were after 2024's performance.
Yeah.
But day 1 they had 22 points. Yesterday they had 20. Here though, they started, and this is the push. This is the way into the top 4. This is the way into potentially doubling or more your prize pool share.
Day 3 at a PGC, Na'Vi decides to make a move from the jump. Sure, it's a different roster, but at the end of the day, the brand's got some power behind it. And I wonder if they woke up this morning and their coach and their team was like, do you know who's on your jersey? You guys got to go out there and get going. And they did, so kudos to them. That said, weird circle. So that is one of those you kind of have to give anomaly there for some like T1 and KIDF going out early, because no one plans for that.
The only major slip up across 2024 really was that PG's 6, and aside from that, it was...
It's tried a different strategy. It's the fluke. Exactly. It's the one-off.
Well, for a little while, it was going to end up being this grand final that was another one-off, but it'll be a second off. But no, it doesn't look like it. They're going to be able to try and fight back here to start off the day, and trying to deal with this. I mean, I like their move into the fields to deal with the rest of the threats that are there, because you've got the Expendables set up, trying to hold that down, and Na'Vi was not afraid at all.
Even though it's a hard circle to kind of get out of, they maximize obviously because of the position that they had early on, right? But still, this was kind of the start we were hoping for in terms of the top teams. They kind of got stopped a little bit. It felt a little bit like their other teams were like, oh, this is one of the top 3 teams. This is one of the teams we need to stop for us to have a chance to take the win.
There was a little bit of us cheering behind the scenes, being like, kill T1, kill. But not because we don't want them to win, just because we'd love to see even more join that top pack.
I would love to see T1 this event. That said.
But in the last game.
Yes, exactly. I'm going to cheer against it until we get to that point, because I love seeing those races, and I love seeing teams really go after it. So seeing both of our top, actually all 3 of our top teams go out so quickly is huge news and a big boost for Lobby. I mean, there was a moment there where I thought Expendables were about to enter the race. They had such a good spot on that north side. If they had come out with the win, they'd be up in there.
One of the most exciting tournaments for me to work and to watch was PGS 5. You know, when there was 2 or 3 teams in the very last game that were fighting for those precious points, right? Teams that were fighting each other directly. And in the midst of things, you know, getting 1 or 2 or more kills, I was literally on the edge of my seat, and that's what I'm hoping to see here as well. Because this year has really been a resurgence for so many teams. It's been the comeback for some other teams. And for me, this year so far has really been the most competitive year we have had in PUBG esports history for a very long time. There's so many teams that potentially could take home the global championship. Sure, there's been some teams that kind of put themselves head and shoulders a little bit above the rest, but the potential is there. We saw it in the circuit. We saw it through PGASs throughout the year. And so far, we've also been seeing it in the grand final.
And we don't even have Sonic or Cerberus in this grand final
which is
either,
crazy.
Which is crazy to think about. But Na'Vi, 11 kills goes their way. The Expendables had a lot of this area on lockdown for a good while. We saw mortars, we saw shots, we saw everything from there, through the kitchen sink at the rest of this lobby, but weren't able to quite get the victory.
Expendables likes mortars the way that T1 likes emergency pickups. They always seem to have one stuck in a trunk somewhere and are just dropping mortars on people. It was a hard win for them. That north side, where they were, they didn't have a lot of options to come out of it. They went through 16 smokes to make sure they could sort of maintain some of their fights without being third-partied. But Na'Vi, they're going to come out. Let's take a look at their stats. Hakatory, 6-6. And then Diffex, yesterday we were talking about he needs to turn on for this team to really go the distance. He steps up with 4 kills. He's been so strong in the circuit stages and just kind of seems like he had lost that pace. Well, they're back up and running, and I love the way that they played sort of control in that game.
So for me, there's 2 things in this, right? We know Na'Vi kind of want to play a different play style that they've been used to in terms of they are currently playing Edge, but look what they can do when they have the circle. Look what they can do when they have high priority. Hakatory, though, for the man of the match, 6 kills, almost 1,000 damage, guys. What a game for them. And that makes me a little bit excited for them for next year, because if they're able to force through and kind of adopt and commit, because that's really the big thing. You need to commit for months, potentially more than half a year, for a strategy before it kind of really works through. That'll be huge. 21 points, actually the exact same average that they had the last previous 2 days. They averaged 21 points in a day. Here they get it in the first match.
So on to that point, Alrain said that they want this year to be the one where like people start to go, oh, it's you guys, and that lets them throw those elbows, right?
Right.
This is the kind of game they needed to have. After the circuit final the last 2 days, they weren't going to get that. I do also want to give a shout out to them because they are the team that had the wherewithal to go after T1 and eliminate them in that lost position. They took that risk and come out with a pretty good payoff.
Well, now Matt Navi moves up into 10th place with that, and up towards the top, though, we have a closer race. I mean, there were moments in this game, Martin, where there were pop-offs. I mean, Kwangdong Freaks, I think, had themselves a few kills, like quite significantly. We were like, uh-oh,
yeah.
Where it's happening again, but not fully happening just yet.
Expendables also getting a little bit of points there. 14 points only from third place right now. Again, once we get into that top 4, that's where it really gets funny, right? Fourth place, $100,000, 6 figures for it. Gets very close here. Still, FaZe can also one more good game. They could contest Twisted Minds, but again, it needs to happen now. If they leave it until the last few games, it's not going to be enough to catch. And still, these teams here, huge jumps. Once you get into the top 8, once you get into the top 4, so much difference in prize pool.
Absolutely. I do think that is it. You got to make that move now. Twisted Minds is not going to be happy with the amount of points they walked away with on that game. Expendables, I think they will. But this is where it has to happen this time, especially because T1 is so scrappy. We saw yesterday they were like a cat with 29 lives somehow, because every time that they would get hunted on a high ground, they'd jump on a bike, they'd go into a city, they'd fight their way out, and there was always 1 or 2 of them that found a way to get into that big 8 so they could start to pull in points. We saw it happen here again. So remember, no matter what your gain is, T1 is going to be putting distance between you. So Twisted Minds, I think, has to come out. They have to get way more aggressive than we saw them so far in these grand finals and start to hunt those points. But I'll tell you what, yesterday Scoom told me in the lobby when I walked by, he said, I think T1's going to regret giving those points to Twisted Minds, and I'm a little worried that 3 of those teams up at the top may regret having those 2 points go that way.
Well, even if it doesn't cost you the championship, there's the potential with all these guys now trying to kind of hound for your position. It could cost you a second or a third place if you do fall a little further, because it will end up being close, I would suspect, Martin.
Yeah, difference from 4th to 3rd, 20,000. Next one is 30,000. Huge jumps, right? You don't want to give away points.
All right, well, time to do one more Miramar for these teams who are good at it to scramble for those points. That was a crazy circle in the previous one. It's time for the Dusty Dunes one more time for the PGC Grand Finals.
Are you ready for the last Miramar of 2024? They have been spicy all year, and it is time. Let us go. Plane path all the way up in the northwest, going to be ending up due south of Los Leones.
Yeah, looking at a very different plane path to start out this last Miramar than what we got previously. So maybe we're going to get something a little bit more central, a little bit more towards the middle of the map. Going to be curious to see again, you know, how our teams like Twisted Minds going to approach this game, how our teams like Virtus Pro going to be coming at this one, because their normal drop spot of Truck Stop quite a bit further, so they're going to have to potentially go here for their ult drop spot. Fortunately for them, BB Team does drop Cobra AD up most of the time, and they might have the resort open for themselves. The Freaks going to be going past 17, of course, and T1 has Chumacera with EF relatively close.
What weird world are we in where you're focused on Twisted Minds and I'm all caught up in the Freaks, man? This is absolutely crazy. I love this PGC so far. There's so much still on the table, but it's a matter of just who can clutch up when they have to. We saw a slow creep up with the Freaks, kind of closing the gap, just barely. But now T1, what can you do with the pathing around? Still having to deal with EF. They've been a couple of problems for him to deal with early, but managed to get the vehicle, managed to get away. EF going to shift in, and Circle, pretty favorable for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of what you were maybe looking at the beginning of this game to see a central circle. And it has a lot of directions that it can still go, of course. Still keeping an eye on EN, you know, with the Eternal Fire wanting to contest that church. That's to the east of Chumacera. That's made the drop spot a little bit more difficult for T1. Might slow up their rotations just a little bit. Hasn't been something that has really seemingly affected them. But Halo sparking! Hello, goodbye 4 AM.
Sparking, mad that he didn't get to shoot enough in that last game, comes out and picks up 2, and 4 angry men yet again on Miramar at the start, taking casualties.
Twisted Mind so aggressive in the early part of this game. You love to see it. They know they need a lot of points here today to have a shot at that championship, and they are hunting this 4AM squad who's seemingly reeling from these early aggressive maneuvers. Don't really have any response this time around. In fact, Luke even keeping track of the remaining 4AM players, making sure that they're going to stand pat and that TSM can go back to their looting phase.
Oh, it's just damage control coming out from 4 Angry Men in these early skirmishes, man. They just having to play so much on the back foot. So even whenever it feels like something might start to generate for them, they can't even enter the game, it almost feels like. They've got TSM on one side that has no fear of them. Then they've got the Freaks that are on the other side. Then Twisted Minds right up on top of them. Well, we got ourselves ENT, who has absolutely been ending people all over the place.
원래 다들 잘하던 선수들이라고 생각했고 사실 이번에 소닉 감독님께서 오셔가지고 이제 저희의 이제 심리적인 부분을 이제 좀 많이 이제 좀 좋은 방향으로 이제 바꿔주셔가지고 이제 다들 그런 부담감이 떨어지니까 본 실력을 발휘하고 있다고 생각합니다. 사실 예상은 못했었고요. 저희가 근데 그래도 항상 우승을 목표로 플레이하고 있었기 때문에 지금 많이 좀 벅찬 기분이 좀 들긴 하지만 방심하지 않고 일단 최대한 우승을 목표로 플레이할 생각입니다.
I love this from T1, from EN, hearing about the difference that Sonic has made, and it's all a mental game for them, and that's absolutely what I think if you just kind of watch the way they play, the way they take fights, the way they maneuver themselves, it is definitely a much more aggressive, confident team than we saw in the beginning part of this year. And certainly bringing in a new coach like that has a huge role to play in that. You got to give a ton of credit to the players as well for stepping up, for understanding what their coach is trying to explain to them and executing it so well.
This is just such a smart team now. I mean, beforehand, they could make some big plays here or there, but it was just very inconsistent. We've seen time and time again a very methodical pick strategy coming up, finding a kill, specifically in the earlier stages of maps where people just aren't prepared for it, and that has just constantly given them more and more motivation. It's really cemented in their mental. Every single time they performed one of these little smart plays that had been set up by it was Sonic, has given them just so much more motivation to continue to move forward and find the next big play.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's so encouraging to see players like EN, Zenith, and Reigning, longtime veterans of PUBG in Korea who have been around since 2020, 2019 in some cases. So there are players who really have been stepping up, who've been peaking at the perfect moment as well. We've seen just how good EN can be when he is in full form. Not only is he leading the squad as an IGL, but he's leading as a fragger again, back like I saw in 2021.
Well, he's not leading the squad right now. Apparently that interview stalled him out, and he's got VP players all around him. Nixie's specifically going to be holding him out, but I think he might be able to escape. I think he's managed to get in a vehicle and can kind of skate around Chumasera and should be able to regroup.
I think he's okay. Yeah, it was a bit of an awkward start, but the good news is the rest of T1 has gotten into a pretty decent scouting position, can take some space towards that southern edge, can at least figure out how they want to approach the next zones. There has been an emergency pickup popped for TSM out of San Martin. They're looking to maybe get a good drop spot somewhere. Kind of curious where they want to go. It's pretty early. The blue zone really isn't anywhere near collapsing yet. It still has a couple minutes left, so that is going to be something I am very curious about, especially with the Freaks starting to crest this hill. They might get a look at this at least.
Man, we've seen so many circles over here next to San Martin, it feels like, this event. So players should be pretty familiar on how all the rotations will go. I mean, dude, he's just so good. That's all you can say. Sparking is just a continually brewing superstar that is just, I don't think that we've hit his ceiling yet, and I cannot wait until we see whenever he does.
Absolutely. No, I mean, I think this is a moment for him where Sparking can step up for TSM today and get them in championship contention. He's a player of that caliber. We know he's capable of it. Could be his moment. Clories as well, the superstar for the Expendables, has Jeems relatively close. They're going to be within spitting distance of each other with that motorcycle there. Certainly Clories heard Jeems come up. There's that TSM drop. Curdy takes some damage on the way down. Looks like it was just used to gain a little bit of information.
How much information can you grab whenever like 15 people shoot at you at the same time? It's like, guys, they're just everywhere. I don't know what else to tell you.
Ooh, but now they're surrounded. There's a knock from Perfectix onto Alo. TSM opts to go just a little bit further forward out of San Martin. And they're taking some damage. It's going to be some vests and helmets potentially beat up, as well as going to have to chew through a few extra meds.
And Belmoth just right here on top of him as well. Belmoth not having a chance to regroup with the rest of the squad just quite yet, so we'll have to see if they commit in, but he's just beated into that line and hoping that nobody from TSM makes a maneuver over towards him. We also do have a potential situation going on with a wrap way over into the northeast, as it is going to be Na'Vi rotating pretty close to 4 Angry Men, but that's kind of about it. Most teams just opting into a pretty decent centered position, pretty strong. A lot of verticality, so that's going to be the name of the game, is a lot of people are just going to be trying to exploit this for as long as possible. Most notably, we can see FaZe holding that position.
And it seems like Na'Vi maybe not exactly aware. They're kind of just taking their time, using the top edge of that mountain to do a little scouting. Not sure if they really saw 4AM or not. Kind of curious if they're going to want to. Well, now they know, because Godby is going to open up with some shots towards Hakatori. Hakatori's just going to hit the gas pedal, push it a little bit further forward. Should be okay. In fact, he even hits a shot onto Godby there.
Think about the range on that and the sneaky angle that we saw him playing from, and to read that, man, he was shooting at pixels.
Yeah, he's just that good. He's just that good. We saw it in the first game. You know, shades a little bit of 2022 Na'Vi, where they come out on the final day and get a win. A bit of a different situation, of course, quite a bit further outside of the lead, but definitely a team that can still strike fear into the hearts of their opponents. And they are now just kind of circling, just waiting to see, is 4AM going to try to make any maneuvers? Are they going to be able to catch them trying to rotate out of that compound potentially?
No. 4 Angry Men, I feel, is just like, please leave us alone. That's the only reason they took those shots. We just want a second, man. It's been hard. This has been a rough day off the get-go, so I think that we are going to see Na'Vi, they at least, finally going to have everybody regroup and hop inside of a vehicle, so they're going to go ahead and cut their path in. We still got a couple more seconds before everything kind of unites in and we find out where the new circle is going to go, but most of our teams in that centered position playing much further down into the south. We don't have a lot playing around Crater Fields. El Pozo entirely open. San Martin really only has day trade in it, and you can only say kind of, because let's not forget Belmoth is over there next to TSM.
Yeah, the Freaks have a 2-2 split on the San Martin Mountains. Just trying to get info. Twisted Mind's going to be controlling power grid, as you would expect. A couple teams not too far away. 17, the Falcons, not too far off. And the Freaks going to start making their way down the hill, looking for opportunities to make another rotation. Not sure what kind of vehicles they're going to have available. Okay, there is a Murado here for Gumin, so there is escape valves if this does hard shift away from them. Second circle. Where do we go? Center up, okay.
Okay, so odd teams out are going to be Na'Vi, 4 Angry Men, Petrichor Road already regrouping, getting inside the circle. VP is going to have to deal with EF pretty close to him, so it could be a problem. T1 making their rotation right next to the Falcons. A couple of bullets going to be exchanged between them. Meanwhile, Luna already has to make their shift over. It looks like they are going to be eyeing a bit more in that northerly fashion, while T1, all they have to do is just regroup. So we are going to have a couple of areas that the teams can navigate for the time being, but VP making a very dangerous cross right now could be problematic, but they're using Petrichor Road as a shield the entire path through.
Absolutely. Just going to let them kind of give the information over of what teams are going to be shooting at them from where. Falcon 17 now starting to try to light them up, but VP already pretty quick going to be able to get past those initial firing lines. It's just going to be the Expendables or maybe Petrichor Road that you have to contest with, but they're going to continue on. They like what they see in front of them. With the Biza and Beamy leading the way, might be able to find themselves a decent spot potentially. Petrichor Road under fire, some are not.
That's going to be example coming alive there. Lots of information to work with. They just saw this roll right past him. It is also going to be Ming. Looks like he's going to do a bit of a wider wrap around, maybe seeing if he can find some way to defend or find an angle to do something here. What's his options? Looks like he is going to crest in, he is going to stop, and he is going to try to see if he can get a backstab on this. But if anything, he's a good distraction. Twisted Minds now has to deal with a much closer range threat, but I mean, example, just no. He's just like, no, that's not going to happen. Xleft was maneuvering over here like he wanted to come after it and then just stopped in his tracks like, well, that's not going to happen anymore.
I mean, you're seeing the current best player in the world just strut his stuff right there, taking down that attempted, kind of wrap around, just like you said, it's exactly what it was. It's a distraction there for Petrichor Road to make sure they can get that res. Instead, Twisted Minds is able to take that player away from Petrichor Road. They're down to 3. Left as well, trying to flank out, trying to maybe provide a little cover, but all he really has is this Murado inside of this ditch to work with. Not going to be the most favorable position in the world. It's going to be T1 going into Montana Wave, slow and steady to start. Early game is all about information right now for them. They're looking at what some of these other teams are doing. I think they've got a pretty decent idea of the Falcons players that are going to be to their north. Maybe a little bit of info on Luna Galaxy and Eternal Fire as well. So for now, it's just trying to navigate this scenario, seeing if they can find a moment to get into that next circle. You can see what they're looking at in the bottom right-hand corner, kind of setting up their next ideas, their next strategies for their attacks.
You hit on a great point a moment ago as well. We've got TE pretty much center in the side of this circle, running a 2-1-1, wide separated split, a lot of control that they're going to get, a lot of vision. If we see teams having to rotate through this corridor, it is going to be bloody, and they are going to try to pounce on every single thing that has to roam by them. VP, they did have the benefit of being a bit closer into center ahead of Petrichor Road and doesn't have to deal with Twisted. All of this is just going down right in Twisted's backyard, and they are not happy about it. Old angry men on the porch. Get off our lawn.
Get off our lawn, absolutely. They don't want anyone near that power grid. Zenith just going to be looking for a new vehicle and has one. So that's good there. Going to be cycling that gas, cycling the damage on those vehicles, tires maybe. Potentially get beat up along the way as well. So that's a really nice find for T1 to kind of continue their maneuvering. They're likely to have to make a couple more at the very least.
Where are we going?
Wow.
Ooh, shifts up into the northeast. Day Trade in great position. BB as well. So, FaZe, they've got control over that lower position inside of the ravine. Outlier teams we have to look at are going to be the Freaks, 17. Twisted Minds, even having to regroup that position isn't very good. Falcons going to have to find a pathing of their own. T1 that we just saw get a new vehicle, going to be put to good use, but they're going to be driving right through that TE hold that we were talking about just a moment ago. Luna Galaxy should have some pretty easy pathing as they're just going to be heading up into the north.
Oh, and that's a big point for Lucarux and Virtus Pro. Going to take Chewy down from Petrichor Road. So Summer and Aches left, still trying to find some way to survive here. They took a dangerous position. T1 as well, trying to cut ahead of some of these other teams. This is classic Sonic. This is classic Donawa. He loves these hills where Day Trade is, but they've got a nice 2-2 split already set up.
Day Trade, you have to be careful. You're about to get some new friends. So with this, T1 finds at least a stopover position for the time being. Nobody shooting at them from that point. They realize, okay, how do we want to maneuver in? They're going to just go ahead and play this lower section of this area. Shots going to be coming out from Day Trade, but not going to be enough to really stop him just yet. Eon on almost no life. Finally does get knocked, but it's going to be Jeans. Beautiful angle. Kalori steals it away, though.
Yeah, Ian going down is a big loss for T1. He's been so instrumental in their games. Finally, the smokes come down to try to make sure that Type can get into those shacks, get into safety. 17 cutting right ahead of the Kwangdong Freaks. Twisted Minds going to be watching the trailing member of 17, trying to take Xiaobei out. He's taking some damage. You can see it down on the bottom. Yep, he is going to get cut down.
17, I mean, they do have a couple of ridges that they can play, but it's not going to feel too good off of it. But Tulins actually gets knocked by Bean, so it's going to be a pretty hefty lineup against each other, but I think that that could probably be Resable. It looks like the Freaks aren't really focused in on trying to get the flush, so 17 does manage to get in a point, but now you've got to deal with Na'Vi, who is just coming off of an amazing last game.
You don't see Bean with a bolt every day. Definitely a little bit.
Roth? You in the wrong neighborhood, buddy.
This is scary. And it's none other than this guy that you're going to be potentially going up against. You have Perfectix watching the outside of the building. He can provide some of that extra info potentially. It's going to come down these sound cues.
Uh-oh, steps in. Got to be careful with it. You can see just hiding out. There's a ton of armors also just right underneath Example. So with the distracting shots going out, that is going to be good. Snakers does get the knock on Perfectix, trying to go for the flush. Are we going to see Example use this opportunity to strike? He's patient, man. He doesn't think it's good enough just quite yet. Here comes reinforcements. Roth going to go ahead and throw the nade out. It's going to be pretty long out there. Depends on how the bounce is going to come into play. Example now getting more information. Is he going to step out? No, he's going to strike. Finds one, lines in. Can he get the second one? The railing eats most of the bullets. He cannot connect, but now there is a snake in the grass right on top of the Falcons, and they are caught unaware. VP's Beanie also getting close. Flood, though, takes down Example.
That is some disgusting shooting from Flood. That is not an easy angle to get that knock. And Twisted Minds, I don't think there's much they can do at this point. They're trying to barricade. They're trying to send in some grenades from the outside of the compound, but still they're going to have to go for another res as Batu. Here comes the Kwangdong Freaks.
More points to be had. Can we see the Freaks backstab this well enough? They spot out Lude. Shots go up and Perfectic shuts it down. So Lude already knocked off the start. The superstar in trouble as Twisted Minds getting picked and pulled from so many different directions, cementing in some defense finally and realizing they have an opportunity for a big game if they can unite.
Yeah, and the Expendables are really doing some hefty damage to Virtus Pro off screen here, but this fight's so important. Bean gonna take Perfectix down with his AUG. Batulins and Lu, the last two alive. Rello getting involved against the Kwangdong Freaks, trying to find some way to get back up to 4. Maybe disengage from this fight, but they've done a good job of at least not losing any players yet.
I mean, I don't even know where Twisted can go. They're just so back against the wall right now. Falcons have drawn a lot of attention to themselves, so they've got to be cautious. TE is also kind of shifted into a position over here. Let's not forget Petrichor Road Summer still alive. Exlift taking some shots. It's going to be 17 very close to them, so the Freaks can kind of regroup, but they're going to have to deal with Na'Vi pretty close, right up on top of them. And it's going to be Hakatori, who's been having some amazing games.
Yeah, no doubt about it that Hakatori can be a difference maker in a snap of a finger.
There's Beamy.
Yep, the shots are ringing out. Beamy continues his reign of destruction here in the grand finals. Shots ringing out. Kwangdong Freaks taking damage. Can they get through unscathed?
It's going to be Falcons that do manage to take down Beamy, so still alive, but they're going to have to deal with the Expendables right next to him. Freaks do manage to make landfall right into a bit of a dip. So with Exlev now down, this is going to be way more open to deal with. There's a very weakened 17 right up the hillside from them, but I don't think that they know it. Are they going to use this opportunity to step in? They should hear the firefight at any time now. Are they going to step in? Do they feel comfortable enough? Do they want the points enough? But it looks like it's just going to be a regroup. 17 on the other side. Well, they're getting harassed by Na'Vi.
Well, yeah, the nice thing right now for the Freaks is that 17 is absorbing all the damage from the squads that were to the east. So they were able to cut right underneath their noses. Once they got past Navi's firing lines, they were good to go. A huge fight potentially brewing down in the southern end of the circle. There was Luna and Eternal Fire scraping way out in the blues. A Kraken pulled way off of that fight. He's going to rotate into the current circle. 4AM's 2 players still up, still have a role to play in this. BB team up on the north has control of one of the few compounds left in this circle.
Uh-oh, Twisted, Rello just waiting. Peeks between the two. Twisted goes down. They have managed to pick up some points, but is it enough? They're still 10 points behind the top 3. Heaven doing a great job. Gets the knock on a little ghost. Kwangdong Freaks doing a great job on defense.
Yeah, but they couldn't get the point. It's going to be Daytrade who's able to find that flush onto Lil Ghost. So Suju, last player alive for 17 Gaming, has Hakatori relatively close, but he's taking a bunch of damage from a doozy from BB team. Still has that mountaintop in the circle currently before the blue is going to force him out. Suju just going to be quiet, just going to try to wait, just going to try to find his opportunity to get a few extra points, to get whatever he can.
We also have a massive fight brewing down to the south with our leader right now in T1. They still have Belmont that's pretty close to him, but the Expendables as well as TSM all need to make a path into the circle, and it's going to be right on top of T1 with Daytrade combining forces to try to hold this line. But the Expendables, man, these guys can absolutely pop off. If they get a knock, they will push it. But keep in mind, with TSM's position, it's made it so awkward. Neither team can move, and it's led to this mutually assured destruction situation where neither one can find a path to kind of creep their way in. But big shot coming up from Hakatori. Gonna get the knock on the salute. Is the nade gonna connect and take him out? Bounce goes a bit far, so that's gonna be at least something. Is the next one gonna connect? Will salute go down?
That is looking good to me. That's going to get the flush. Hakatori had 2 grenades. That's what he needed to finish off the big fragger from the Kwangdong Freak. Still some work to do here in defense, and still some work for Na'Vi to do to get fully into this next circle. Some danger close players in there. Suju from 17. The Freaks as well have some players. TSM doing a good job defending against the Expendables on the southern side. T1 just kind of watching those fights, just waiting to see what the results are going to be. Heaven and Bean, tons of smokes having to be expended here to keep themselves from just getting absolutely annihilated by Na'Vi. The sightlines are phenomenal on this downhill slope.
This is all contained over to the east for the time being. BB also kind of creeping up in here, but we've seen Hakatori. He spotted out one. He's got to be careful, though. There is still that 17 member off to the side. The moment he gets spotted, he could absolutely unload on a flanked position in Na'Vi. Good nade coming out from Diffex. Are we going to see anything more come from it? It looks like Freaks just having to defend another nade. It's a good follow-up, and now the Freaks in a ton of trouble.
Na'Vi has came to play, and they are just roasting teams here on this southeast corner. BB still harassing a little bit. And here goes Hakatori. Right next to Suju. Suju's gonna end him while he's trying to loot the corpse of one of his teammates. Diffix spraying into TSM. They're trying to find some entry into the next circle. Those God compounds still just barely in on the southern edge. Meanwhile, FaZe and T1 dusting up, and T1 hasn't really found much. They've got one player up. It's Type. Zenith way out in the open. He's knocked. He's likely out.
Guys at the top of the leaderboard down to 1 apiece, but VP, Twisted, TE have all fallen. TSM finding a ton of kills, might have an opportunity in this one, but Type just took so much damage. FaZe Clan now knows exactly where he is. I mean, FaZe Clan and Daytrade just have this absolutely on lock. Type is just having to creep forward. He can't even really go for shots because every single time he looks over, he's just gonna take a ton of damage. And now, even the circle unites against him. Going to shift a bit further into the north. TSM on one side, FaZe on the other, Daytrade on the high ground. How is he gonna get out of this?
Yeah, this looks like a nice game for FaZe though. If they can keep any teams from wrapping to their north, they're gonna have so much control over this western side. Don't want to take any of those solo players as Nox. Gustav and Corexi going to be spread out there to make sure that no one's going to be able to take that territory. Gumin does take Diffix down. He's been able to crawl his way underneath Daytrade's nose, find a good angle onto Diffix, but these grenades really need to connect, and Diffix on an awkward angle on that hill, they might not make it.
Just can't find it just quite yet. Getting some damage, but every point right now matters. Just 8 points separating out these two squads. Even just surviving because we're presently in 8 teams remaining. Placement points could be a major factor, but Gumin just starts to realize he wants to go for the kill point instead. Good shots onto Sosid. Gonna maneuver him away from the angle. Phil first gets the shots into Ferris from behind and provides an opportunity for Gumin.
A BB team providing cover fire unintentionally for Gumin, but Sosid with one frag grenade and a dream.
How's the roll? Somehow he survives that. And now Na'Vi has a problem in front of him. It's going to be TSM swooping in from a new angle. And if they do not right this quick enough, TSM might try to exploit.
Absolutely is an opportunity. That blue zone, though, going to flush Gumin a little bit out of position. Looks like he's just going to choose to heal through it. Going to take it, try to see if he can confuse his opponents a little bit by sticking in that position. Now you have TSM pushing up the hill, and they've wiped Na'Vi out.
9 kills and climbing for TSM. They came into this mad. Purdy Curdy at 2 and Sparking with a ton. Now shifting into a higher ground position. They should be able to spot out Human, but it is a very vulnerable peak. There's going to be a ton of teams that could get vision, but it looks like BB is very focused on what's going to be going on with Daytrade for the time being. FaZe just going to be playing the west of that. Type has managed to weather the storm and creep in. Human lines in, but Purdy Curdy shuts it down.
And Purdy Curdy's going to let him know it too. Put some shots into Gumin's body, and he's starting to feel it here. Him and Sparking, phenomenal as a duo right now. Type has survived. He has made it further into the placement points. He has a lot of work to do, though. FaZe and Daytrade keenly aware of his position. I've been seeing tons of shots coming out from both of those squads. That's the only frag he has. He's just not sure if somebody's on the other side of that hill or not, just being diligent about trying to clear some space. But there is no one really close to him because the angles that FaZe and Daytrade have means that once he goes on the outside of that hill in whatever direction, he is likely dead.
I mean, they don't need to be up close to him right now. Just look at this. They've got that entire area completely shifted. There are presently 4, 5 different players looking at him across 2 different teams. So TSM, right on that edge position that they just took from the Freaks, going to be pretty strong. Can survive for a while off of it. It's just going to be 4 Angry Men's Bobo still alive. That's going to have to find a way to sneak into the circle.
Really, this is going to come down to who can control their edge better. BB team on the north, FaZe on the west, Daytrade on the south, TSM with a duo, still a very pivotal role to play. Type has that sawed off, but just loading it, loading up those guns, getting ready, and Flash is not really interested in letting him go anywhere. Absolutely the right play here for Daytrade. Don't let that top dog team go anywhere.
But he's survived. He's at least bought some more placements off of it. So if he can get anything more, maybe even survive out Bobo, it could buy him something else. Any distance that you can get at the top of this leaderboard as it's going to get just more hot and heavy as the day goes forward is vital. And T1 doing a great job of clutching up, realizing the vulnerabilities on where we have the Freaks down, where VP is down. The new question is, can the new contenders in TSM get enough points to rival the top?
Yeah, for Type now, it's just the waiting game. But he's on the worst edge of the circle compared to Bobo, so he might not be able to survive and much longer. His 6th place might be all he gets. TSM has an edge. Everybody else pretty much in the circle other than Bobo and Type. They're the only 2 players who have anything to worry about. So it is just going to be a few extra first aids for Type. Flash looking for the point. Type though.
That's so annoying. He can see it, but he just knows he cannot get the angle in on it just quite yet. Trying to med in. Is he going to have anything else to work with? No, there you go. T1 is eliminated, but let's not forget the threat looming down in phase. 4 members up, 86 points, nipping on the heels right back behind TSM. Could manage to usurp both the Expendables and Twisted Minds both off of a good game.
Now TSM 22 points away from 1st place. They are making a phenomenal run here in this game, despite some really bad situations. Bobo, yeah, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Fex has got him down. Correxy dusting it up with BB team. Takes the worst end of that. The SLR for Gustav has BB underneath his purview, but that AWM for a doozy could be disaster for TSM.
That is a hazardous peak to say the least. See how we see the shifts coming out. You can see slowly creeping over here. BB team's back up. Has to shift away from this. They don't know exactly how the approach is going to be, but it's going to be Fex walking in, sneaking along this line. Phil First already knows, but he's going to have to go peek into it. And it's going to be a good defense coming up from Phil First. Fex going to go down. FaZe in some trouble. The circle even shifts into this direction. FaZe now has to figure out the pathing. Do they want to go for a fight in a disadvantaged situation? Gustav trying to see if he can at least get a counter knock with a nade. Not going to be able to find it. Airburst grenades going off right next to him. FaZe knows that they need to find a path into the circle. Nothing is going to be clean. BB has so much of it under control for the time being, and Phil First doing such a great job on defense.
Yeah, this is a really nice read from BB. They've got some kind of awareness that FaZe was going to be coming their way. The grenades were on point, the spray as well from Phil First, able to pre-aim, even though Fex did a ton of damage and a great reaction. Wasn't enough. FaZe going to lose that player, and they continue to try to make this wrap, but now there's going to be some damage potentially coming from Day Trade as well as they try to break apart BB's western flank.
And while this is going on, Spyro has to stay focused down into TSM's position. They know that there was a firefight going on over there. They don't know whenever the approach is going to happen. And so BB, realizing that there are so many threats that they have to contend with, Day Trade has themselves a valid good position to be playing from for the time being, and a lot of vision. But they can't really see these firefights. You can see that the way the hills are set up, so that's why they can't really join in. They managed to win the firefights down in the compounds where a ton of teams had already crashed, so they're still alive. But Spyro now spotted out too, feeds that information over. How is BB going to defend up? They have to deal with FaZe so close. They just have to commit it. It's all going to be on Spyro. He has to hold this himself.
You've got Belmoth maybe who might get involved up on the hill for Day Trade. He's on TSM duty right now. Flash harassing FaZe as they try to flank around, try to find a way to get through that valley over towards BB team to try to get into the next zone. Flash there gets a quick brief look at Corexy. Corexy, though, able to prone down. The real question is here, with only 2 smokes left, FaZe, how much further can they go before they're just cut apart between these 2 teams?
Every single angle that they want to go for just keeps getting denied. There's nothing to really work with in this low ground area. Slowly phasing out, and there you go! FaZe, man, it's just so harsh. They are absolutely in a kill box down there. Sparking does manage to creep forward a bit further. Belmoth might be able to get some plays around this with a doozy, realizing that there's an opportunity to pounce. Creeping forward, gonna be stepping in. He just saw that throw, so he has an idea on where they're gonna be at. Luzo Nate lands right on top of him. Gonna weather it for the time being. Gustav gonna use it, shift away, and I don't think that a doozy saw it, but it's gonna be Day Trade that does manage to get the information. And now, TSM, what can you do? Backs against the wall, you gotta make a big play. Running up in the open, steps in, and no, it's gonna be Birdie Curdy that goes down, as well as Parking. BB is doing a great job on defense, but now it's them and Day Trade with Thanadol so close.
A huge 4v4. Have to keep Thanadol off your backs, but they're completely corralled right now. Thanadol can hold the edge of that rock, make it so difficult for BB team to try to break out towards the center of this circle. Day Trade now all about contain, all about keeping BB from doing much more damage. Oh boy, that frag, I was worried if it went a bit further, might catch the weakened Flash, might find a huge knock here for BB team to break out into this final circle.
Belmoth playing this very off angle to defend the rest of his team, but it is so hard to go for any peeks down into that area. Spots out some, goes for some shots onto a doozy. Instead, it's just all the members for BB Team. Backs against the blue zone, slowly walking forward. A doozy, I think, might have taken some blue zone damage there. Has to be careful, steps forward, but Bill first. Best of luck, combined, put in some work. Belmoth goes down, angle now open. Nurens drop down right on the other side of this hill. Do they know that he's there? They're about to press in. They're gonna spot him, and a doozy comes up big. Now, can you follow up? Yep, they're gonna find it all. BB Team takes the game.
And that's a huge win for BB Team at the bottom of the leaderboard going into that game. They are definitely going to gain some ground. Like we mention every time, every position matters, and the BB Team fans have something to cheer about here on the last day of PGC.
The thing that draws my attention, though, is the amount of points that TSM managed to get in that game, where we saw a falter with points coming up with their guys at the top. This could get spicier as we move forward if TSM can do that a few more times.
No doubt about it. That was a great moment there from Purdy and Sparking to stay alive as long as they did, to scoop up a bunch of kills in the mid to late game to give TSM hope here. They are one good game away from that first place spot.
And TSM has wanted it so many times. Will the hope continue? Let's throw it over to Kalaris and the rest of the analysts.
I may as well repeat exactly what I said last time BB got themselves a victory. It is a textbook play coming out from BB Team on the hold, the patience, and then being able to finish things off at the very end. A spectacular showing for the boys. They were in 16th place before this, but there are still huge jump ups that you could be making in this last day to get a lot of money on the board.
You want to put money on the board, you got to do what you got to do, and that's what these guys came out. It was fun to see. Once again, our top teams go out early, open the door for other teams to climb up that leaderboard. I will say this is the second time we saw a team get a win with an AWM sort of in the sheath, right? 4AM got their win. They didn't really get any of those big shots, but I think it's the threat of knowing that it's there that keeps teams kind of back. They can't overpeak you. They can't push against you. I really like it as a defensive tactic.
Whenever I hear a boom, boom, I don't peek too much.
No.
Not even with a 3 helmet, because you know you can just get knocked, you just get thrown off. I really love this ending though. Such a cool area to have this played out, and how the teams were playing around that high ground, taking advantage of the terrain was, yeah, it played out really cool. And BB, they were able to shut it down. Even getting out of the compound is hard, but they were able to do that in a magnificent way. And you know, get 1 or 2 guys out early, then have one of them cover, and they can play uphill, making sure they were the last team to get in from the northern side.
What a war this
right.
was.
How much was invested for the life of human? Yeah. Also, shout out to the jump scares in this game. Snakers had to have had a heart attack. Hakatori had a heart attack. The amount of times that a player thought, oh, everything is safe, and it never was.
The trigger discipline of example, when Perfectix was knocked, I thought, wow, there's no way he's not going to jump out and try and go for that attempted defense of that position. But no, I mean, he came out and obviously was able to shut that down. It didn't quite go Batulin's and the boys' way in the end there for Twisted Minds, Martin, but yeah, it was interesting.
I'm assuming that he's thinking, okay, I'm going to strike at a time where I'm minimum getting 2 points.
Yep.
Right?
Correct, yeah.
And he managed to do so. He managed to get 2 points. He was kind of locked in a situation, and even in this circle here, where it kind of went and how far it went away from him, it was a hard circle to play no matter what. But they're still thinking, this is somewhat of a home turf circle for Twisted Minds. They could have gotten more points out of this, but they got locked in. They lost example to that situation, then got pressured from so many other teams because other teams know they're a threat.
Yeah.
They had to shut them down, but yeah, again, a lot of teams, they go out early.
Yeah.
And the teams at the very bottom that we have had last 2 days, they got points, and that's important.
So as far as the example play goes, you know, well, you could see what happened. Snakers had the lockdown. His team said we need to crash, but he has to go down.
Right.
He made the push. He got it. And Flood, to be honest, hit an insane, like, two-tap flick there to make sure that he went down. If that hadn't happened, I think example holds that second story and would possibly crash into the distance. So beautiful play by Flood to make that happen. It was nice to see a little bit of something out of the Falcons.
So many teams that got so far in this game with a lot of points as well. I want to stick with you, Toffees, for a second, because TSM was initially on the defense and then eventually on the sweep, and they got tons of kills off this 10.
It's the second time we see him doing this. TSM came to play. They know what's at stake. 10 kills out of really not a lot that was working for him. We saw him get kind of stuck with that T1 turnaround. Expendables gave him trouble. They were scrappy through the whole thing, and that's what I love about TSM. That's why they've been consistent all year long. They keep their headspace even keeled, and they're not afraid of taking those scraps and getting every single point they can out of these matches. There was a brief moment where I was like, man, if they could somehow convert this into a win, all of a sudden we got even more teams in this big race, because I think that takes them up to, what, 97 right now?
Oh, they're close.
Yeah, they're going to be super close. And again, this, for them, until they lost 2 players, this felt like a game they could win. That's definitely the mentality going into it. But then once you're able, you go down to 2, it's a salvage game. And once you're able to get that many points out of it, that's huge. But BB team takes it home. They're able to get 7 kills with it, with the kill and the chicken dinner here. That's huge. 17 points. Again, at the bottom. But they are pushing. They are making a little bit of a difference. And with one more decent game, or the rest of the day being better, it could mean that they could get way more of that prize pool.
Glass half full, glass half full.
Yes, yes.
No luck required. Mr. Vesterlock will be the man of the match for this one. Here again, it's kind of it's a smaller chicken dinner, not a huge amount of kills coming in from this. But again, it's that patient BB kind of edge style to eventually be able to strike towards the very, very late game. At the same time, though, you're looking at this circle and how it's unfolding.
Yeah.
Day Trade is in a strong spot to be able to defend the position. FaZe is in a strong spot. Those 2 teams both get themselves double-digit points on the board too.
Right.
And then it turns into what, I mean, honestly, what a fun final circle. When we got to that section where there was about 5 teams left, it was honestly kind of fair for everybody to play through those end games, and in the 4v4. If there's a staple of this event, those final circles have been tons of fun. But let's take a look at this bad boy.
The total leaderboard, and I must say, I wonder if you guys agree with me, just 2 games in, the doors have been blown off, because it really is nowhere near as certain as it was yesterday.
100% agree. The 16 points from 7th down to 8th, that's really you need a big game before you catch up to the top 7. But for everyone in the top 7, if they're able to stop T1 still, if they're able to kind of hold a little bit of a break on Freaks, it's still so possible. It's not a 3-horse race at the moment. The other 9 teams from 8th down to 16th right now. One big game jumps you thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yeah. The Expectables love to take fights. They're climbing. FaZe, it's Sunday. Watch out. Things could get nuts. TSM says, I'm not letting Twisted Minds catch us, and they have been absolutely grinding. Twisted Minds got more aggressive in that last game. We saw Example going out and taking some risks on those moments. I think those teams, like we said at the start of the day, you were like, they gotta take some, they gotta get out there and make those moves early. I love that they've done it, and if I'm KDF and I'm T1, I'm actually a little shook right now, because they are not getting anywhere near their averages after these first 2 games.
It's definitely feeling like all the other teams, they are super aware of kill feeding right now.
Yeah.
You need to make sure and be aware, okay, this team, they're in the hunt. This team, they're in the lead. We are focusing them, we're third-partying them, we're making sure that they don't run away with it, because it's been happening so much before, right? We've seen teams 2 or 3 games left, they have so many points. They don't want that to happen. They want to still have a possibility of themselves taking home the win.
I think Human's situation is everybody went to kill him once they figured out that his team was laying there. It was what? Exactly.
Yeah, just shut them down and see how it goes, because we're just 2 games in after the Dusty Dunes. We have huge new contenders trying to challenge for the throne. We won't have it any other way. Everybody in the crowd, stick around. We're going to have a little lucky draw for the raffle going on, but here on the desk, we're going to go to a short break. When we return, as if we were not already going to throw more curveballs at these teams, it's time for the wild card maps. We'll see you in a few.
else but you. Sanhok is a destructible map. A rebalance to the SMG lineup. And solo play for the Win Streak Showdown. All this and more as we dive into the Update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos. Because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, Ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Falcons coming apart at the seams right now. That push not working for Will. And now Sonic's position is massive. It's going to be done.
They are your PUBG Esports World Cup champions, Sonic!
Esports World Cup is back, baby, and PUBG is going to be there. I cannot wait.
Oh, it's so exciting to have that event again. What an incredible event it was with the Sonics coming through with a huge win. Not here in this grand finals, of course, but still a lot to play for all these teams. It has been incredible so far today. This leaderboard is incredibly tight, Matrim.
This is so close. We actually had a chance to catch Sparking right before we came in. He said something that I think is exactly cements in how this is going. This is either going to be the VOD that I watch for the rest of my life or never again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everybody has an opportunity, it feels like now. Neither T1 or the Freaks have really pulled away with this thing. So there's a door open. The chance to step through it, to find greatness, to find that PGC title here is definitely still in the cards for so many teams in this lobby.
It's a mental game right now. You cannot break. You have to deal with whatever is being thrown at you, and we've seen the guys at the top. They found a couple of points here or there, but nobody has really just taken off just quite yet. So could we see the likes of TSM maybe step in there? The Expendables keep dancing around a big game in and of themselves.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, everybody here can sense that pressure. You can feel it in the atmosphere. You can see the way the teams are playing. There's a little more caution being played so far. Teams are trying to make that best move possible to get those wins.
Well, it is time. We are cemented in. It's time to move into our wildcard maps. It is time to Takeo. Okay, plane path going to be pretty interesting as we are going right over the channel in between everything. This could go either way. We could end up in the northwest, we could stay on the mainland, and there is a ton of interesting ways that this circle could play.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty fair as far as plane paths go here on this map. So kind of looking towards these teams to see how they're going to navigate, how they're going to find that first circle for themselves. And where are we going to go? No idea what to expect. Navi's been our best team so far on Taego, but the Kwangdong Freaks, this is where they've been doing a lot of their damage here on our wild card maps of Taego and Rondo. This could be their moment to step up and run away with this event.
Man, and Navi has been playing so clean today, but it just feels so late. I mean, any climb that they manage to do is going to be big for them, but they were a contender that we were talking about so long. We saw a massive rise for a lot of squads, though, yesterday. They could be usurping a ton of points away from the guys at the top of the leaderboard and just keeping this neck and neck.
Absolutely. I mean, that's exactly what's been happening so far today. And nobody has found that big game, that breakout moment to really try to secure the championship before we get into these last couple of maps. So this is shaping up to be one of the best finishes we've had at PGC in history. Can't wait to see what we are going to do, and it is going to go north. We are going up to the island.
At least there's no game, no 50-50. Teams know how this goes, but notice right in the middle of all of this, it is going to be the Freaks, Godok, their drop. Lots to play around, lots of opportunities to move in early, but let's not forget T1, Yongchuan. It's going to be their home territory. We've seen them play well for them time and time again, but FaZe also made it in the later stage of the game, managing to put up some pretty decent points, all considered, given the fact that they were having to navigate a very heavily controlled circle. Now they have an opportunity. First strike on position.
Yeah, they're definitely within spitting distance of climbing the leaderboard, of getting to the top. It is possible. We have seen it before. We have seen it in the grand finals. Everybody's going to be remembering that 2022 PGC, what Navi was able to accomplish on that day. And everybody's going to be thinking about that. They're going to be talking about that. They're going to want to be that next team that steps up on the grand finals and claims a title when it seemed like all hope was lost.
If the guys at the top keep faltering and only picking up 5-6 points, one big game from everybody down into FaZe, they could shoot up there, they can start contesting, and then we know the momentum. That was the whole premise of what we saw going on in the Circuit Series. Can you ride that big game and do it again and just really start cementing your authority on everyone?
Exactly. I mean, you're talking 26 points from the Expendables, 28 points from FaZe. That is doable. That is potentially one game. If you have a huge game and the team at the top doesn't get any points, but that's possible. Things happen like that.
Just play as good as Luna Galaxy, right?
Exactly.
Well, we got ourselves an interview with SoSaid. Let them know how we're doing.
Hi guys, I'm here standing with Navi SoSaid to ask him about that crazy game. The last 2 days didn't go in your favor, but today was a new day. What was the mindset that changed everything for you today?
To be honest, we changed nothing, just playing the game. We want to maximize our points for today, just doing our maximum. We want to play some wipe games, and so.
So it was just like a let's go mindset.
Yeah, it's all.
Alright, that is Navi SoSaid, and let's go back to Taego.
Well, that just goes back to what we're talking about. Mental. That is what everybody is playing against right now. Yeah, the opponents are big, they're strong, they're scary, but really, you have to make sure that you're not fighting against yourself, and you know that you have the opportunity and you can exploit it.
Well, this is what I was just looking at on the map, is the Freaks had spread out very wide out of Godok, and it's an immediate abandonment of this position for them, and that is definitely the wiser decision for the Kwangdong Freaks. I mean, they're going to have complete control over this space potentially. Now maybe they have a little bit of buffer in the Falcons as well to keep teams from the south from getting too far ahead of them. They do have another player flanked out way to the north. That's Heaven with T1 driving in that direction. So our top two teams, our Korean teams, maybe scuffling a little bit. We'll see.
And this is interesting because we've seen time and time again the Freaks really like doing this 2-2 split that is exploitable in earlier stages. So well-read coming up from the Falcons. They're going to run in. And now a dust-up between number 1 and number 2. Just a couple of shots exchanged, but Heaven, can he survive in this point for long enough? Reinforcements for T1 are so close. If we see them realize that he is by himself, they might go for it, but no. It's too early. They don't want to risk it. Instead, shift into the north.
Yeah, Ian has been so clean with those DMRs in this event, and he almost made the Freaks pay. Heaven there, just barely able to get off of that awning, find himself some level of safety. And T1 is actually going to peel off of this, maybe set up a 2-2 split of their own, it looks like. That's an emergency pickup, they're losing players! Sparking gets CP on, looking for some more.
TSM wants it, they are so hungry, they were waiting for this. they pick up at least one. And 4 Angry Men, man, they cannot find a game to start with 4 players.
And it's a big smile and a bit of a laugh coming out from Sparking there. I mean, we talked about it in that last game. This may be the moment for him and for TSM. Greatness awaits. Can they capitalize? They are oh so close, but 4 AM will get away with 3 members left, but just by the skin of their teeth.
And I love this from TSM because there's a joke that's been running around for so long, you know, that Purdy Curdy is essentially Teflon and just bounces off circles. So there's no way that they're ever going to go near him. Well, if that always happens, you know, other people could have that issue as well. So why not just stop over, see if you can pick up somebody on emergency pickup? At least one more point that you can find out of it before you make your rotate.
Still though, I mean, what a tremendous job that he has been able to do throughout his career. And, you know, he said it at the beginning of this event in the interviews that he just wants that trophy. He just wants that championship. The one thing that's eluded him for oh so long. ACLEF in a similar boat, you know, looking for, he's gotten PCS wins, yes, in Asia during that era when we had COVID and when we were playing online. He has those moments, but he hasn't been able to win at these international lands. So for ACLEF, another player that had been looking for that, obviously not going to be the case here in this event. They're seemingly too far out of it. I guess you never know, but anything can happen. But he has been so tremendous throughout his entire career.
Going to be landing up over here. We can see that with the drops coming in, Petrichor Road, very close to Twisted Minds, playing very far into the north. They've got T1 just to the south of them in one position, but they also have TE on the opposing side from Petrichor Road. So a lot of our big leaders on this board have themselves positions to strike from. Maybe finally finding a good game. Can they cement a position to really start taking control of the top of the leaderboard? Maybe Tego can provide it.
I'm just kind of curious about the Freaks, for example. They fanned out again wide along the middle of Godok, trying to make sure that if this circle goes north or south, they have some kind of pivot point to work with. Twisted Minds way up on the northern coast themselves, but FaZe and Fex potentially something to consider. They probably saw those players coming down, so Fex just going to keep his position hidden by this rock.
The Welsh Warrior himself lined in right back behind God V, seeing if he can pounce at any moment, at least feeding the information over. You can see James kind of counter moving around this one. Even Duck Juice wants to get involved, as a lot of people were eyeing everybody on to approach in this position, and this very weakened 4 Angry Men in some trouble. And Vex steps up, gets an easy knock. Flush should be coming. There's a bit of a race that's going to be happening on who should be able to pick it up, but I think it's going to be FaZe. With those shots, though, notice Duck Juice realizes there's an opportunity. Maybe he can pounce on FaZe.
He's thinking about it. He's definitely considering, but he peels back just a little bit. He knows that if he overextends, it's going to be tough for him to get a flush over that ridge line. So he really can't do too much. Just looking to see if there was any more damage, any more fighting. Nothing did occur. TSM on the move, on their vehicles, going to be coming in very late to this circle, but that's kind of what they do. They're so good on those edges. They're so good at taking those fights. That's what has often led to some of these big point games that they've been able to accrue during PGC. Sparking just going to be going past the shipyard. They're a little bit outside of the circle, but not too far at all. So a little bit of blue damage isn't going to matter, and we can see on the map that they have a ton of space on this eastern edge to work with.
Yeah, finally finding some comfort in approach as VP, I believe, is in a glider, just kind of scouting along the coastline very far up into the north. Might spot out Twisted, but the circle, with the way that it lined in, everybody pretty much maneuvered into what they wanted quite quickly. Godok being the center is kind of interesting, though, because we pretty much have all the major points of interest in play. We have seen the circles lean more into that area just south of Army Base, but with the way that the circle's set, that's going to require a eastern hard shift and eastern hard shift, and can't count it out. We've seen a lot of hard shifts, but I feel like we are finally stepping away from that mountainside.
Maybe. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, it feels like hard shifts have been slowing down potentially, although in the first game, of course, we had quite a few, but after that, the second game was very fair. A lot of central shifts. VP going to be one of the teams that maybe TSM bumps into. They're outside of the Army bases. And we have the players from TSM just sneaking their way through. And we are going to go west. A little bit of a hard shift, not too much. Doesn't keep much water in it at all. So for now, VP going to get on their horses. They've got a couple players, or they've got one player, I think Dixie in a glider, out over the ocean doing a little bit of scouting. Looks like it's going to be kind of an outside-in play from Virtus Pro.
There's a lot of very interesting areas of play along the coastline, specifically in that northwestern area around Wolsong. A very nice hillside that they might opt into playing from. Wolsong also does have TE that is going to be playing around for the time being. No one wanting to make the commitment into any city just quite yet. Instead, it's going to be along the hillside. It's going to be just northwest. Go down. Oh, what? Big shots coming up from Flood. Going to go ahead and get the knock, and Zakraken just goes down. Heaven didn't have an opportunity to respond, so runs over his own teammate and takes him out.
That is insane stuff from Flood. Not easy to get those shots like that. Really nice play from him, and Luna maybe going to have to settle up towards this northwestern edge of Kodok.
A couple of people could maybe say that Flu DD is pretty sick.
That Flu DD, pretty good. I'm a big fan.
All right, so Luna Galaxy, no options, has to stop off. They're going to be right next to 17 on the outskirts of Godok. Meanwhile, EF going to be creeping in right down behind them. Should be able to find a stop-off point to work from. TE still owns a ton of this circle, so we'll have to see how that holds up for the time being. Petrichor Road, Twisted Minds all up on top of each other on that hillside that 17's trying to exploit, as we do have Zhao Wu trying to land in. A couple of shots already kind of connecting, trying to juke through them, and narrowly creeping down does use the trees to break the sight line.
Still, FaZe is in that position, not too far away from this hill. So Fex going to be seeing and hearing some of this driving. Some shots ringing out towards 17 for Angry Men. Last two players alive for them, trying to do some kind of damage, trying to get some kind of points here today. It's been quite a struggle. They've been suffering early at the hands of TSM on Miramar. And this time again, from TSM early, it's done a really good job of picking those points up. That's been a part of their game plan today. Find those points early, try to use that to capitalize, try to find some momentum. Big knocks here onto Luna.
Eternal Fire never met a fight that they don't like at this stage, so stepping in, already aware that they've got the momentum in their favor. Blue Zone 8 is going to slow down everything. No good sight lines to work with, so they can't stop the res just quite yet, but following in, right back behind it, Poses trying to defend, tries to at least shoo away, keep everybody off of his teammates, but really not a lot of time to work with. Ruin just dancing around the outside of this one, realizing that there's a couple of threats, shifts away from it, now should have a good peek back around, but already red. Look at this, the breach coming in from TSM. Beamy takes down Sparking, but it's going to be the rest of TSM that runs in, kicks down Beamy.
And now they can maybe set up to try to go for this res, or maybe get the knock onto a Bees up with the grenade a little bit. Far out, Halo hit the big shot with the Dragonov!
Talked about mental, TSM. Do you have it in you? You're picking up points already at 3. Most of the people that have already fallen have fallen to TSM's hands. They have a path, they have an opportunity, but it's going to be Twisted Minds, VP, and Petrichor Road all right on top of them.
And now with Twisted Minds ahead of you, you've got to be keenly aware of the leaderboard as Twisted Minds, but they're very spread out. It's a 2-2, very wide split for them, so it's kind of tough for them to really engage on this, just looking for third-party opportunities. Back over to this fight, grenade damage splashing out between Eternal Fire and Luna. Luna has another knock, it's Posa this time. The Molly going to be thrown in, but Haven up on the high ground. Vinny around the outside takes out the bad, can't quite get the flush.
Hose it down means the fact that their center point's a lot harder to work around for the time being. Nade's prepped. Looks like he's just going to go ahead and use the down member as a bait. Nade does connect in for some damage. Doesn't get the flush just quite yet. Stepping into smokes, no fear. Vinny's just going to go ahead and throw it long. Has to be careful, but look at the committal res coming in from Eternal Fire. They know that they need to secure this. They need to keep that member up. Blue Zone Nade's going to come in, but narrowly, it's going to be Eternal Fire that gets away.
Yeah, this has been a very long, protracted fight inside of this city. Both teams trying to leapfrog their way through each other. Cutpa making sure that nobody from Luna was going to be able to get that res onto Posa. Posa does bleed out. Point goes over to Eternal Fire. Luna, though, 2 players up, wanting to hold the line as best as they can.
Mad's about to go for a peek, but narrowly misses what's going on with Luna Galaxy on the opposing side of it. Both teams know that they need to make an insert, but quite spots out on the outside. Code Marco follows up, gets some damage, and there you go. Luna Galaxy is out. Meanwhile, up into the north, TSM have regrouped, still following in back behind VP's position. If anything, TSM getting those 2 members down on VP not only give them points, but also means that they're in touching distance of VP, only 4 points apart.
Yeah, certainly they're trailing VP, very much watching them, seeing if they can steal any more points away. Twisted Minds trying to find some way to regroup now, as Perfectix left on his lonesome. You do have a couple Guangdong Freak players here, really close to T1, but the other 2 very far away right now, outside of this. Type trying to make a wide wrap, but you still have TSM up on the northern edge.
Yeah, this is just going to give you a lot of threats that you have to contend with over here. TSM, I think, tried to send it down into position, but Twisted, while they left Perfectix behind over here, they have multiple members that are right on the outskirts of Wolsong. So with this, they've managed to defend up, force TSM away, but TSM looks like they're going to go ahead and shift into that hillside. That might provide T1 an opportunity to get away from the death trap that was being set up, where we saw Freaks and Petrichor Road all having just great positions.
Yeah, there might be an opportunity for them to cut along the eastern side of Wolsung, but right now the edges of Wolsung have been fortified by Twisted Minds. VP is kind of looking for a bit more of a safe play. They've gone deep into the compounds inside of Wolsung proper. They're not looking to play any dangerous games out towards the gatekeeping positions. TSM gonna get up on the high ground, gonna get some information, maybe a little bit of blue damage here or there. Not that big of a deal at this phase in the game, but this is a really nice starting point for TSM to work with.
Well, they have to be careful. T1 is getting hurted on the same path. Twisted already taking shots at them. They're going to be roaming into the exact same position at any moment. Petrichor Road also should start getting a bit more vision on what's going to be going on with the Freaks just down below. Sparking reads the fact that T1 is going to be coming in. He needs to defend up for his team. It looks like T1 does get an inside track. They are gatekeeping out, but there's a bit of this area that is going to be where TSM can play from. Perfectix uses this opportunity, comes in back behind T1. He might have a chance to regroup, but instead going to stop off, maybe realizing a couple of shots back behind what's going on with T1.
Yeah, this is really dangerous for T1 right now. It's a good firing line for TSM, and with Twisted Minds not too far out, Perfectix could do some damage into their backside, but right now all attention being paid to that hill that TSM has taken. The Freaks now following right behind 17, using them as a bit of a shield to try to make their way into this next circle.
Where are they going to go? Bullets now being exchanged between the two, pathing in. There's not a lot to be had off of it, so you can see a bit of damage coming out, but not enough. Finally getting a bit more scary. Falcon's going to be defending on one side of it. They're going to actually lean into the 17 side of this, get some damage out. Salute rolling through right on top of this one, has got to be careful. Na'Vi realize, in fact, they've got a lot of threats on top of them as well. Freaks, not a lot of options to go for. 17 Gaming is going to get eliminated.
Oh no!
But no! Jumps out right up in front. Dipvex just picks that one up for free.
Oh, the Freaks are trying to find some kind of safety. They didn't want to stop in the field. They realized that they were going to be sitting ducks, so it's a scramble to get into a position where they aren't going to take any damage. They get two in there. Salute, Gyumin have been tremendous so far in these grand finals. They have been popping up. They have been putting up huge damage, but they're going to need to come up even bigger for the Kwangdong Freaks.
Exlef still continuing the defense of that hillside. They've got 4 angry men right underneath of them, but it's going to be Twisted Minds in that 2-2 split, so strong. Petrichor Road, not a lot of options to really deal with the defensive lines. We've seen Twisted forcing multiple teams away from the angle of approach that Petrichor Road is going to be going from, but Exlef, is he just built that different that he can find a way through? But EN creeping up over here on this angle. Luke's going to be defending it. This is essentially a 1v1 for the time being. The rest of T1 coming up back behind him.
This is a huge moment for both of these teams. If Luke can get out of here, okay, but if EN could have spotted him out in time, could have picked up a point, could have thwarted one of those attempts from a danger team behind him. Instead, EN cautiously working up there. A little bit of grenade damage. HS, though, strikes. Some are down. Petrichor Road in a bit of trouble. That's another player raining from afar. Chewy's going to step up, take down HS. Bobo trying to get in there, trying to save his teammate. He's got a great firing angle. He's got one more out in the blue to deal with, and he's got it!
4 angry men find some points, and that's going to feel better, but Bobo near on no life. Can he time that well enough? I think it should be okay. There we go. But now you have to walk right down into Twisted Mind sight lines, and that is going to be a hard solo push.
For T1 now, you have to fan out along this mountainside outside of Wolsung. Try to find an exit point if it shifts away from the city. Try to find an entry point if it shifts into the city. Na'Vi continues that reign of destruction. The replay here. Disaster for 17. Little Ghost in shambles. Things not going the way they wanted here in this grand finals. Down to 15th place currently for 17.
VP in the center of this as the circle now pops. Wolsong, the key component of it. Twisted, they're playing on the outskirts of it, still trying control over there to take out Bobo, but you can see the T is going to have to make a shift in. There's going to be very few options. Phase right up on top of him. BB as well. Na'Vi at least already have a foothold in, so should be able to regroup pretty cleanly. T1 can kind of creep down that hillside, but it's going to be difficult depending on the sight lines that TSM opts into using.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Matt. It's tricky here for T1. They have to identify which of the buildings are going to be open if they want to set up in Wolsong. They might be able to get some cars on the outside of the city set up for a rotation path around or something like that if it does shift away. Otherwise, they might have to fight tooth and nail to get through the city proper. We do have BB team looking down towards the Falcons. Flash out behind him, but I think he's been spotted by FaZe of all people. So BB, A-OK, Flash goes down to the blue.
Oh, this is going to be very hazardous for FaZe. With BB's position, they can't really leave. They're just trying to go for some points. FaZe can't really find the sight lines in that they want. TE can't really maneuver either. So now it's going to be on T1, spotting out EF, making their approach to see if they can pick up at least one more off of it. You can see that angle is very hard to hold. The rest of T1 also flanking over here. TSM is going to get some vision on the vehicles, but can't quite get enough to get a knock.
You gotta be a little bit careful with this angle. Twisted Minds might have some vision into that. BB team rolling up behind, but Sauced takes down one. Spiral gone, the rest driving in, trying to find something. They have the edge of the field, but the grenades could be devastating here from Na'Vi.
Oh, how's that bounce gonna go? It goes right into the middle of them. Can they read it? Narrowly surviving. Best of Luck takes a ton of damage. Smokes now starting to plume, but slow creeping forward. Best of Luck also holding on to life for the time being. Eternal Fire does get eliminated, but nades from Na'Vi just keep going a bit too far. Blue Zone now starting to come in, make it more complicated. No, that's a big toss. So said finally cements in, and with this Na'Vi starts to creep forward, but no! It's going to be BB going down. Na'Vi in some trouble. They've got a ton of kills, but they're going to be walking into an absolute kill fiesta.
Yeah, and there is a little bit of control that the Kwangdong Freaks have been having in that position. T1 did pick up some kills, but they lost some members along the way. They're able to get into some compounds, but how much further can they go? Just 2 players left, 3 kills. Not exactly the way that T1 wanted to kick off this map, trying to climb, trying to keep the other teams away from them on the leaderboard, but so far they really haven't been able to gain much ground.
Every single team in our top 5 holds down Wolsong right now, while everybody else is just fighting on the outskirts. This is going to come down to a big firefight to cement positions on this leaderboard where it has been neck and neck. Who can clutch up? Who can find the big plays when they need to? It feels like with the momentum that we can see coming out on the side of this, Twisted has a lot of opportunities to pick up kills. Everything's going to be in the south. TSM is not going to be able to find them, but the Freaks, while they are weakened, they can get some shots out of this one. FaZe, can you navigate? You got some crates, maybe something else that you can try to find to exploit, to creep in, but let's not forget, TE still got a ton of members up, and they've got a hillside already inside the circle.
This could be a huge game for Twisted Minds. They're going to be able to control one of the edges of Wolsong, could be able to rain down on the other teams that are trying to come in and out of the city or around it. Na'Vi, Hakatori has to go back behind the rock. This is not easy, to say the least, for Na'Vi. The Freaks, though, trying to use this opportunity to gain a little bit of ground, gain a little bit of space into this next circle, find themselves a position on the edge of the city to work from. There is going to be that Panzer. That salute is going to be packing. Could be disastrous for a team if they crash into them.
FaZe does opt into going to the crates, so at least some cover in that hillside going to provide something. Na'Vi is making a statement. They're climbing up this leaderboard so fast, now just 10 points back behind TE. Can they manage to make it? Can they find the big game yet again? Because they are going to be doing it, fighting tooth and nail. FaZe already reading the fact that Falcons are over here. Nades go a bit too far, so Falcons just play away from it. They still have the safety of that bit of a ravine, that ledge going down from the road for safety, but no, nade upon nade just goes too far for FaZe.
Here come the Expendables, though, setting up some smokes, trying to see if they can take an angle into this fight. They've already gotten 1 knock onto FaZe, looking to do some more damage. It's actually Nixie from VP who finds Fex. He's going to claim that point for Virtus Pro. With only 2 players up, every point here so valuable for these teams.
They've got the center position, but that means that they've also got a lot of focus. They can try to cement in. They can try to find something to survive. That nade rolls really good, but is going to be enough. Gene's doing a great job. Does get the knock on Sosa, trying to buy some more face. That means that finally Falcons are going to go down with this. That gives Na'Vi a new position to kind of shift in and can continue to harass the space positioning.
The Expendables have a bunch of level 3 gear, an AWM for Tomvu, the Mark 14 for Clories. They have an opportunity to really destroy every team on this edge. They've got the hill, they've got the downward slope to work with potentially as well. FaZe trying to use this hillside along the road to snake their way through. Na'Vi having a tough time finding an opportunity to do more damage.
So with this, Gustav just leads the way, going to be walking right into it, but Calorius is going to be able to pump in a ton of damage. Hakatori manages to steal one away. Phyrexia on the outside, he's going to go down, so there's our first contender on approach now down. Kwangdong Freaks realizing the fact that there is a moment to pounce, trying to get the nades into Na'Vi's position, but all ending up a bit too short.
Yeah, Guangdong Freaks would love to stop Navi's run. They are getting really hot. They are starting to be a force to be reckoned with in this lobby. Hakatori looking to go for that first aid, is going to get it off. Gyumin as well gets his going. Still the Panzers in play for the Freaks as they look to control any teams that might be attempting to backstab them. Right now, no danger, but it's smart to be aware, smart to expect snakes in the grass.
Navi is just fighting so scrappy. Tooth and just fighting everything that they can get on this one. So many points, finding kill upon kill. No fear coming out from these guys, but it's going to be another shift away from Navi. Can they fight in yet again as they're going to be walking into the sight lines that VP just absolutely decimated FaZe with?
It's a big knock here for Virtus Pro. The grenade is out, looking for the flush. Can't get it in the window, so Alo crawling down. Maybe A-OK. The other one bounces outside, so Alo going to be safe for now, but all eyes, I think, on Navi. Finally, Clory steps in, knocks Hakatori down. They had 12 kills in this. Can they get any further?
Oh, this is going to be so hard. That angle is so strong. The Expendables have so much work that they can put into the side of Navi. Meanwhile, everything is just cementing in. More strength, more capabilities. No one wanting to relent just quite yet. Sparking now maneuvering down into the lower areas, trying to defend up for his squad. Remember, they came in from the north. They didn't get involved in a lot of these firefights, so they've got a bit more fresh positioning that they can play from. They really want to keep Alo up and alive, so they're making the commitment in, and it's going to be Pretty Curdy that does find him.
Yeah, that's a big res there coming through for TSM. 4 up going into this late game. They could be one of the squads that can contest with Twisted Minds, the team that is right behind them on the leaderboard to keep them off their backs. Salute steps out, 3x spray, does some damage, but can't find the knock.
No kills just quite yet for the Freaks. That means that T1 has crept a bit further away. TE gonna go ahead, make a committed run right down on top of Twisted Minds. Jumps up, Duck Juice gets the knock onto Batulins, and this finds an opportunity. T1 also trying to backstab on the side of it. Type wants to go for some shots, but can't quite clear it up. TSM though, they find it. Alo gets the knock onto Ian.
The smokes do come down. T1 might be able to reset. Not sure if the grenades are going to get there. The Expendables, though, have found an opportunity to maybe break this game open, to take Twisted Minds down, climb the leaderboard themselves. Perfectix finding some good damage. Lou trying to hold the angle. Him and Perfectix going to be on guard duty. More TE players crashing in.
Tanvu wants to join the party, and it is hard to navigate right now. Giselle Example playing away from this, making sure that he can defend the sightlines for it. Calories got to be careful. If he steps into this one, it could be a big issue. Ian now down, Sparking manages to line in, so that really means that nobody from T1 can jump into this just quite yet. A lot of shifted positions. This firefight's drawing so much attention, but Twisted doing such a great job, still holding on to life. It is just everything being focused into them right now, and somehow they are weathering the storm.
TE trying to use the roofs to find some kind of advantage in this fight, because right now Twisted Minds defense is immaculate. Gyumin does go down for the Guangdong Freaks. Yes, they're going to get placement points, but no kills just yet. He's going to just have to try to wait this out as long as he can. Looking for some damage. Example finds a headshot onto Solsed. He is down. Navi on the outside looking into this next circle.
Twisted once kills. There's still 7 teams alive. They need points so desperately. They want to catch up to TSM, but TSM's playing from such a good position from back behind this one. T1 has shifted it, kind of holding them out for the time being. Freaks go down. So here's the first opportunity. Finally, somebody in the top 5 goes down.
Dude, Alo has been rocking and rolling with that Dragunov. He has been sitting players down with it. Duck Juice around the outside. TSM now trying to make a move. VP a couple players ahead of them. They're wrapping around. They're trying to come from a couple different angles. The issue is Navi still not fully dealt with. Yes, the Expendables have paused to kind of take a look at some of these outside fights, but Nixie is going to finish the job. Navi eliminated, but still they are on the warpath today.
That is an absolutely insane game from them. They're not going to be too sad about it. They wish they could have gone further. Can see VP still clinging to life. Right now, presently in second, has usurped the Freaks position. Wants to continue to hold down this, but there's so many teams. They're now starting to shift in focus. TSM wants to approach, and you know that TSM has been paying attention to how the knocks have been coming. Can they assault in? Starting to step around off this. Nixie narrowly surviving away from those 2 blue zone nades, but Glory's got some vision. Backside pops. Lucarux taking some damage already, while it's going to be TSM slow, steadily. Finally going to stop off. Look at that. Shifts in. Has to stop off. Nixie still holding this angle is so hazardous.
Well, they did a good job early of kind of separating these players, but they haven't been able to find any knocks, any significant damage. We can see Lucarux has that pumped shotgun available. That's going to make things very, very dangerous right now for TSM.
Here they go. They're making the push in. A bit of assistance up on top. Lucarux got the shotty ready. Tries to go, but no, it's going to be Airlucan. Benixi up on top. Gets the knock on a Purdy Curdy. Picks up a flush as well. Wants to try to defend in, but his position is now revealed. He's going to go down.
TSM, you only lose one for this push. That's not that bad. Finally, TE is starting to crumble underneath this defense that Twisted Minds has erected. Tanvu trying to find an edge on the outside. Chloe's still on the roof looking for the ability to get something done. Tanvu just holding the angle. A big rock, a big grenade, a big knock from Tanvu in response.
2 members down. He's got to have the play of his life right now. Kalori's under a lot of duress up on top. It's going to be TSM that wants a piece of it. Type also finding an opportunity. And he gets some kills. This guy's been clinging to life over here for so long, and he wants it. This guy can be absolutely explosive. He shifts in. TSM comes in. Everything coming down to this firefight on the compound.
This is going to be insane. The center dot not too far off of the compound proper. Chloris comes in, picks up some kills. Twisted Minds in shambles.
Oh, this is so hard to navigate at this stage. You have to think that TSM, with multiple members still up, has some advantages, but it is so neck and neck. T1 finally goes down. Example, finding some kills out of this at this stage is so pivotal for them. They're climbing up slowly. Example finds Sparking. That is big. That is going to stop TSM in their tracks.
This is huge. Example, the best player in the world right now, trying to hold on. Luke 12 wanting to make sure that the Expendables aren't going to be able to play a role in this fight. Chloe's gone. Chloe's out. 1 player left here for TE, 1 for Twisted. TSM, 2 up on the roof, looking to maybe get the res.
Oh, any numbers advantage in this would be massive. Tanvu just down below it. Shotguns now starting to come out. Example has been defending this lower ground position for so long. Gonna get the shots in. That's gonna be Tanvu eliminated. Now Example has to deal with everybody from TSM. TSM wants that second place position, presently tied up with VP. Example, can you make the miracle play happen? No! It's gonna be Sparking. TSM on the climb.
Sparking told us before this game, 1 big win, and they are right back in this. And they certainly have done that. A huge game for TSM.
That was so hard to deal with. Remember, they wrapped in all the way up from the north. Wolf Song managing to cement a moment for TSM.
What a finish. What an exciting game we had there. So many teams scrapping it out towards the end. Twisted Minds getting big points. TSM, T1's Type holding on to dear life to get a few extra for his squad as well.
I mean, we were talking about the mental capabilities of what a squad so new as T1 can do, but Type managing to have mental fortitude galore, finding some opportunities for his team, at least buying some placement points off of that, finding a kill here or there, so big. But TSM, you now have the ball in your court. What can you do with it?
A blinder of a game, rapturous applause. TSM with the victory, now making it towards the top pack. They've been so consistent throughout 2024, and they're here once again to show us that they're challenging for the World Championship.
Woo! From the windows to the wall song as they come out, play that from the north side all the way through. They battled to kill T1. They fought their way into the end game. Sparking said, we just need 1, and they have been grinding all day today. This is going to put them in the top 3, and they deserve it. They have been like hustling. They've been hustling the way T1 was hustling yesterday in terms of looking for those fights constantly.
If anything, this is Purdy Curtis here. This is his resurgence, right? He's missed 1 PDC, didn't want to miss another one.
The Renaissance man.
The Renaissance man, and he's back, baby. And TSM, they make this game so important for them, right? They're taking out all the right teams at the right time. A little bit unfortunate for everyone else that T1 actually managed to get 8 points in this game. They're so good. They're so sneaky. Type sneaking in there, bringing in a little bit of hype.
Yeah, a little bit of hype. The thing, I don't understand how they don't die. Like, they got knocked so many times down to 1. These guys are not cats, they're like monsters, because every time you think you got them, they pop back up. It's outrageous. So they are keeping that gap ahead of everybody else. For me, it's VP and KDF. KDF particularly has just been sliding.
Yeah. Again, I was expecting a little bit more DJing there. What's going on here? You're flipping some vinyl in there, and I love it. Now, for this, KDF again, 28 points yesterday. They really had a bad one, right? And for them to maybe get slightly more than they had yesterday, they would still make it in the race. But T1, their consistency, the amount of kills they're able to get so far, that's huge. But if TSM is able to win another one, they could put themselves into that first spot.
Any of this pack now just a little bit below T1 could quite easily make this all completely different. That's the crazy thing about it. And the even crazier thing is we've had more teams join that pack. Not only that, but Na'Vi, 12 kills. Today has been insane for them. 12 kills! 12 kills!
Okay, it's what, right? What a game! This is amazing. I mean, okay, so I'm mad at them and I love them. So I'm happy that they're finally showing what we have talked about. This is the team, the future of PUBG. They do great all year. And then the last 2 days were like, bleh. And here we are now. We finally putting some numbers on the board. If they had even had half of this any other day, they'd be in the lead. They'd be pushing for top 3.
Now, after 3 games, they have more points in their hand than the previous 2 days of 12 games. Wow. That is just insane. Yeah.
Look at that. The testosterone rolling off of these men as they get that win. And that's the thing, is they've got momentum in their favor right now, where a lot of our teams who came in on the top are kind of on that back pedal. So I hope that they can keep pushing forward. It doesn't matter what map, it seems like they are willing to find these edges, take these fights, and not back down.
One thing that has struck me about TSM is through the tournaments that we've seen them play throughout 2024, and now here into this grand finals, it feels like their fortitude is unshakable. They're like, okay, yes, we're going up against the odds here. We've got to persevere through it. And coming into today, they seem to be getting through it.
So let's talk about them for a second and why that is there. Okay, first off, we got Luke 12. This kid's a grinder. They open the doors 4 hours early. He's always in his chair working.
He's already there.
Already there. He's waiting for them. Honestly, he's waiting for them to start. Alo, Purdy, Curdy, him. Off and on a little bit with some different team transfers, but they've been together since 2021. Their synergy is incredibly well synced. They love each other's vibe and energy. And then you got Sparking, and you add that to what he brings. The confidence to tattoo your own name on your forearm to show off after you get MVPs means you are ready.
And also with a mini and a 4X, that you believe in the mini meta.
That, or just in case you forget your name,
it's very helpful.
We've got teams here up in the top pack that are challenging, right? Na'Vi is kind of the outlier in this, but oh my god, they are rocketing up. But TSM, Twisted Minds, the Expendables, all here into this late game to try and get themselves even more points against that very top pack. As we take a look, and it looks like Mr. Halo will be taking that top spot. The one that you didn't quite talk about, but he's going to take that man of the match.
Well, I mean, he has been with them since the beginning. He's kind of, him and Purdy are really just kind of a pocket duo for a very, very long time. And I think it is. Alo kind of stays out of the spotlight. He's got a little bit of a trolly attitude. He likes to have fun. But as far as like the two of them working together and understanding each other, it's absolutely wild. And he will get the man of the match. I love seeing Alo get that.
Yeah, honestly, for me, Alo is such a guy that brings the calmness, the fragging power, and anything that makes glue in a team, right? He's just that guy, and for him to get in here and get to the man of the match, that's huge. Love the guy.
Well, it's also, I mean, the attitude that he brings too. It's always laid back. It's like he's
so good.
Whenever you talk to him, it's like he's surprised to be here in the first place. Like, I went and asked him.
I'm here again.
I had him sign something from earlier today, and I'm like, I had it to
another final.
He goes, "What's this for?" I was like, "To sign you, knucklehead." And he's just like, "Oh, yeah, well, you don't want that." It's just that's the mentality he has, and I think it's fun that he's always looking to be lighthearted. 19 points off the back of this match is huge for them. Again, Twisted Minds 11. They've got to be frustrated though because they had a track to move up the leaderboard with a win.
Oh,
all right. We now have 6 teams breaking that 100-point mark, and is getting feisty up towards the top. Importantly, T1, yes, still a little bit in the lead. However, TSM into second place and only 9 points behind T1. If they win this for Americas, for your region, for the run that they've had in 2024, that would be insane. I can't even get my words out. I'm mesmerized.
And for the first time, we see Quandong Freaks fall out of that top 3. It really means that focus that all the other teams they have been putting on them is there. Now it comes down to if T1 can stay strong, can stay alive, or if TSM or Virtus Pro or any of the other teams with 100+ points right now, they can have a big game. They could potentially take that first spot away from them.
Twisted Minds was supposed to have that big game, and I've been jokingly calling the Expendables the Expectables because every time that you think you've got that win in the bag, you can expect them to roll up like a bunch of cowboys, rootin', tootin', shooting, and charging at you. And that's what hurt Twisted Minds. They were locked in that compound and could do absolutely nothing because Expendables were just like, yeah, no, not today, man. I'm going to just hurt you, lock you in, and make life tough.
The mutual destruction agreement is always signed by Expendables.
Yep,
Apparently. I just didn't think we'd get to this point in day 3. After what we saw in the last 2 days, I thought, okay, the 3-horse race, we're locked in. That's how this is going to go. But these teams breaking 100 points now, and the other teams towards the top having a little trip up here and there, has made it, and it's so obvious, this is the World Championship. You can see the hunger on all of these teams' faces.
Matt jokingly called it the kill fiesta, and it has been that. These teams, this is why we love PUBG esports, because no matter what happens, there's always a wrench thrown into it. It's not a 5v5 for the championship. There's always a chance for the team in the back to make a comeback, and that is what I love watching because these teams came in today, the ones that are moving, Na'Vi in particular, with this mentality of we gotta go and we gotta go hard.
An interesting question here whilst we have Rondo up. Obviously, test track is always a focus point, right?
Yeah.
Test track is always a focus point when it comes to Rondo.
Should it be now?
Should it be now?
Last game.
This is my question. Twisted Minds obviously wants to win the World Championship.
Sure.
No doubt about that. However, you're potentially trifling a Na'Vi that is on fire today. I think probably they both drop and then maybe a disengage occurs.
It will be like a split test track,
Surely.
Neox Factory, that makes sense. You still have that center position in the map. You still have some priority into those circles. We've seen so many endings in this area in general, so I would expect exactly that to happen. The fair split, 50-50, stay east, stay west. No engages is coming in through that, but again, it really comes down to what's happening with the circle. How far do they have to go, and is anyone else going to be able to find T1 before they sneak into another top 5?
Well, the question is, for me as well, is that not only is it Twisted Minds looking for the World Championship here as well, but you've got Na'Vi on the other side. If they got themselves another double-digit point game in this one, they could potentially try and breach the 100-point mark, of course. It's insane.
It's wild. It's crazy.
Let's do it. All right, it's time. We are rolling into Rondo for one last time for PGC Grand Finals.
Momentum, momentum, momentum. Can TSM continue to steamroll? Can we see these teams time and time again that keep making it into the top 5? Can any of them ever falter?
I love that we're getting a view of the stadium because if you remember, this is where TSM got one of their wins. So I am hyped for this match. TSM has been on fire today. Na'Vi has been having a great day. We've seen some amazing plays from these teams.
I mean, I was worried that it might be a little too late for Na'Vi once we start seeing what they were doing at the beginning of the day, but if they continue just to cook this heavy, boy, they'll be making a feast for themselves for weeks to come.
Absolutely, the plane path right over the test track and the Neox Factory, so that could be something to keep our eyes on, as our desk was talking about. Absolutely one of the most pivotal spots on this map to start. We'll see where the circles go, we'll see what happens, but man, oh man, Twisted Minds, you have to be concerned right now.
Well, whenever we were seeing the Twisted Minds run, I often thought that TSM would be one of the teams that could actually step up and contest against them. I did not expect the lay of the land to be like this moving into our last few games. So, with so much at stake, what can Rondo give us as the circle is getting ready to pop in just a few moments? A couple late droppers coming out for Angry Men. Are you finally going to find somewhere where nobody's going to harass you?
Well, they're nowhere near TSM.
Is it true?
That's the good news for them.
Or Angry Men, hey, thanks. You're kind of getting TSM in there. So unofficially, you're joining them at the top just through the points that you're providing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's been a really rough go of it for 4 a.m. We're going west, though. Jiao Tin territory. The plane path was pretty far off of this, so it's going to be difficult for a lot of these teams to make these rotations. The Freaks T1 are going to be very, very satisfied with this.
This is absolutely crazy. We already see an emergency pickup coming from the Expendables. I don't know if that's just playing around or if they're actually going to take that. I mean, it could give them a shift in and maybe get to Jiao Tin pretty quickly. So a lot at stakes. Notice that leaderboard, how compressed it is. Let's not count out anybody just quite yet. There is still big games brewing for a lot of these teams, specifically whenever we get a plane path in a circle like this bouncing off each other.
Curious about the Expendables because there is that mountain that's south of Jiao Tin. That's a position that I've seen teams take that can really be pivotal in picking up points and finding those kills. So that could be maybe their landing spot. Try to take one of those high ground positions away early from T1, a team that could also have priority into that spot. T1, though, fanning out around Zhao Tin. I think just making sure that nobody from the Freaks has kind of reached out, try to steal some of their space.
We talk about pressure and what a lot of these teams are under right now. A lot of that, I feel, for Virtus Pro is falling onto Beanie's performance and what he can do. So let's go ahead and listen in with Visa on how Virtus Pro is going to handle these last games.
To be honest, I'm feeling quite chill. I can also feel that my teammates are kind of chill. Like today as well, we kind of approach it game by game. I expect us to do like the same tomorrow. Even if we start with a bad game tomorrow, right now our mental is really good. The vibes are good, the communication is good. We're going full gas tomorrow, and yeah. Honestly, the team is playing amazing together right now. We're really confident, sometimes too confident, like for example in the Rondo game today. But our comms, our kill feed, like everything is just connecting. Then Luca's making a good call, then Nix is making a good call, then Beamy is giving good kill feed. Like everyone is really stepping it up, and I'm really proud of the boys no matter what. We got Beamy pretty recent still, and it's all falling together right now.
And for Virtus Pro, one of the things they've been talking to us about behind the scenes with Beamy and the kill feed, you saw it briefly mentioned in there, but he is an absolute genius at reading kill feeds. Whoa, hold on, Heaven, diving right past T1, he gets the knock!
How did he get that?
Oh my goodness! He was flying by!
That was a miracle shot. Oh,
Type in trouble!
Type, can you get away from this one? And I mean, the Expendables, these guys want to fight. They want to scrap. Type needs to get out of there as fast as possible. This is all around Zhao Tin. Everybody running into this one quickly. As we had a ton of points that we were about to make about VP, but boy, that shot, that spray. Freaks, welcome back.
Oh my goodness. Outrageous. Outrageous. No other way to put that. And now everybody's trying to take space. They saw T1 go down in the kill feed. They know Zhao Tin is their territory, and they want to claim what has been left open. A little bit of damage done into Raining. I love the Expendables, man. They're so aggressive. They don't care who it is. They don't care who you are. They don't care where you are. They're going to take the fights when and how they want. We saw it in the previous game. I mean, to be fair, that position that Twisted Minds had was absolutely about the best play that the Expendables could make, but they are so confident right now.
Bro, the Expendables are like a giant T-Rex on this map, or on every map. If they see movement, suddenly they're just after it. It's like a meal for them, and I love it. It's fun.
Don't want to be that guy in the bathroom in Jurassic Park in this one, for sure.
No.
Not when that T-Rex is out there, no doubt about it. The T1 scrambling, and they're trying to get up to the high ground. Falcons as well have a similar idea here. This might be a little bit dicey for our top team.
Damage control position coming up from T1, but it's going to give some information, but I don't know. Falcons being so quiet here. This is going to be pretty hard. Whenever we see T1 go for any peaks over here, I mean, they have to be egregious so that way Falcons can exploit it. You can see Type not giving it to him just quite yet. Doesn't want to go all the way over that rock, but if he shifts all the way over that little corner down to his right, that might be a big problem. The rest of the Falcons don't look like they're going to be regrouping on this one. They're just going to be content. They say the fact that you have an opportunity to pounce. If it goes bad, it's all on you. If it goes great, all the better. You guys are going to make sure to find us something big.
It could come down to whether or not Type has his AR in hand. Zenith, wow, that is a good spray. Gets mad, cleaned up. Nice point for T1. They need everyone they can get in this game. Losing EN early is devastating. So for T1, it's going to be all about salvage in this rondo.
So nobody regrouping Falcons, not giving away the position, and that's one of the big factors. If we see somebody hop in a vehicle and run over here, that means the fact that T1 will realize there's a threat looming right back behind him. The car's on the other side of this rock facing, so T1 does not even know that this is even set up. They think that they've got this one under control for the time being. You can see, just seeing if anybody in the distance is going to be coming after them, and Falcons playing this so patiently could be big.
And there's not really much that can alert T1 to the presence of the Falcons because they're tucked in, because they're hidden from sightlines from other teams. It's not like someone might randomly spot them and take shots at them.
Yeah.
Falcons are just tucked in and going to be waiting that out for their opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, KDF, let's see if that can get the blood flowing. Get them going.
As well, we have Luna Galaxy might be running in a trap that VP has set up. VP with maybe a couple of points that they can find over here. Shots are going to go over to the Haven. He's going to narrowly get away with it. But you can see 2 in that glider have to shift away. A lot of bullets starting to connect over there. That glider might have to be a bit more careful. It has to retreat. No pathing in. So that is going to be 2 members from Luna Galaxy still shifted off position while the other 2 are running a 1-1 split.
The thing is they're going to have to take a pretty wide angle to come back into this next circle. And I do see some VP players driving down the road. I don't know if they're going to intersect. Maybe not. Nothing changed so far. It is still just hide. Hide and go seek.
We have an odd situation as well where there is a bit of a lineup with Twisted and 17 pretty close to each other, but that's not going to be brewing depending on how the circle shifts. So this is kind of it. And you can see that it's just Falcons waiting. The longer that they wait and the more we see T1 step around this feeling like they've got control over it, that means that is exactly what Falcons want. They want to pounce whenever T1 has just been sitting here for a minute or 2, maybe even 3, and just go, oh, yeah, this is all us, no big deal at all. It's actually going to be Heaven that's taking shots over at Type that kind of shifts him away from the position the Falcons are.
That actually might have kind of saved T1 a little bit there, the fact that the Freaks are pushing T1 away from that spot. But for now, they're just going to continue to maintain their high ground position, look to do damage with those 7.6 DMRs. You've got an SKS and an SLR. So again, the utility and the guns aren't going to be exactly what you would want here as T1 because you had to cut your looting so short because of the aggressive positions that teams are taking against you in the early part of the game. Zenith potentially in trouble. 2 players of EF rather close.
Oh, remember Zenith got some damage over here a second ago, but now in trouble. The retaliation coming out from Eternal Fire. If they want this one, Zenith now nowhere to go. He's just trapped. He's going to go down. So now T1 in more and more trouble. They've got a trap right next to him. Already 2 members down.
Sneaky plays from Eternal Fire provide them with some extra points. They're at the bottom of the leaderboard, but they'd love to catch up a little bit. That's Lou going down for Twisted Minds. What in the world happened over here? That's devastating.
I mean, this has just been a couple of shifts in position. 17 creeping in over here, while also we have Twisted feeling like they had a bit more authority in position. Also going to find Exploited. Navi just to the south of this is the bear looming over everyone that if anybody pokes, they will instantly be spinning, coming your direction. Everything else pretty chill for the time being, though. Oh, well, I say that. TSM is going to find 4 Angry Men again?
What?
All the way down in the southeast. How? How does this just keep happening? 4 Angry Men trying to see if they can get some damage in. TSM looks like they're just going to be fully grouped up, trying to see if they can get away from it for the time being. Well, at least Sparking going to be playing over here, as I believe the rest of the boys are going to be in the emergency pickup. So, yeah, that's going to be what's going on for now. With the way the circles popped, let's see where TSM wants to go.
Sparking can get to Yulin. Might be a nice drop-off point for TSM there, but they're dropping players early. This might kind of work against 4AM potentially because of this emergency pickup. TSM might be able to set up a bit of a trap. Sparking in that glider, actually, but it's on fire. So he's going to have to find a landing spot here relatively soon. The IGL for TSM, Purdy Curdy, doing some scouting and correctly identifying that he's got some open space to work with.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a good read. He's going to come in and reinforce Sparking right as soon as he makes his landing. The other 2 members inside of vehicles have to be a bit cautious, but 4 Angry Men already path forward. Day Trade is going to be coming in back behind this one. Oh, is that a silent roll? I think it is.
I think T1 heard this. Okay, now it's time to kick this fight off.
Throwing down the nade, and Falcons are like, the best plans of mice and men.
Just going to cook those, but the Falcons...
Oh, wait, Luna Galaxy.
Well, they're going to drive into this.
Yeah, they're coming up right back behind Falcons' position. This is absolutely terrible for the Falcons. They're kind of pinched off on this. And T1, while they are weakened, they could backstab if this starts to get any bit heavier. Yep, here come the nades. Start coming in. Rello in some trouble. Try and get meds up before the push happens from Luna Galaxy.
This is going to be tough for the Falcons now. They're kind of trapped. This moment to spring into action against T1 didn't occur until it's too late. Decent grenades from Type, catching some damage. The return grenades coming out. That might just be enough to keep Type at bay, force out this first aid kit. He's trying to do a little bit of peeking, trying to see if they're going to try to aggress. Blood stuck on this angle.
Let's not forget Kraken is in a glider, and he's roaming over here as well. He wants to get shots into the back of whatever's happening in this firefight to kind of see if he can open up some type of position for his team. He shifts away from it. Too many people starting to take shots. Most notably, it's going to be VP down below. Posa does get a line in. It's going to be a quick pickup. Vinny going to find Rello in the flush immediately to follow. Falcons, what can you do off of this? Haven already going to be down. Looks like they're going to go ahead and hop in a vehicle, just send it down. But guess what? It's going to be Calores. He's waiting. He heard this. Falcons, you're going to be running right into the waiting arms of Calores. That rock narrowly providing you some cover to work with.
Ooh, good driving there by Snakers from the Falcons. Still, though, some other teams to cross if they're going to get any further into this circle. Might just have to drive towards EF's little compound that they have claimed for themselves. Type just watching, not really much he can do there. Actually, Luna's Haven going to get taken down by Beamy, so VP still tailing Luna Galaxy, still causing them problems.
Nobody that was over there except for T1 comes out in a beneficial position off of it. Alo does get flush over here on the side. It is going to be BB and TSM up neck and neck next to each other.
Doozy just going to claim that point there. So a big loss for TSM, Sparking on the outside of the city. Trying to see if he can catch an angle into BB team. Wrapping around the outside. Gustav finds Flood. And the Falcons have Roth on a motorcycle. He's just barely able to get over the hill in time. But the FaZe Clan boys are going to pick up a point.
Okay, so now with this, I believe that Roth should be able to stop over for the time being. TSM still scattered down in the southeast. BB team doing a good job on just dismantling them on their approach in. Alo down, Purdy Curdy down, so Sparking, Luke 12 still alive, still playing off a position in Yulin, but the circle leaves it. We still keep a bit of stadium in play, a bit of Zhao 10, and a ton of little, I guess, compounds to play around, a hillside that's pretty strong. Roth at least breathing a sigh of relief.
There's a lot of playable stuff in this circle for these teams. There's tons of hills, there's tons of available cover, so this should be a pretty interesting finish. The Freaks trying to, I assume, regroup as 4 potentially, or at least narrow the gap between this 2-2 split. I don't really think they could see each other from these compounds, can't cover each other too well. T1 gonna have to just try to play this quiet from the edge. There is a bit of a rock and other things they could potentially work with, but they're getting dangerously close to KDF.
Yeah, while that was going on, Sparking also picked up one on the BB team. That's going to be big, so a little bit more distance away from VP while they managed to pick up a kill of their own. T1's weakened squad with just 2 up. So close and in a very dangerous position, but right now a lot of attention has shifted over on this other side, where it's going to be Navi rolling right up next to VP. Petrichor Road also going to spot out some of this, so Beamy playing from the high ground gets a lot of information on it, but has to be very careful. He can't go for any peeks. Navi all down below it. One big nade could spell doom.
Yeah, these positions are really annoying for players to have underneath them that close. I mean, normally you love to be up on these mountains, you love to just be making it rain on top of the other teams. For now, Navi has enough room to kind of keep their vehicles relatively safe, except there could be Petrichor Road coming.
Everybody is just clinging to these hillsides, and it is so hard to really push into. Nobody wants to step into what could be a potential firefight looming on the other side. We also do have 17 that I think they're taking some shots on the higher ground positionings coming into where we're looking at the mountain. So we'll have to see. T1, where do you go, man? Okay, so you've got TE that's going to be in front of you. That's a big problem. Gustav managed to drop a nade on top of Eternal Fire. T1, if you do roam over here into the east, it's going to be the duo for Petrichor Road that was playing in the south, as well as BB team, so that could be hazardous. Couple of walls, I guess the safest that you can find.
Yeah, this is really going to have to be safe, steady, cautious for T1 throughout the rest of this game. I mean, they're going to see Petrichor Road and BB team players kind of duking it out. Meanwhile, FaZe has to deal with Eternal Fire. Salute is absolutely raining down on top of FaZe. He's gotten a couple knocks onto them already as they're trying to clear their space out, try to clear this territory for themselves. A good grenade from Corexi. It's going to finish the job.
Just a quick retreat off of that. Gustav has to be careful, but 4 Angry Men actually roaming into this exact same area, so should be stopping off. Gustav trying to defend in, doesn't really have the sight lines to work around. FaZe's northern control area has to be careful as Luna Galaxy is sneaking up right up on top of Vex, so he can't really provide too much support either. It's all just Gustav holding off over here, and I mean, this is going to be hard.
Let's not forget about the Expendables over on the western edge. They have a lot of space to themselves. Luke 12 did try to find some way into the circle, trying to get some extra points. Oh boy, we are going way west, and oh no.
That is, we talk about backstabbing. That is just like a back slap. I don't even know. That was just like waiting. The ninja sneakily waiting for his moment to pick that one up.
Yeah, that's easy money for Aches left. As now Petrichor Road has to make their way into the next circle. A lot of teams in front of them. A potential mortar being set up here by Heaven from the Kwangdong Freaks. Looking to try to do some damage. Maybe Na'Vi could be in their sight lines, in their targets. Or they're going for the players on top of the hill.
Oh, how's this going to line in? Up and in the air. Oh, here it goes. Is it going to connect? It looks like it might be a bit too short.
Add another one. Just add about 10 extra meters to that. There you go. Up in the air. BP gonna need to spread out. Oh my, Raining gets Aches left as he's trying to drive away, so T1 at least 1 extra point.
See, now lines it, also spots out Summer. Lukaruk's on the side, actually taking the shots. Means the fact that T1 can't surrender just quite yet. They have to maneuver forward. They don't have the opportunities. But remember, we also do have them fighting outside the safe zone for the time being. BB's going to spot this one out. Sparking also coming out back behind it. Good shots going to be coming out from Ming. Solid defense, but Type has to be so cautious. Oh, man. This is spicy. T1 is down. Now what can you do at the top of the leaderboard? Everybody in the chase has an opportunity to climb.
And this has opened the door for teams like the Guangdong Freaks, like the Expendables, to really catch up here and go into Erangel with a chance at a championship. Salute trying to find the toes of the 4 AM players. Can just see them underneath, but really tough to find that ability to get that bullet to curve in through there. Twisted Minds in the blue, 3 players up, but they are being very cautious. They've got to go for some first aids before they make their next move.
Oh man, this is going to be pretty scary. Hopping in, coming in over in the east. 17 could be pathing over here. We also do have Na'Vi, who's just been unrelenting today. You can see BP trying to get out. It's just going to make landfall right in time. Goes with the roll. Good use, but no. I was going to say maybe those trees could provide enough, but he is going to go down.
That's heartbreaking for Virtus Pro. Another team that the door could have been open for, but they're just hemorrhaging players left and right. Meanwhile, the Freaks are picking up kills in the feed. They've got some onto 4 AM. Salute has been devastating with his DMR. And now Na'Vi trying to gatekeep Twisted Minds. They've got a good angle onto this fight. Perfectix down. You can see Example out in the distance, trying to get his healings off, but he is in trouble. He is gone. The QBU for Hakatori is going to connect, find the headshot. Diffix cleans up another point, and Twisted Minds is eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, we had a whole bunch of solos hanging out down to the south, so they're just going to start dropping off as Petulins is going to have to deal with that same area down in the southeast. New Circle, with the way it's popped, the Expendables have some opportunities to maybe roam a bit further over into the west. They've already got Delwyn set up in position over there. Meanwhile, up in the north, it's going to be 17 Gaming. Day Trade right up on top of each other. Na'Vi eyeing the position that FaZe is going to be playing from. Luke 12 already kind of in a defended position pretty close to it, just trying to hold it, but it's going to be high ground in the firefight. 17 Gaming finding Belmont.
Yeah, there was an attempt at some over grenades here. Oh, that was close. The cooked grenades have been pretty good from Day Trade, but they haven't done enough to find a knock onto 17, who desperately needs points, who wants to climb this leaderboard. Nurin backs off, goes for the heal. Tanadol holding the line on the other side of this rock. Shawudidi trying to push around, trying to look for that angle. Tanadol, head on a swivel, looking to just pounce on whoever comes his way.
Everybody's going to have to move as the blue zone is going to be coming in, but the pacing on it has slowed down a bit. Nades now coming out. Logos wanting to lead the pathing forward. That at all going to spot him out. Easy though. Now also picking up on top. Man, everybody shifted focus back into this real fast, and Day Trade managing to do a good job defending up for time being. Nurin stepped away. Nades now starting to land on top of Anadol, but it's going to be all on to 17 to find a way to breach through now.
That's a good grenade. That could open the door for 17. Just Nurin's left. Grenades are splashing right near him, doing a ton of damage. The molly being thrown. He shoots it out of the air. Smart play from Nurin's.
So good, Nurin's. It's going to be Suju now maneuvering up. He wants to step in. He knows that he's lining up against a phenomenal player, and Nurin's on the opposing side of it. Smokes now down. Suju just running forward, going for the blind spray into smoke. They can't find him just quite yet. He's trying to get his meds back up. Be prepared for the fight that is coming. 17 Gaming just trying to stall this one out. Looks like they might be shifting back into a vehicle. They don't want to push too much further into it, but Suju keeps peeking around the side of it. And finally, they take him down. Xiaobei connects.
I think we're going to be able to get all 4 up for 17 Gaming as well, over towards Na'Vi, trying to fight through FaZe. FaZe is doing a good job though. Grenade onto Sosa, connects. Now Jeems out in the open, tries to prone down. Heaven taking care of players on the outside. Gustav stepping up, trying to keep Na'Vi from going around the fence line. Could see the feet, get some damage, but doesn't find the knock.
Gustav having to defend up such a dangerous position, but you can see on the opposite side of it, Navi with near on no cover to work from, just using the little bit that they've got. 17 Gaming, here's this, they're shifting into a similar pathing. They're going to be roaming down right on top of it. It's going to be all into Gustav to try to defend, but he isn't even prepared for it. He doesn't have the angles that he really needs. Finally, he does spot out one of them, takes it down. 17, not even safely inside the circle, has to stop off, has to go for the shots, and Force fades away from that line.
The Freaks were trying to find angles into this fight potentially, but so far haven't found the comfort to do so. TE once again going to fan out around the wide edges like we saw in our first Miramar game, trying to control this game, trying to control a favorable situation so they can find themselves a win, but still the Freaks have 4 up, and they have been hitting shots.
I mean, they right back behind TSM now, who still only has Luke 12 up and alive inside the circle, so it's just him and the Expendables. The Freaks hear the firefighting going on to the north. They don't have good vision in it, but Gustav is doing such a good job of holding out anything that's going on with 17. It's allowing new angles to open up for the Expendables. 17 Gaming really just wanted to just jump down here real quick, pounce on a firefight, usurp the position, and shift into the circle, but it has been entirely denied based off of Gustav just surviving for so long.
And it's really hard for the Freaks to find a decent angle into this next circle because of the control that TE has established. They can see so much of what's going on. There's a lot of flat terrain out in front of them. They control these small hills, what I would call high ground for sure, that they have available to them. TSM's Luke 12 has once again snaked out points for that team, just like we saw Sparking earlier. They're doing a good job of at least salvaging when they need to. Tires attempting to be popped here by Clories, make it that much more difficult for KDF to rotate into this next circle when they need to. Luke in the guard shack just hanging out.
See what Haven just picked up. Kevin can make a big shift in with that shotgun if he even expects it. Everybody is regrouping from the Freaks right on top of Luke 12. They're just roaming right past him. It is going to be Molotov. He has been spotted out. He's going to be taking some damage. There's no real clean way to get out of it, and that's going to be Heaven that picks that one up.
This is huge for the Guangdong Freaks. That's going to be Gustav going down. 17 trying to claw their way into this next circle, but you have 4 members of the Freaks hammering down on top of you. That's a beautiful grenade from Salute.
Okay, now getting space back up, just a couple of points back behind T1. Freaks, if they can secure this one, they'll be first place. TE can assault up, usurp the positioning of VP. So big for both of these teams. Everybody fighting up. We still got a lot left in this round.
This is going to be really challenging for the Freaks. They only have 1 smoke grenade left. Yes, they have a ton of frags, but they need some way to get into this next circle. They need some smokes to cover their approach, whether that be smoking up the vehicles to make sure they can get in them safely, get some momentum going to try to find their way in. The res does come through onto Bean, so that's 4 players up, 4v4, but man, oh man, this control that TE has is really, really good, but it's really spread out. So if the Freaks can find a knock, they might be able to open up an opportunity to get into this circle.
I mean, it's all on the Salute line into Glory's position. If he can shift him off, there could be some way that the Freaks can find something out of this, but they're all backs up against the blue zone, right up against the walls for cover. That's all they have to work with right now, and the circle shifts away from them, as one would expect. The Expendables have so much control. What can the Freaks do? They have to firefight their way out. Tanvu, Delwyn up in the north, making it more and more complicated. Now Kalori's shifting in. He's already inside the circle, and he is just waiting for anybody to peek over his direction.
You just have to play your life here as Tanvu and Delwyn. You don't want to get knocked, because that might open the door for the Freaks to make that quick rotation. Some smoke grenades are going to come out. They're going to try to push onto this northern flank, but with every player from TE fully aware, it is going to be oh so difficult. The emergency cover is coming.
Shots.
But can they get there? There's tons of frags in the bags for the Expendables as well.
Okay, let's see how the bounces roll. Gets really close, does connect. Expendables, they are starting to shut this one down. The cover not being exactly what the Freaks wanted. You can see Salute on near on, no life. Vision galore for Tanvu. Freaks tried to fight their way in, but there are just no options. Finally, with Delwyn down, I mean, what can the Freaks even do? Humans down. Heaven's the last one up, and no real way to run into this one. This is just information being fed. Blue zone back behind him. TE stepping forward. He's just going to feed it over the blue zone. There's no reason to step out. There you go. The Expendables take a round never to be counted out.
And that's going to put them into spitting distance of first place, going into our next two Erangels. They're into fourth. A tremendous day here for the Expendables, getting into some late games, really effectively controlling their space so well throughout the day.
This is an absolutely insane ending to PGC. Every single team that needs to just keep picking up points finds it over and over, but slowly and steadily. Everybody is starting to creep up right back behind the guys at the top, and it is so desperate for these teams as we're now going to get everything set for Erangel.
We have some absent Vietnamese players here, but it will be the Expendables representing proudly as they go from strength to strength and have now found themselves in contention for the World Championship after just a flurry of great performances in our grand finals. A left and right, a left and right. They're in there. The Expendables looking fantastic, Toffees.
The Expendables, the Expectables, the Inevitables. These guys have been putting themselves in the winning positions so often, willing to, like, I literally, you were saying left and right because Martin was up here throwing punches, but that's them. They want to go out there and they want to be scrappy, and to be completely honest, Avenger, it feels like this PGC has been about the scrappers.
It has really been about the teams that have been out there and wanting to fight at any given time.
Yep.
And that has really been the start of the Expendables throughout our circuit, throughout PGC, and I've been loving what I've seen, right? Clory's coming into this situation here for this team and how he's been able to really put himself different, but also Tanwu and Delwyn. These guys have had standout performances throughout their entirety, and that's really what I've been loving to see here from Expendables. And now they are putting themselves within striking distance of that first place. And depending, of course, on how many total points they're able to get, once we tally up everything, they are going to be really close to T1.
Been multiple games where they've carved out huge swathes of land for themselves, and it does feel like, I mean, I cast my mind back to another Erangel game as well as this one. It's almost as if the rest of the lobby doesn't want to be on the same side of the circle to them, because they're just so willing to run you down.
I have heard teams down, when I ask about it, they're like, just don't want to see the Expendables. Like, they are a problem, and they make this lobby difficult because you think you're comfortable, you think you're safe, and they come out of nowhere and they cause kerfuffles on a regular basis. It was incredible to watch, and then on top of that, T1 goes out early again in this game and opens that door. I was so worried when we got here this morning that it was, I mean, good for you, T1, but it was a little bit of a slow end day today. But the fact that these teams continue to do this, that the meta that's showing out for this PGC is edge-playing teams that are willing to go from fight to fight has really been exciting. This is probably one of the more exciting PGCs because it's not about these teams that are finding spots and hoping for circles. These teams don't care if they're getting the circles. They are saying, well, you know what, it doesn't matter anymore. I'm just going to win because there's no other option.
And for T1, first day, 47 points. Second day, 62. So far, I think it's only 17 points for them in 4 games. It's been rough. And everyone else had to do that. Otherwise, they're going to be running away with it.
The rest of the lobby has turned up the heat against the top lobby leaders. We've got the Expendables with 7 kills, getting themselves #1. Kwangdong Freaks with the fight back now. 8 kills go their way. That drive-by from Heaven at the beginning of the game, the observing tool couldn't keep up with how fast they were driving past, but it still hit. It was ridiculous. Anyway, FaZe though, another big game for them. 9 kills, being able to now break that 100-point mark as well. They're joining that pack here, Toffees.
Must be Sunday, right? I mean,
yeah.
It is, and I asked them the first day when they got that win to start out. I said, it feels like sometimes, do you guys think is that good for you? Do you like to be comfortable? Do you like to play from behind? And they said, we kind of like chasing.
Yeah.
And that's what they've been doing best.
Yeah, first day for them, 33 points. Second, 34, and now already more points than in previous. It's already their best day performing. They have 2 more games to play. Expendables, though, they're able to turn up the heat, as you said here. 7 kills for them, a lot of damage dished out. 17 points go their way, and that's huge.
Delwyn, the Mortar Maestro, looks like he's going to be able to take the lead.
Damage taken, though. They got so little damage taken here, but the man of the match is going to be Delwyn. And we've been singing his praises throughout this tournament, right? It's really been a standout performance from him here for PGC. It's really good to see him step up to the plate and make a name of himself compared to his Vietnamese comrades.
I mean, exactly. I think he's something we didn't talk about is when we got here as sort of the big guy, but he has been absolutely coming up, especially in mortars. I don't know if he's doing the trigonometry for everybody, but it seems like they are a team that is more than willing to try these new things, try out different strategies, and go into the fight. That walks away with 17 total points for them. Kwangdong Freaks is back in the hunt. They get themselves 14. Yeah, they slid for a while at the start of the day today, but that's going to put them in a good spot as we go into the last 2 games. 17 finally showing up, which is nice.
Now I think another 9 points.
Yep.
Do they ever slow down now? Is this a Na'Vi Sunday? What is this?
Is it too late though? I don't know. 95 points. They're actually close to Twisted Minds. Only 8 points from them.
That's to say they started in 15th at the start of the day.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. Okay, so for still T1, however, the bleed out was real in this game, and now only 4 points between second place. Only that little margin against TSM. The
7
Expendables
points.
is catching up.
Expendables, 9 points. TSM, 7 points. Virtus Pro is still in the run. They've slowed down a little bit compared to what we've seen. They've fallen down now, currently in 5th, but still 13 points only. 1 big win, double-digit kills. All these things can really contribute towards this small slide, little drop-off down to FaZe in the triple digits with 117. Twisted Minds, so they have stopped a little bit. 23 points behind T1, but still doable for them.
Little frustration on Twisted Minds' face when we were able to catch them in that game.
Deeply frustrated. They have to be. That last game that we just saw before this one, they had a win. They had a win scenario, and they were kind of pushed off by the Expendables. This time, I feel like they got a kind of a bad run there as well. But you can't. Again, you win when you shouldn't be. You got to find the points, and if you leave it to this point where you're that far behind, it's on you. I think Virtus Pro for me is one where this is a game where they have to go big. They've been Virtus slow today. I think they need to recover that, get back into what they were doing yesterday, because if they let one more slide by, I think they're kind of out of that top 3 hunt.
I've been surprised though with how China have been able to play some of these situations. Your 17 was a team that we expected to be one of the favorites, right? But they're right now outside, all of the Chinese teams, outside the top 10. Still have an impact, still doing good fraction there, but it's looking like it's a far run for that top 4.
Very clear, there's a great divide between 8th and 9th as well. That's almost 20 points now. As the left side of that leaderboard is pursuing the World Championship. The right side here having a bit of a harder time. All right, we're going to go to a break here live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Of course, if you are live in the crowd, stick around. We've got the draw coming up for you. And right after this, we are going to the classic, the grassy pastures, Erangel. 2 more games remain to find out our world champion.
Welcome. It is my pleasure to introduce you to Cruiser Chaos. We've set the stage and Sandhawk stands ready. And now, it must be back down. The covert deliveries of heavy weaponry are not just for flash and flare. They are your new tools of survival. Each one finely tuned for maximum destruction. Likely more than you expect. This battleground, once familiar, will evolve into a more ruthless, more cunning, and, dare I say, more destructive arena. Let us begin. Now, we watch to see who will stand a turn vulnerable.
Follow my lead!
Shut up! You can't even run properly!
We're here at the World Championship, and it couldn't be done without our brilliant top 16 here, trying to challenge for that World Champion. And it also couldn't be done without our phenomenal partners here, as we have OP.GG joining us. You can overpower your game if you head over to OP.GG. We also have the Tropicana Gardens Mall, which are currently residing in. All the festivities are going on here for the PUBG World Championship, so thank you to them. We also have TT Racing joining us, providing all of the chairs as well as all the other furniture that are available for our players to get comfy and good to go into the games. And finally, we have good old Cooper, our official esports hand warmer partners. Look at that kickflip he just did here, keeping all of them roasty and toasty to make sure, well, one of them becomes a world champion. We also have the Neo Media icon lights as well. Scan that code down there, pick yourself up one of those, and we are bang bang done. We are getting into now the last two games. Erangel is where we end it all. Erangel is where we claim a world champion for one of these teams.
Erangel is where we started it all as well.
Yes.
And this is why we ended here, because the teams, they know this map so well. They know exactly where most of the other teams are going to be residing, and they know so much about all the other teams. And it's just about taking all that information that you've collected through the years, through the tournament, and apply that to your strategy and set yourself up for success with the last two games.
I think this is one of those benefits for the veteran teams, the ones that have played on this map competitively since time immemorial, or at least till the beginning of PUBG. I think that they know they'll be comfortable. They know that they can find those points. FaZe all of a sudden on this huge grind up here on Sunday. Maybe this is their spark to make that push. Maybe it's a chance for KDF to fire back up and enter the race. But I'll be honest, I got my eyes on TSM. Those guys have been playing together since NPL in some situations, and they know this map inside and out. This is their chance to move.
It's open to so many regions, it's open to so many teams. It's the closest PGC we've ever had here in the year 2024, and what a place to end it. Every single one of these players has thousands of hours on the grassy pastures. Erangel is our map for the last two, the penultimate match. Let's head over to the commentators.
It is time to cement your legend. Can you be the one to rule the battlegrounds? We are now on our way to Erangel. The plane is up and in the air. Plane path going over Novo and ended in between Saverni and Zarki.
So many teams still in the hunt. Absolutely the closest finish we've ever had. The desk nailed it. And I have no idea what to expect at this point. It has been an amazing day. So many teams stepping up when they need to. So many teams getting wins when they need to. Guangdong Freaks are pushing T1 now, only 4 points behind them. But TSM right on their heels, 3 to go from there, 2 more to TE. So it is dangerously close. Nobody is safe at the top of this leaderboard.
You have fought your way through everything all year to get to this point. Can you clutch up whenever you have to? This has been a lot of salvage games coming up from our teams at the top of the leaderboard, while new teams stepping in, usurping point upon point. On drops, it looks like everybody is going to be comfortable. On position, not anything too crazy just quite yet. We did see a shift BB down over on Novo itself, and with a plane path like this, you've got maybe Millie.
Whoa, 17, kind of close to each other. 4 a.m. hot dropping T1.
Let's go! This is exactly what we want to see. Confidence, capabilities. Can we see T1 pick up the points? Can we see 4 angry men manage to fight it out at the start? It's going to be rooftop to rooftop.
4 a.m. wants revenge for the way T1 treated them during the circuit stage. They want to keep T1 from getting to that podium to take the trophy. Let's see if T1 has anything to say about it. They've been pretty good in hot drops, but 4 a.m. guns in hands. T1 starting to load up as well. Couple DMRs for Zenith. Could be good to keep 4 a.m. from encroaching on any of the buildings that T1 has already set in, but you can already see it's kind of a retreat here for T1, trying to keep the sightlines obscured from 4 a.m. 4 a.m. though, hot to trot, they want to keep up.
Shifting around off of this T1, you're in first, and now everybody is gunning for you. Can you navigate the situation? They do shift over into the east, but this is going to really throw off looting patterns, give them a much more difficult situation to navigate the later stages of the game. So with this, while there hasn't been a knock, this is definitely throwing off all of the timings and everything that T1 wants to set up to maneuver into these last Erangel matches.
And it's so important that they get to this vehicle as quickly as possible and they get the heck out of here. There's plenty of looting to be had further east. You know there are no more teams over there, so if you can find just a little bit of breathing room, you might be okay.
The problem with it is the longer that this goes on, 4 angry men are coming after this point. There is a goal in mind, and 4 angry men who's been being cyberbullied all day today finally wants to shift it back into their favor.
That makes a lot of sense to me. 4 a.m. has every right to mess with T1 right now. Again, it was T1 that was harassing them the whole way through. Still though, 4 a.m. was able to fight, to cling, to get their way into these grand finals. Hasn't been going the way they wanted, of course, but still, you have an opportunity to play spoiler.
Okay, starting to get more information. Bobo slowly creeping in. HS doesn't have really the angles to work with on anything right now, but T1, while they have this defended point, remember that there is a couple of break lines, and we can see that Zenith and the rest of the guys do keep eyeing this direction. They know that somebody is going to be potentially coming over here. As 4 angry men, if you're going to commit into this, they are going to continue to hound. And T1, you have to be careful. Every bit of loot you pick up has got to be a refocus back in, and there you go. I think that Reigning saw it.
This could be huge. Could get that headshot one tap with the M24. Didn't pull the trigger, wanted to keep his position obscure. Not sure 4 a.m. actually saw him. It's pretty hard to see through those fences, through those trees.
Oh, look at this patience.
Just saw Bobo.
Peeks it back up, doesn't want to take the shot yet, feeding the information back over to his teammates. Ian is not playing with the other 3 right now. But with this, look at all of the information that he's gathering off of this. Finally opens up, doesn't connect, but now 4 Angry Men knows that they've been spotted and has to slow down a bit.
It didn't get the headshot, but that's okay. He's gotten the valuable info on 4 AM's formation, kind of cut off the flank angle that Zepion was trying to sneakily create, able to stymie that, at least for now. And that's going to force out some heals here, as Raining on the bicycle is going to be just pedaling his way out of this situation. And this, to me, looks like a full-on retreat from T1, looking to head up to the hills of Stalber, potentially.
I mean, you got to give respect. It's ballsy for T1 to just stop off. They got the vehicles. They could have shifted over, maybe gone for some loot in some other locations. They said, no, we're going to control this area. We're not going to get entirely run out of our hometown just quite yet. Now, rotating right next to them is going to be Na'Vi, so they have to be a bit cautious. Raining, stretching over here, could find some friends, but Na'Vi has been on an absolute rampage today, so if they're not careful, they might bite off the head of the dragon that is going to be coming for them.
That Raining turns tail. He's going the other direction. Fortunately, he got to a vehicle in time. You can see the bicycle left on the road. So for Raining, he isn't going to dust it up. But EN already pretty far out here, but so is Day Trade.
There is no way that we can see T1 finding any breathing room in the circle for the time being. The regroup now coming in means the fact that we might be able to hear this Belmoth, EN, unlikely allies for the time being, as he should be able to start hearing those vehicles at any given moment. Belmoth still looking off in distance. He's got to be careful. If we see Raining and the rest of the crew roll right up back behind this one, it could be a massive issue for him. Instead, he just runs down into the rocks. That I don't even know if T1 saw him.
I don't think they did. The real question is EN going to be able to hear him at some point? But it is going to be T1 settling in. Nurens is close. How does Day Trade want to play this? Do they want to contest this area? Or are they just going to try to peacefully find a way out? EN, though, close to Belmoth.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Day Trade's got so much information to spray. Connecting, and yes, EN goes down. Belmoth strikes in the end.
That's huge there. Belmoth playing.
Raining down as well.
Oh, no. Nurens found him. They're trying to get smokes out. They're trying to keep T1 in this. But Day Trade is playing spoiler. The consequences of that hot drop are bearing fruit here for 4 AM as Day Trade is doing the hard work. They're driving Tanadol in. Oh boy. So dangerous right now for T1.
Type has himself a Panzerfaust. He knows the angles of approach, but he cannot find the angle that he wants to defend from. Good flash, gonna stop him in his tracks. Day Trade has all of the momentum in this firefight. Nurens just creeping slowly further and further forward. A stranglehold coming in, and let's not forget about Belmoth. Now starting to come in from the south. Everything for T1 hinging on a firefight. They've just got a couple points back behind it, but Zenith does get the knock on his Anadol.
That's huge. That's huge for T1. Might open up a little bit of extra space. Have to be careful out that door. Flash had an angle on it. Raining gonna have to heal back up. Zenith weakened as well, but Flash starting to backpedal. T1 able to at least claim 1 point out of this.
A ton of pressure on the new superstar in Type. Young blood, to say the least, coming into this one, but looks like they are finally finding a way to start to navigate this. Type now stepping down. He is spotted between the two. Nurens gets some shots out, but instead it's going to be Type that steps away.
Yeah, Type there was just in his movement, so no real golden opportunity for Nurens there. Able to scoop by. That's a good grenade. Takes about half damage. Has to backpedal.
Day Trade now having to shift away. Luna Galaxy's also over here pretty close. 4 Angry Men has been paying attention to the kill feed. They know how the looting comes into play. VP also roaming over here. It's a ton of vultures. Everybody is starting to circle around T1.
Everybody knows the position of the leaderboard. Luna's actually taking a fight with VP off the back of this. Type just gonna plant with the Panzer, seeing if he can pounce on any potential opponents. Nurens just continues to hide behind. Gonna pop another energy drink, get the boost, try to get back up to full health. But for now, it seems like the battle lines have been drawn, and there we go. We can see Belmoth able to spring the trap. That last shot from Nurens connects. That is disgusting.
Well, with the defense that we see T1 holding on this one, the bit of damage that they got out, that's forced Day Trade away from the angles that maybe could have held back 4 Angry Men. So now Luna Galaxy up on top with some high ground. 4 Angry Men slowly getting closer by the second, and you can see that this is just getting more complicated for T1 to try to navigate, but doing a good job. They've holding out under pressure time and time again so far in this Circle 1.
Now, a lot of teams settling up south of the river, expecting this to shift in that direction. TSM, however, up towards the north, towards Severny, but we want to hear from Alos TSM, see how they're feeling about today.
Hi guys, I'm standing here with TSM's Alo. That was a crazy Tego, and you played such a crucial role for taking that win. So what are you thinking as we head into the last 2 Erangels of the year?
We're going to be maximizing our points as much as we can on Erangel. It's 2 games, so we're just going to try and have some fun and do the best we can.
Yeah, have fun, pop off. Best of luck to TSM. All right, we're going to go back to the grassy pastures.
1 down for T1 as they are having to hunker down even further. Daytrade continuing the onslaught, stepping in more and more. 4 Angry Men playing off the back of this one. Also, Luna Galaxy continuing their encroachment. This has not yet stopped. Daytrade wants this one. They're getting more aggressive with it, but it's going to be tight. That stops Nurin in his tracks. The pans are popping in his face.
Oh, he's got to be careful, though. He takes a peek up that window, but he saw Daytrade players raining, trying to cover him, trying to see if they can at least secure this point. But out in the open, taken down by Flash.
That is a big knock, raining down with this 4 Angry Men now starting to get a piece of the action. It's just Zenith, and he is firmly surrounded.
This is dire for T1. Zenith trying to dodge these stuns. Pre-fires, it can't do anything.
It's done.
They're out.
T1 is out, the first team. Freaks, TSM, Expendables, VP, what can you do?
The door has been open. VP, though, already lost a player, and they're trying to get in towards the edge of Yasnaya. The rest of the teams kind of just fanned out towards the southern edge of the circle, other than TSM, who is making the wide wrap around Stalber. Now, Daytrade just going to be able to chill for a little bit, but they're going to be on the edge of the circle, almost certainly going to have to make a rotation out of here eventually. Meanwhile, Luna and 4AM starting to dust it up on the hills of Stalber. They're just north of everything. Kind of in a bit of a split, and Luna's trying to kind of navigate their way through, and here goes the Expendables.
Oh man, these guys rolling right up next to FaZe, a contender, so close to touching the top. Any kills that they can find early would be massive, but this does force the Expendables very close to Eternal Fire, who opts to not fire into this, trying to see if they can pick up the tail end. Do not quite get it just yet. Zepion also did spot out Heaven. That's going to be up in the north. So while we've been watching a lot of the firefighting that's going to be going on over there, the circles have shifted to where they're pretty much centered up just in south of the fields in Yasnaya. That's why we're seeing so many teams run in here, just seeing if they can secure a position for what could be a late-stage win.
Well, if this is a Yasnaya Fields finish, the Expendables have put themselves in a position to potentially get through with yet another win. Twisted Minds just on the edge of the next circle. And like I said, they're making the wrap around Stalber. They're playing this early game safe. They want to try to find some level of comfort into this next zone.
Finally now starting to touch the safe zone. It's just going to be Luke still out in the blue, roaming down the hillside, cutting out, trying to see if they're as quiet as possible. Nobody over here for the time being. Everybody's pretty much caught up in what's going on with the no lean situation. So, couple casualties that did happen outside of this one, but Luna Galaxy actually leapfrogged over what we saw going on in No Lean, shifted into Yasnaya itself. Daytrade popping emergency pickup, so a lot of counter movements now finally starting to brew out of No Lean.
Incredible stuff here in this penultimate game. Who would have thought 4AM wanted revenge, and they got it, and they got it in spades. The absolutely devastating stuff. TSM got to be feeling good, stopping to do a little bit of scouting as best as they can. The Freaks going to opt to try to get into the Yasnaya Forest, get 4 players going, try to make their way further east. Circle very likely to start going in that direction at some point. Phase 3, though, doesn't necessarily have to hard shift away, and it doesn't. It's just going to center up right towards Yaz, and the Expendables have to be feeling good about that rotation they made.
Okay, so 4 Angry Men, the heroes and the villains of this lobby at the same time, taking down T1. Freaks, you have the opportunity to jump the leaderboard and now starting to get into a pretty good position inside the circle. VP just going to be shoot away from this, going to be regrouping. While we did see Daytrade take their emergency pickup, this is pretty field heavy. I'm going to be curious to see where they're going to choose to pop out at. They're just going to go right for the center of it. So We'll have to see if they can manage to make some type of landfall in it. They're going to be rolling right up next to Yaz9. This is going to be very dangerous. There's a lot of people already cemented in. But look, Day Trade manages to find a way to navigate, at least manage to get their feet on the ground.
Yeah, that was a bit dicey for Day Trade, to say the least. Yes, Belmont does go down, but Flash and Nurens, the longtime duo for Day Trade, have found a foothold. TSM as well, able to make their way over to where we saw T1 much earlier in this, trying to escape 4AM's clutches, and certainly they did, but to their demise, Na'Vi to the west, 17 making the rotate onto the eastern edge by the Heaven position.
We've got BB that took an emergency pickup. Looks like they're going to be roaming into this one also right in the middle. The Expendables in that Wizard Tower is so strong with the center circle position and looking around through the fields. BB looks like they've got their eyes set on Yaz9, mirroring the same pattern that we saw Day Trade do just one moment ago. A lot, though, attention being drawn out in other directions, but there's more and more people over here. BB just trying to shift out. A doozy already down. He did at least manage to get close enough to the ground that he could be potentially resible. So BB at least managing to make landfall as well.
So scary with Lucarux with that FAMAS harassing you as you're trying to land inside of the city. Nuren's very, very close to a doozy. Smokes are going to come out for BB team. They're going to try to hold the line, see if they can keep their players all four up going into the later stages of this. And Spyro's going to help out. Finds a good headshot. The cleanup, Nuren's had a grenade in hand, and he's going to go down.
Center control of Yaz9 now starting to feel like it's going in BB's favor. Big pickups on the outside of this one. Best of Luck does go down and get flushed near on instantly just whenever he stepped out around that corner. So everything's settling down except for Yaz9 itself. Given the fact that so many teams committed in, the rest of the circle is near on entirely empty. Teams with ton of space around them.
Let's see what happens. Flash takes some damage as well. Not nearly as much as his teammate, but trying to just find a way to rat this out. The Freaks have some of the blues to themselves, just to the north of Twisted Minds. Going to be able to control a lot of territory from there. Depending on how far west this next circle goes, they could be very much inside of the circle for some time. Relatively safe initially from this position. Sometimes getting out of here can be rather tricky.
Here's the problem, though. If you're the Freaks, if you're the Expendables, you need kills. You need to climb up the leaderboard. And everybody inside of Yaz9 right now feels like it's highly more favorable for VP. If they can get a big gain here, they can climb in a big way. TSM not going to be inside the next circle. 17, they're not going to be in it either. Petrichor Road, are you going to make the shift into the dips? Are you going to make a committal somewhere else? FaZe already has goals inside of vehicles. They're going to go ahead, start to push in, but a lot of eyes are going to be on them.
This is setting up for a crazy finish. A bunch of our top teams in this current circle. Twisted Minds, Kwangdong Freaks have really powerful positions. TE as well, dead center still in the Yaz9 fields. Really in a nice spot. FaZe, if they can clear out this southern edge, working south to north in this field can often be very profitable as well.
Oh, that is a big pickup. Getting gifted right on top of them, shifts back in, and that almost felt like bait. And you can see the Duck Juice just runs out, grabs it instantly, runs back in. So with all the attention in Yaz9, I mean, there's a couple of safety positions to still be played, but Petrichor Road looks like they're going to be rolling right up next to Eternal Fire. That's going to be one already down and Chewy.
TSM is the big question in the back of my mind right now. Where do they make their rotation? When do they make their rotation? You're kind of hoping for maybe a fight to kick off somewhere. There's a knock onto Roth. That's on the outside of the eastern edge of the circle. 17 now dusting it up with Petrichor Road as well. Trying to scooch their way into this next circle. Akelef going to have to send out some smokes. Here we go, TSM. Are they going to try to capitalize on this knock the Falcons suffered?
Sparking took a ton of damage on the approach, takes it yet again. The lead man in a lot of trouble for TSM, but looks like they at least managed to get down in this lower area that could buy him some space away from Navi's sightlines. But the moment he stops off, he's got to go for the jump out, already taking a ton of damage onto his vehicle, but reinforcements have revived. There's just a bit of a hillside for them to play. Can we see Sparking be resible? This feels like it's going to be really hard. A lot of attention now shifting in. Eternal Fire already lined in. There's nowhere to go. Vehicles now starting to explode. This is a problem for TSM.
That vehicle explosion, though, might offer them a little bit of extra cover towards Yaz9. Not the end of the world. Sparking potentially resible as well. The Falcons, though, right behind them, eagerly looking westward to see if they can claim some more space, claim some more points, claim a higher position on the leaderboard. Yes, 17 was able to take down Petrichor Road, but lost 2 members along the way. And now EF just going to be sitting in the craters, waiting to see when 17 is going to try to make their move. Purdy Curdy has to be oh so careful, but Spyro ran out of ammo, couldn't connect with the SKS.
I mean, 3 different teams just dropping bullets on top of TSM. They are hunkering down in the shade of all the bullets whizzing over their heads, not comfortable in the slightest. So Falcon's going to be the closest threat to them, but I mean, whenever you've got Na'Vi, BB, VP all taking shots into you, that is so harsh.
It is. It's really, really challenging for TSM. I mean, there wasn't a lot of other great options unless you do something crazy like crash the Falcons, but at this point in the tournament, that is playing with fire, and certainly I think this was the better of a couple bad options. But the Falcons, of course, they know their position. They're going to line up.
Wrapping him up. Here goes. Look at all the nades running down on top of him. 1 already down, 2 down. That's going to be Purdy Curdy and sparking the shift, the push coming up from the Falcons. Remember, TSM set up a great trap on the Falcons earlier inside of this one, and now TSM in a ton of trouble due to the Falcons creeping up back behind.
Yeah, Luke 12, the only player left alive. Lil Ghosto gonna try to get some good shots in, takes a headshot from Flood, has to duck down. Xiao Wu, though, able to get the knock onto Roth, and Luke wants points, knows that there's a knock somewhere in that vicinity, gonna go fishing with the grenade, and he finds Sneakers!
Oh, that is big. Can he make anything else happen out of it? It's going to be now a Virtus Pro having to deal with the consistent threat of 4 angry men who have been a catalyst through the entirety of this game.
And they just need to control the southwestern corner of Yasnaya as best as they can. They could rack in quite a few kills, but here goes FaZe. They're trying to find some open space in the apartments.
And they're going to find it. Man, they purchased that for free. They just snuck by the entirety of this. It's finally going to be Eevee getting some damage, but not a knock. This is just such a hard territory to control with the amount of people that are already inside of it. It's just a focus problem. Where do you even look?
This is madness. Madness in Yasnaya, to say the least. 4 a.m., 3 players up. Still could do something in this game. Still could be playing spoiler for yet another squad. Aches left with an absolutely ridiculous spray down there. But then 17 was able to punch right back. Xiao Wu, big plays from him. Zipion, big plays, he gets 2.
These guys aren't done yet. They want more. There's an opportunity to climb up. Day trade already out. Eyes on the new position and climbing the leaderboard slowly and steadily. VP on full-on damage control. How fast can you get over here, 4 angry men? There's just no way to really get into the position to really exploit with the work they managed to put out. No! TSM! They get spotted. They go down. It's going to be the Falcons yet again that find them.
Beautiful frag grenades from the Falcons have spelt the doom for TSM. Took a long time, but eventually they were able to finish the job. Now Na'Vi, BB team, dueling it out over some buildings. There's been a bunch of knocks both ways, and HS looking to see if he can scoop in some extra points for his squad. Nope. Grenade gonna bounce outside of the window. Lines up for another. See if he can get it through there. Again, it bounces just up and over. Na'Vi going for the reses, going to pick a couple extra players up. But who's he gonna bleed out? BB team just found a Phil first, and he's in trouble.
I mean, that was a dangerous peek there. DB, they know that their time is short. If they don't manage to make a big shift off of this, they got to get a knock. They've got to get something. They've got to stop the threat that is Na'Vi, and there is just nothing. This is the entirety of this area is open. They can shift in. 4 angry men are looking at this, but they're not making the push in just yet. The circle does keep Yasnaya in play. The Expendables with a lot of control. Twisted Minds and the Freaks on the outside, though.
And that's going to be absolutely so incredibly difficult for these teams that are outside of the circle. There's the cleanup onto Spyro. Na'Vi rocking and rolling all day, continuing to just steamroll teams.
Okay, you've got to clutch. You've got to make the play. If you're the Freaks, if you're the Expendables, the circle does favor the Expendables position for now. I mean, Twisted Minds, we've talked about this team all year. They have an opportunity in this, but it just feels like they can't find a path. The Expendables just keep cutting them down as they're trying to approach in.
Again, it's just so hard to come into this circle because there's going to be so many players in Yaz that are going to have angles on top of you. The Freaks are going to try to make a go now. I don't know where their landing point might be. There's a few hills up ahead.
But they're running right into the line where the Expendables are focused on Twisted. This is the opportunity, but Twisted now with their back duo gets a lot of vision into it. Good shot's going to be coming out from Perfectix, take down Bean, but there's not too much more that they can get out of it. The tail ender for the Freaks do need to make a move, but Salute is creeping back up behind the duo for Twisted Minds. He has a big moment to pop off in front of this. The distraction is just the other members that are set up in front of Twisted Minds. It's just a shooting gallery as everybody for the Freaks keep going down while Virtus Pro continues to pump out damage.
Salute trying to find his moment to strike. There it is! Example in the back immediately takes damage from Tanvu from the Expendables. Has to prone it out, has to throw some smokes, trying to cling to life.
Meanwhile, Phil First still over here, still holding together, but Tulans rolls right into the neighborhood. Looks like he's just going to be sitting it right down on top of the Freaks. They want these kills, and they have got to be careful with it, but Tulans wants to make the hero play for his squad. It's him, it's Lou, it's a nade right on top of the Freaks, but they are doing a great job of defending it.
Heaven has got him out of the open, he's going down!
Twisted Minds goes down, and the Freaks hold it together.
Just barely, Tanvu finally going to take Salute out on the edge. So the Freaks cling to life, but just barely. The Expendables now can flex their muscles. They can start to peek out from this wizard house just a bit, but they need to keep themselves obscured from Yasnaya. Still too many teams, still too many players to deal with. Na'Vi on the move, on the hunt, trying to wrap in more towards the center of where 4 a.m. is. In the meantime, FaZe has breached VP's compound.
I still just cannot get over sending Salute to backstab onto Twisted Mind's position, sacrificing him while he makes such a big play to get the rest of the squad into point. That is such a hero play for your team. VP, FaZe still stacked up on top of each other. They still got some time before the circle firmly cements, but you can see it is getting dastardly over here. Nobody with any room to work with. Na'Vi slowly creeping up next to 4 Angry Men as well. Blue Zone nades big inside of these buildings.
Dude, Na'Vi, they can come through with a win here. It may come down to that last game where they have an opportunity to do something crazy again at PGC. Gustav, FaZe, inside of VP's buildings. The calls are coming from inside VP. How are you going to respond? Corexi looking for the window angles, looking to catch VP off guard just a bit. And Akatori with a FAMAS finds Godby. HS, Zepion up on the second floors, waiting for Na'Vi to come through to see if they can do any damage. Beamy gonna get a spot onto Corexi out at the fence. Vex just right underneath.
Na'Vi up to 107, starting to assault the top. They are just continuing to rain down damage. 10 kills. They are absolutely murdering this lobby today. But is it going to be enough? The Freaks find one. They know that they need every point. They cannot let anybody steal that away. Shots now starting to pop off in that direction. VP, are you going to use this opportunity and exploit it as the circle, the way it lines in? It is going to be an absolute bloodbath leaving Yasnaya.
And now the Freaks' job gets even harder. The circle shifts away again right towards TE. TE firmly aware of the Freaks' position, going to make it as difficult as possible, no doubt about it, because they are right behind the Freaks on the leaderboard. 122, the Vietnamese team, the surprise Vietnamese team. Everybody thought it might be Cerberus, but the Expendables have shown that this is a multi-team region.
I mean, just right up there. Oh, look at the sneaky play coming up from VP. Freaks trying to see if they can at least creep into the circle. Vehicles lined in. They've got some hay bales for cover, but that's all they have. There's a couple of shiftable ways to play this, and yes, that hillside does block up viewpoints for the Expendables, so they can focus it, and maybe they can pick up the kills on everybody that's going to be trying to leave, but you can see any peeks are going to be immediately punished.
Yeah, Clory's just looking for the angle through the windows to see if maybe the KDF players had to peek up towards that direction, but instead it's just them proning down. Now Na'Vi trying to get ahead of all the other teams that are in Yasnaya, trying to establish zone control here, fire control of the exits, and 4AM is going to try to flirt with it.
How big can you go here, Na'Vi? Can you get the biggest game conceivably possible? Soset's going to go down. The Freaks starting to pick up some more points. Now just 1 point back behind. No, they have now passed T1. That is a big situation for them to deal with. If they can continue to hold this one down, it's all about the push coming out from one side of it. How many kills can we see get picked up by everybody that's going to be the stragglers coming out the tail of the Yasnaya? And it's going to be Beamy again with a big play to take down Gustav.
Oh, Gustav was just so tunneled on what was going on to his east. He wasn't expecting a VP player to drop down right on top of him. Still more FaZe clan members to worry about, although there is going to be another point going over to Virtus Pro. They're up to 120 now. The Freaks trying to just crawl their way way into some kind of late game scenario. Delwyn, the Expendables, though, looking like they might be taking another win.
I mean, VP.
Oh!
It's going to be Tanvu that gets the explosion, gets the knock onto Heaven, and the flush as well. The Freaks in trouble, but it's going to be assistance from the outside. Hakatori, Navi, they are not done yet. They are hungry and they want more.
As soon as any team tries to take some fire into one direction, they're hit from another. Speaking of, Clories gets Hakatori and gets the point.
This is just everyone stacked up on top of each other. We still have VP, we still have FaZe, we still have Navi trying to crawl their way out. Being the last one up for the Freaks, wants to pick up any kills. The Expendables at least have a position inside the circle, but Vex is going to find out Lucarux get another point for himself. Slowly creeping up back behind TSM for the time being, as now we are in our top 4. TE has 4 up, VP 2, FaZe now out. Freaks still holding on the top of the leaderboard, but it depends on how many kills we can see pop off here at the end.
Oh, B going for the spray, gets taken out by PB though. Just barely had an opportunity, and that's going to be more points for the Expendables. Duck Juice takes out Ibiza. He is sweeping the edge, but VP not going to give any more points over.
Oh my God, I don't know how that breaks down there at the end. The Expendables, it was all so back and forth. Is it going to be enough? I do not know, but this is absolutely crazy. This PGC will not stop.
Unbelievable. Back-to-back wins for the Expendables. How have they done this? How have they come into Erangel and taken control of this entire event?
I mean, Navi picking up so many kills as well. The Freaks somehow finding a way to sneak in off of that big play on the Twisted Minds. This is just absolutely next level thinking from every single one of our teams.
And now we come down to a best of one. Just one more Erangel to find out who is going to be our champion.
All right, well, let's throw it over the desk to get you guys ready for the last game of PGC.
Is it happening? Is the Expendables making the most unbelievable run in the last day of PGC 2024 and maybe clinching the World Championship? I'm shocked. This is an insane performance for them in the last day, and now it looks like they have claimed #1 away from South Korea.
Going into that last game, if you're in #1 and you look at it and you're saying to yourself, saying to your team, guys, we can do this. One more crazy game.
Yeah.
They've already had the best day of the grand finals so far. One more decent game and they can do it.
Let's come back to the Expendables in a second because we're going to talk about them with the 4, right? I want to talk about the #1 team. T1 comes into this, they say, okay, we got a nice little drop spot here at Yaz, but guess what? Karma strike. 4AM says you hunted us for the entire circuit. It's our turn to get vengeance. And not only did they drop them and hunt them, they followed them all the way up to Nolene and helped to box them in where 4 teams showed up to say, I guess this is not your PGC championship after all.
You come into the last day and then you've got a huge target on your back, and T1 is feeling the repercussions of that frustration on the side of Twisted Minds. Actually, now that we're thinking about the Expendables and this victory, the send, the threading of the needle past teams, past the creators that had teams in them, losing nobody, getting to the Harry Potter in the middle of this. I mean, it's a winning play. It's such a bold play, such a brazen play here at PGC.
And staying 4 guys alive all the way to the end. Only 6 kills, but you get the win. It's the 16 total points that matters. They got past FaZe, they got past Eternal Fire, they weaved, as you said, all the way in there, but staying alive, staying strong. They knew it's going to be a hard late game, but it actually ended up being way easier because all those teams inside Yasnaya, they died, they killed each other. And it's fun. We started with the story of 4AM and T1 in Yasnaya. We end in Yasnaya in this game too.
It's the games coming full circle. You can see Twisted Minds absolutely frustrated. Back to back to back coming out of the PGS series. This was the era of, the year of. And then on top of that, you got Na'Vi, those young guns who everyone's been watching. 2 days to get started, but look at me now, Ma, as they fly up that leaderboard game after game.
They were 15th at the start of the day, and they got yet another double-digit game here. 11 kills going the way of Na'Vi. It's ridiculous. This last day has been nothing but spectacular, and the Expendables is knocking on the door of becoming one of the most unexpected world champions. I was going to say in PUBG, but actually just in general in esports, because they have just played out of their minds.
We've been calling them expectables.
Yeah.
We did not expect them to do this. Pull this off. We're talking about it. We hope, you know, they're looking really strong in the circuit. Mechanical skill is there. If they get the strategy right, they could do it. We did not expect it to be this level here. They're able to close 6 kills. Tanwu gets 3 of them.
They look amazing. And I'll be honest, when I came to PGC, there was an APAC sort of win on my bingo card, but that went away when Cerberus left. And then these guys stepped up. And I think you hit on something in the agreement where you said, is it just because all of them are like clearly team players and can make those clutch plays and work together as a squad? I think it is, because they seem to understand and play well together. But Tanwu comes away with the man of the match. And again, it could be anyone. Delwyn, Tanwu, Chlor, it doesn't matter. When the clutch comes, these guys are hungry. You saw them chase Beamy down. They need points.
They're the complete package. It's very clear in this PGC Grand Finals, they are the complete package. Right now, 16 points go their way. They are just one good result away from becoming the world champions. Na'Vi, 14 points again. It's also absolutely remarkable to see them jet up this leaderboard at the moment. And it does, it kind of bodes badly for other teams in 2025, potentially, if Na'Vi can do something like
67 points in 5 games for Na'Vi. 67 points. 4 points less than what Freaks did in day 1. But look at this, though. 133 points.
Close.
Expendables in first place.
The unexpected may become expected, because this is the first time in the PGC Grand Finals it has not been South Korea in #1, and we have 1 game left to determine who is going to become our world champion. I just got chills, boys.
The amount of games we've seen, 10 plus kills to end, that means 20 on a win is entirely possible. There are so many teams in this hunt right now, Avenger. This has got to be one of the broadest races we've had in a very long time.
Only 9 points difference from first to fourth. Any of these teams can do it. TSM needs a big game. They're a little bit behind there. The teams below, they need a huge game to make it happen. And for you to be in 7th or 8th right now and be able to stop every single team ahead of you, that'll be a huge, huge game to play. But still, so close at the very top.
And the Expendables has this advantage. T1, clearly teams have plans to stop them. KDF, teams came in with ideas to stop them. No one thought Expendables would be here in first place going to the last game. No one has a plan for how to stop a team that everyone honestly is always terrified of or worried about throwing a wrench in their plans. They have done it to every single team, every single fan, every single fantasy group. This has been incredible to watch, and I don't know how you stop them, because they are pulling things off that just don't make sense. That send, weaving through, I think they went right past Eternal Fire, inches away, and lost nothing.
Nothing at all. It's like throwing a Catherine wheel firework into the middle of a group of people and just watching it go off, because they're just causing utter chaos here. Not only these sends, but the fights that they're able to take, dismantling some of these very top teams. And now you can see, for Kwangdong Freaks, for Salute, for the defending champion, it will get very real now with 1 game remaining, boys.
But that last game, they did what they had to. Both Virtus Pro and Kwangdong Freaks put up points to keep themselves in a hunt in a very desperate situation. Na'Vi looks confident. They're staring at the camera. They're saying, we have what it takes to make a massive game. And even if they don't finish out the top 3, they should be proud of how they finished this PGC coming back from such a tough start.
It's all him. It's all about favorites. He's pointing. He is the playmaker today. Na'Vi most points today. If it wasn't for their bad day 1 and day 2, they would have been in that spot. They would have been up there. They would have been slightly more within striking distance. Sadly, I count them out at this point for the winners championship, for the winners of the championship.
Potentially trying to bash for a 2-time PGC champions, of course, with a completely different roster, but that would be a testament to the world building that Na'Vi is able to go for. Final thoughts before we go into this.
This is going, I mean, it's going to be exciting. If you guys are at home, remember, what we're tracking is, will those top teams manage to survive? Can they go the distance? And will the ones in the middle have a massive game? It's going off.
Surely T1 has to make a change in plans here. They have to do something different. If they get their plan rolling, they can make it happen. If the other teams in the top 4, they can make it happen. It's about this last game. Everything is on the table.
One final opportunity. We have so many teams towards the top that can do this. The grassy pastures will be the battlefield. Every single player on that stage wants to be the world champion, but there can only be one here for PGC 2024, as we have the most unexpected, the most delightful, the most outrageous match on the way. Let's go to the commentators.
Your whole year comes down to this last moment. Can you do it? There are a ton of options, a ton of teams that can walk away with the victory, but only one after this one will remain king of PUBG for this year.
Unbelievable to think that we'd be at this point with it being so insanely close at the top of the leaderboard, with the way that everything went awry for T1 in that last game, with the way that the Expendables have stepped up today to now lead the pack, to have destiny, to have fate in their hands. We go to Erangel one last time.
That case shall not be empty for too much longer. Plane path gives some options for some teams, but I've got my eyes drawn to where, oh where will T1 go?
That's a very, very big question. I mean, are you going to try to go all the way up to Kameshki? They get out very, very late from this plane path, eyeing to see what exactly 4AM is going to do. And we can see that 4AM has, in fact, gone for Yasnaya. So for T1, it's plan B. It's try to find some other way to get it done here.
It is just still so neck and neck, and there is so much pressure mounted on this position, but the pressure can create a diamond if given the opportunity. So can you really just cement in and figure out how you want to do it at this stage? The circle pops, and it is down into the southwest. Right in the middle of it is the Expendables.
They have got to be licking their lips. They have got to be in control of this game. They have to feel like this is our opportunity, this is our moment. We've been playing so well today, and it is that pressure going to turn them into diamonds like you mentioned, Matt. Are they going to be able to cut through the tension and find a big win here? Or is some other team going to step up, because there are quite a few teams that are still in this hunt?
The circle is so far away from T1's positioning, about as far away as you can get. They're going to have to make a trek into the circle with teams hunting them. They know 4 Angry Men is gunning for the opportunity to take them down.
Oh, for sure. For sure. 4AM has to be somewhat aware that T1 might have gone in a different direction. And if they were kind of keeping track of the plane path, they might have been able to understand that it's Kameshki, but we don't know for sure. The real question for me for T1 is, are you going to be able to find an emergency pickup, or are you going to have to get this done by driving? I think the driving's a little bit more dangerous in some ways, potentially, just because of the extreme distance you're going to have to cover.
But there's just so little loot in Kameshki. Could it provide it? I mean, that's going to be so hard to deal with. Yes, they do pop an emergency pickup. So T1 has at least one opportunity into the circle, but man, it is a scary one.
It is. I mean, you have to be so cautious on your way down when you're coming off of this pickup. If they do opt to take it, it looks like they will, as it begins to make its way into the air. It ascends for T1's awaiting arms. It's TE fanning out around Gatka, their typical loot spot. They claim control of this very early on, and they have held it throughout the entirety of PGC. And oh boy, has it worked wonders.
Get ready, this is about to be the most nerve-wracking emergency pickup you have ever seen. T1 mounted, ready for it. Let's see how many of their members are going to get picked up. Is it a full commit? Are they going to play a bit of an anchor? It looks like almost everybody has gotten picked up. They leave no one behind.
Absolutely. 4 strong for T1. And this is maybe the most crucial moment of the tournament for them. To think about that coming into some of these late games with the tournament lead, just clinging just by a few points throughout the day, by a thread, and now they hang on the threads of this emergency pickup.
Look at the eyes, just beat it in. Got to be so careful right now, as this is absolutely terrifying. You're going to be rolling right over Twisted Minds, landing into the known commodity of the Expendables home territory. Day Trade already in a position. Day Trade were pretty much the ones that cemented the loss of where we saw T1 inside that last game. This is going to be crazy. Where do they even go?
It's a very good question, Matt. That's a very good question, because center circle is just probably not viable for them, and the real question is how well are they aware of the early rotations on this part of the map, because that's usually not something you're really focusing on when it comes to your strategies, your preparation for these games, because if it is a southwest circle, even if you're coming from Yasnaya, you're probably coming in late. You're more worried about teams like Twisted Minds, 17 Gaming, Kwangdong Freaks. How are they going to be maneuvering? You're maybe not necessarily considering teams like Day Trade, Petrichor Road, even potentially the Expendables.
Okay, well, they're inside the safe zone, haven't cut yet. Looks like Corey might be one of the in-point positions that they're going to be looking for. Wrapping right underneath of them is going to be Twisted Minds. Freaks also managed to make a push into the circle. They're going to find themselves a point to be playing from. Continually outside of this one, we can see Nana V, Luna Galaxy, 4 Angry Men, VP, FaZe, not yet inside the circle. To the south, Petrichor Road and BB get some vision on top of each other. T1 still holding on to their lifeline.
This is comfort for Kwangdong Freaks. They like to take this 2-2 split in these circles a lot, but we've seen them punished for it before in the past. And Tanbu watching. It's so hard to hit these shots, but if he does, it'd be the biggest of his career potentially.
Just seeing, trying to monitor where the drops are going to be coming in from. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! We've got the Freaks TSM right up next to each other. Shots going over to Bean. He's down to below half life. He's just running, trying to get away from this one. Now starting to connect. Near on one more bullet will be all she wrote. And yes, he does go down. Luke picks it up, and who's going to get it in the end? It is Luke 12.
A huge mistake coming from the Freaks, thinking they could send a player back into Gatka to watch their back lines, and instead they lose Bean in one of the most crucial moments of the event, and TSM takes a point, 13 away from first place right now. T1 goes all the way to the west coast to get vehicles to maybe scoop up a little bit more loot, and they're going to be have to work west to east the rest of the way through this game. Day Trade fanned out in a huge 1-1-1-1 split around them. That's going to be the first team that's near them. However, they've got a lot of space to work with, actually. They've got a lot of room to maneuver. They've got vehicles. They've got a chance.
Oh, man, this is desperation for so many teams. Bad start coming out from the Freaks right off the get-go, but TSM, it's just another point. They're only 13 out of first and cannot be counted out just quite yet, specifically given the positions that they're going to be playing from. Sparking is playing up on top of Everest. He has to be careful. VP is rolling up very, very close to him.
Yeah, I was just seeing the same thing, Matt. I was looking at the map, and I'm like, oh boy, Sparking, you are going to be in trouble potentially. See how he wants to play that. TSM, though, I'm sure was eyeing that compound that KDF is in. They know who's in there for sure. Of course, the kill confirmed it, but they definitely had an inkling ahead of that. And now driving out, trying to fan out, gain a little bit more space. Sparking does make his escape, so he is safe for now. Virtus Pro takes control of the high ground, going to be able to use that for the info gathering part of the game. A little bit of shots taken at Alo, down to 70 health. Sparking on a motorcycle, taking a wider route, trying to make sure that he stays safe. T1 has stopped. They haven't wrapped any further in this direction, and they are going to play this as safe as they can.
Man, there's a lot of strong points to be playing from right now. Looks like a couple of teams are setting up positions around field specifically to see if they can net kills in rotation. So that's one of the things we should be monitoring with TSM, where we see the Freaks playing from as well. You can see that FaZe also has eyes on the potential where Petrichor Road stopped off at, but I don't know if they're going to make a full commitment into that just quite yet. VP, Kings of the North for the time being. The Polar Bear is quite strong up there. Can it be a point to play from?
They are absolutely looking to claw their way into this game. See if they can take the championship. They're only 9 points out from the Expendables, but for now, everybody just trying to take comfort positions. I do see FaZe really close to Petrichor Road on the map. That's about the only point of contention that really seems to be fomenting. for this particular match so far. BB team not too far away from that potential fight as well, but for now, FaZe just seemingly trying to get ahead of Petrichor Road. No hope for Petrichor Road to win this event. They're down to just 2 players already, and FaZe wants those points.
VP has gotten vision on TSM, taking some shots at them. Nothing coming out of it just quite yet. 2-2 split for VP is pretty much just doing some scouting, but FaZe wants this, and they're coming in with full authority. Gusto, Xlef trying to fend in, gets a good nade right on top of Corexy. Does he know that he's got a rat inside the building? Drops down. Looks like he's just going to run in after it. Goes for it. Xlef shuts down anything that FaZe wants to do over here. Spots out the next player as well, Infects, but has to run over a Molotov. Now in some trouble. Already taking a lot of damage. Has to retreat away. Just him and Summer, the last one's up. Can Summer even get a defensive line to try to provide any assistance? And no, he cannot. It's all on Gustav. He's got the nade prepped up, and no, Vex is going to spot out Xlef, and he goes down. Summer, can you clutch? No, you get spotted. FaZe wins it.
Here comes BB team. They might try to get some points off of this. They know FaZe is down to just 1 player, and they can roll into this compound and maybe claim some points. Although they stop up. Navi as well drifting in this direction. We're just going to center up right around the chopsticks by where Twisted Minds is. TSM on the north. TE, though, going to be able to go center. Kwangdong Freaks going to try to reinforce this position. Try to see if they can keep themselves in this circle as long as possible. T1 has to make a move, and they're running right past VP.
I mean, where does the X Factor and 4 Angry Men even go? They're right up next to Twisted Minds. It looks like TE was also approaching over there. Nixie cuts down on this one. He knows he's counter-moving around it, raining eyes towards the circle for the time being, but there is one member for VP so far out, feeding all of this information over. Luke Rux just waiting. It's going to be E-end and Type at the tail end.
This could be a huge trap play for VP. They have all the info in the world. T1 has none. They are very unsure of what's going on around them. EF making a crash right into the dumplings. They have gotten underneath the Expendables' noses. This is kind of interesting now. The Expendables, of course, going to try to use some grenades, but there's that tunnel there that EF can keep themselves safe in. So for now, they've got some home, they've got some comfort, nothing too big that they have to worry about in this moment. However, the Expendables, wide 2-2 split. Let's see if they can hang on to it.
One crash could be a massive problem, but the Expendables don't care. They have such confidence in their firefighting capabilities.
Of course.
Oh, man.
Of course.
That set ready to go. I mean, and beat it in right on the chopsticks, I believe.
They should. I mean, they've been so good with the mortars throughout this event. Why not? Why not?
Oh! Whoa! Right on top of the man! Everybody from Eternal Fire just runs and scatters back into the safety of that tunnel.
That's 4 AM. That's 4 AM with the mortars. I mean, there's going to be a lot of mortars in play in this field. There's so much open space that's so close.
That's only one team, though. Notice Daytrade's got some of their own. That's going to go down. It's going to be 4 Angry Men that pick it up. And oh my God, Eternal Fire, they are just getting bombarded.
They left the safety of the tunnel and they paid the price. Now the Expendables trying to get in on the action. Delwyn trying to dial it in, seeing if he can do some destruction to EF. I think Ruin's going to get to safety.
This is just so scary over here. The only benefit for this is a lot of mortars used on only one team.
True.
And this is a very open, fielded circle.
That's true. It's hard to imagine that you have a ton of mortars sitting in those compounds for the Expendables. So they may have already used the lion's share of their available mortar rounds. The Perfectix. Oh my God, Post. Oh goodness, Vinny. Excuse me. Took a bunch of damage. But able to get the grenade off. Twisted Minds in trouble. They're trying to wipe him out. Example hits the Kraken from behind.
We could still see at the start of a run right here. Luna Galaxy running up all next to each other. See Twisted Minds realizing that this could be the start of a big game for them if they can find the kills. Chasing after it, Batulins trying to see if he can find the down members and does pick up another. Haven goes down and Batulins with 2 life makes the play.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge points for Twisted Minds to just climb back up the leaderboard. And they need every point they can get. They want to finish as strong as possible. Obviously, it has been an insanely incredible year for them, and that's going to shift to the southwest. Now the Expendables can kind of group up 4 strong in the compound that Delwyn and Ducktooth are in. Daytrade trying to make a maneuver, trying to regroup with their team. VP also moving in, but now you've got T1 who's saddled up right next to the Two Twisted Minds have got Lou down.
That's going to be Type picking him up real fast, but they need to make a move into the circle with Twisted Minds right on top of him. 4 Angry Men on the other side. They realize where it was going to be going on, so Bobo comes in right after raiding, gets the flush as well, but there are too many targets. 4 Angry Men also takes down one of the Falcons. With this, can T1 continue to keep control while Twisted Minds has the path right next to him?
This is insanely aggressive from T1, but it is what has worked for them. So they're just going to go back with Old Faithful, try to take fights out on the edges, try to win them. But with 4 AM there to play spoiler, they're happy to focus in. Rothrello going to combine to take down Code Marco. The Expendables have Tanbunak in the shack. The grenades right outside, not cutting in far enough to do any damage.
TSM also encroaching right into the same area. Eternal Fire finally get eliminated, and that's going to be the Falcons that manage to do it. It's going to be the Eastern Chopstick entirely under their control. T1 hopping inside of vehicles. They're going to be sending it up over here and in the north. That's going to be where 4 Angry Men were going to be playing from, but let's not forget TSM is here. Freaks are over here. DP is trying to rotate very close. ALO goes down. A lot of moving factors over here. Can we see T1 navigate it? Oh, no! They spun out. There's nowhere to go. Zenith is down. 4 Angry Men are just absolutely demolishing T1.
That's EN down to Purdy Curdy as well, and they're out. They're down and they're almost done. Only one more player to go. I panicked a little bit there. It is still Type alive, and he is going to drive into the forest. He survived. He got through, but it looked like maybe T1 was going to go down.
So few options to play from. The Freaks eyeing a lot of what's going to be maneuvering over into the west with VP. VP is going to be just down below them as well. It's only 3 points away. TE has got to be careful while they're in the center of it. There are going to be a lot of big firefights happening on the outside that they're just not going to be able to get part of.
It's going to be a point over to Na'Vi. Lil Ghost trying to respond. Sprays with the AR, lets loose with the frag, and he's got the M4 connecting onto Susset. He is going to go down. Smoke's going to come out, trying to confirm the point. Tough angle, can't quite get all of it. Switches over to the DMR, easy peasy.
And that is big. Na'Vi has just been on an absolute just destruction warpath through these lobbies today. So anything that kind of stalls them out provides more opportunities for these other teams that so desperately want to claim the title.
Absolutely. Everybody's still involved. BB gets a big knock. They need to get Ibiza back up and running if possible. It's only phase 3 blue. Still some time to work with. However, Spyro is going to catch Ibiza out, take him down. 3 up for Virtus Pro now as BB team looks to keep them out. Still have our eyes on Type, of course, as that solo player. Day Trade looking strong in their compounds. Should be able to lock that down pretty well. FaZe has to maybe deal with Na'Vi on the east. Kwangdong Freaks on the move.
This is scary. Can they manage to get there fast enough? Early rotation could be big for them. Just Type on one side of it. You can see a regroup is going to be happening for Na'Vi at roughly the same moment. FaZe going to be shifting down. A lot of eyes being set in the same position. It's going to be Freaks. Na'Vi rolling up at roughly the same time. Shifting away from it. Correction is going to be defending up on that 1 point. They're just going to go ahead and send it down here. There are no options. Correction knows he's in trouble. He tries to get away, but it's going to be Salute that picks him up.
Salute was so fast with that shot, but Hakatori on the outside. Na'Vi barreling down to this position as well. Looking to go for the flush. If it's cooked well, he could have it. No, it just kind of bounces along the fence line there. Gets caught up in the mix. TSM trying to drive past.
Man.
Type got a kill somewhere. Type got 2. What in the world is going on, Type?
He's trying to have his big moment, and I love it. This is the Type that you want to come out in this stage, not afraid, realizing that he could win it for his team. He just needs to pick up every point. 3-man squad ahead of me, doesn't matter. I can make it work.
The 18-year-old Phenom throws a grenade inside, but it was actually on the outside is where he was looking to go. Fairest has had such a good day for Na'Vi. Oh my god, this is getting absolutely insane. They're driving right at this. They know it's in the kill feed. They want to wipe T1 out.
They are after Type right now. He has no cover. They're going for the spray onto him. They do take him out. T1 is eliminated.
It is 4 Angry Men living up to their name. They wanted T1 out of this, and it is mission accomplished. Now over to TSM. Luke has been knocked. Day Trade watching above, trying to see if they can find any more damage. Fishing one out, and it is Twisted Minds who have rolled in as well, and they are taking a bunch of losses. Just Patulins here alive. Perfectix, that grenade not going to get the flush. Flash going to load up for another. Lets loose, lets it fly. Is it going to connect? Yes, it does.
4 Angry Men have done a great job on making today personal, but on the opposing sides, they are also in a pretty interesting spot whenever we look at the amount of costs that's come out for them. Daytrade wants to cement in, wants to shift in, wants to find something out of this one, but it's just going to be so hard with the way we see Twisted playing from this one. Good hold on the outside. Is he going to step around? I mean, he should be able to med through it. He should be okay and weathers it perfectly fine.
No problem at all for Tanadol. He can just go for the heels. Batu probably going to play this one a little bit cautious, a little bit safe. Daytrade as well. Still has a lot to play for on the leaderboard. Still wants to try to get past 4 a.m. if possible, as they were wiped out off screen. The Expendables, slow, steady. It's going to be Edge. A couple players already fanned out for them, so they've got some control into that forest to their south. Circle continues to just dial in on top of Daytrade. TSM, if they can stay in that house, if they can survive, they might have a chance. Batulin strikes, he gets Tanadol.
But we have a big shift for this one for the Expendables. They have to make sure that they make a run into this one. Twisted Minds do get eliminated, and it's going to be Nurin that goes down from Sparking's position.
There's still a world where they could fall to 8th, depending on what the last player from Na'Vi has in store for us. Molly up in the roof. TSM now on the move. They saw the kill feed. They're going to get aggressive. I like it.
They need the points. They could find the opportunity to get the knock onto Belmoth. That makes this a lot more comfortable. Belmoth has been an absolute beast at this event. BB also runs right up into this one, right on top of Nurin's positioning. They're just going to go ahead and jump out. Nurin's now has to shift away from what he was looking at, but it's going to be Purdy Curdy that gets the knock.
I love this from TSM. They understand the leaderboard. They need to go for kills, and they know it. So they are pouncing on every opportunity. Flash on the outside of that fence line could be dangerous. The Expendables could be dealing with 17 here in just a moment. They're trying to get up the hill. They're thinking about it. FaZe right behind 17, though, as well. This could work out extremely well for the Expendables.
They're coming into this so late. There's been so much firefighting already happening on the inside of this one. So they know that they need to be on top of all of the action. Daytrade gets eliminated, and TSM at 5 kills. Can they make the run that they need to? They've got control over the center. There's a lot of action still to be had, though.
17 doing a great job keeping that southern flank clear, keeping FaZe off of their backs. Just Gustav left for FaZe Clan, sitting in 6th place currently. BB team is going to get knocked out. TSM scooping up more kills throughout this game. Tremendous stuff from them, but here goes Tanvu. He's out in the open. Glories as well.
They need this firefight to go absolutely perfectly. The Expendables know that the threats are in front of them now. Can they handle it? Can they deal with the stress? Delwyn's already finding a path inside the circle. Duck Juice is taking some damage. 17 Gaming also eyes on the circle, not really wanting to push this one. They're going to let TE shift into the north.
I love this from the Expendables. They realize that this was not a favorable angle to take a fight, so they are just going to retreat. They are going to call off the attack, and they already have a player inside of the next circle, inside of Safety and Delwyn. They can regroup with him. Let 17 deal with some of these other teams. Maybe the Kwangdong Freaks run into them, and then you can get them knocked out for free and set yourself into a position that you are going to be the PGC champions.
Oh, on the outside of this one, we've got Gustav just trying to cling to life, but it feels like it shall not be too much longer for him. No easy pathing into the circle. 17 on one side of it, Freaks on the other. Falcons down into the south are kind of keeping an eye on everything that's going on over here. TSM once more, but it is going to be Salute that gets knocked on a Zhao Bei. Is it going to be big enough? Do they want it? Do they want the position more? A new circle's about to pop. It stays on TSM's position.
TSM now has some considerations. Do they try to fan out a little bit? They need kills, and they know it. Kwangdong Freaks just need to outlast the Expendables. That's kind of the name of the game for them right now. Sparking harassing the teams around him. Falcons out on the outside, a big role to play in this game. 4 strong still. Virtus Pro gonna have Nixie get popped by Luke 12. They're hemorrhaging players when they can't afford to.
8 points between TSM and TE right now, 22 alive. Every kill matters from this stage forward. VP, they want some control in the north, but they're putting themselves right in between TSM and the Expendables both. Beamy trying to provide some covering fire, but it is going to draw the attention of the Falcons, who start to swoop down from their high ground. That's going to be all she wrote for FaZe. 17 alive over into the east, now also has the capabilities to gatekeep out the Freaks.
Lil Ghost gonna let loose with some grenades out in the open. Salute there. Gyuming doesn't even catch any damage from that grenade. So Lil Ghost gonna set up with some smokes. They have some work to do. They're outside of the next circle. The Freaks as well have to push in just a little bit further. Ferris ahead for Na'Vi could ruin the Freaks round, ruin their chances at winning a championship. Smokes are out though, trying to cut off the angles here. Falcons now barreling down on top of VP.
Can they handle it? They have to firefight. They have to fight with their backs up against the wall. BB is down, and he has been massive for him. It is Lucarux, Nixie, the last ones up. Falcons still sitting up with 4 members. They've got the hillside for cover, but there is so little for VP to work from. But Nixie gets 2.
What?
Can we manage to pick up the rest? Step around. He already knows where Rello is.
Unbelievable. Rello's down. Nixie can't do it. Staker says no. Lucarux steps in. Huge play from him.
Manages to hold it together. VP in tatters, but they continue to crawl their way into the zone. Just 1 point behind the Freaks.
Outrageous stuff here. VP, 2 players left, trying to get the res. Look at Delwyn flanking out for the Expendables. Mr. Reliable in those positions has been so good throughout this event. The Freaks trying to surround 17. Xiaowu taking some damage, but so is Gyuming. Gyuming takes the worst end of it. Xiaowu knows it. Gonna let loose with the grenade. Heaven trying to keep him pinned. The grenades are close. It's gonna be Gyuming down. Salute does get Lil Ghost. Oh, Xiaowu!
Coming up big whenever he needs to. The last member up for 17. Multiple Freaks just littering the hillside, but on the opposing side of this one, of course, it is going to be the indomitable Salute. Can he manage to keep his team in this one? Can he line up against one of the best in 17 gaming?
He was the player for Donawa last year that clutched it out for them in the last game of PGC. All hopes on him right now. Heaven, Resible, it looks like 17 dealt with, but the Expendables are angling on 2 different fights. Nixie out in the open. Delwyn's got him!
Oh, that is a big knock. Any kills going over to the Expendables means the fact that it's going to get more complicated. The Freaks presently in first place, but just by the skin of their teeth. VP still clinging to life, but they have such a hard run into the circle. They are presently 3 points out of first, and they are going to be the only team that's having to run into the no man's land that we see the Expendables and TSM holding.
And all the while, TSM has been able to quietly wait this one out to try to find their moment, their opportunity. They could play spoiler against the Expendables. The Freaks kind of have to work the southern ridgeline. They can't move up to the north. They need to use the safety of this, but there is no safety. There is Ferris still. So danger for the Freaks. Lucarux in the blue going for the heels.
This is big. If actually Lucarux surrenders over, it would just be another point gone off. But there's no way for him to navigate running into this.
Oh, he knows
He's
it.
just trying to hold out for as long as he can. Hopes another team goes down, but he knows there is nothing else that they can do from this stage. Virtus Pro is eliminated in third.
And a well-deserved round of applause for Virtus Pro. They played so spectacularly throughout this entire grand finals. They were constantly near the top, and they performed well above expectations. So thrilled with Virtus Pro this event.
But it's just another point that TSM cannot get. They've got control over the center of the circle. But with this, it's just more and more complicated. They need any points. If they want to try to catch up to TE, it is so hard. They cannot rest inside of their compound. They need to be on the hunt. TE in the north knows the fact that this is just a numbers game for them at the time being, but the Freaks still sitting at 2, right up against the wall, tied in with TE right now. Any small misstep will cost you the championship.
I think TSM needs almost every kill that's left in this lobby if they're going to catch up to KDF and TE. Really could just come down to those 2 teams. I mean, TSM playing a hell of a match here at the end. They've done so good to be opportunistic. Duckjuice able to peek that hill, but Sparking sits him down. Gonna go first aid time, get that back up. Delwyn on Overwatch. Just comes down to kind of this last couple circles. Where does this end? In the middle of all of this is going to be the answer right next to TSM. Can they maintain control? Can they get enough kills?
And of course, it's Ferris still alive, buying more placement points for his team by the moment. Even if he manages to out-survive anybody, he will shift into phases positioning, while VP T1 are just waiting with bated breath to see how much more TSM can get. 6 kills just doesn't feel like it's enough. They've got the circle, they could get the last game, but they know they need more than that right now.
They have a ton of smoke grenades. They have a ton of flashes. TSM has the utility to get this done, but again, they need kills. They need tons of them. It's just a matter of, are they going to be able to successfully execute on their objective? KDF coming in. They do have a player inside, so they've got a foothold. They've got some level of safety. Fairest just going to wait this out as long as he can. He just wants to sit there, gain as many points. He knows that every placement he can get gets them more money, so he wants to try to scrape through to the very end of this game as well.
The Expendables only getting 1 kill so far is massive for everybody else. They haven't run away with it yet, and you know the Freaks want it, but look at the pathing option. Salute is actually flanking around back behind the Expendables. Could he be the guy that does it? Can he have his big moment? Heaven already under some duress for right now, but Salute doesn't get the firing lines that he wants, so the Expendables steal away the center of the circle. But there you go! Salute finds one, but Tanvu powers it back!
Unbelievable! What a response from Tanvu! Heaven's going to try to stick the res. TE as well needs to get that one up and running. TSM, are you going to get involved in this fight? You've already seen a knock across both other teams. Are you going to try to press the advantage?
Can the Expendables secure the championship and the very last game? TSM has something that they want to say about it. They are prepped, ready. Purdy-curdy looking over there, but you know the Expendables have their eyes set onto the Freaks' position. Meanwhile, Ferris is just still hiding out, waiting this one out for as long as possible. The Expendables trying to get any throwables out that they can, trying to slow down any of the pacing. The more we see the Freaks back in this one, can we see it? TSM goes for the nade, but doesn't come up as big as they want.
If you could get a good grenade inside of here, you could eliminate the Expendables, open the door for yourselves or for the Kwangdong Freaks. Sparking still 1 frag to work with. That's the last one that TSM has available, but still 4 mollies, tons of flashes. They just need to isolate and identify how they can dissect the Expendables.
Of course, this PGC comes down to Phase 9 and everything coming down to the very last moment. Still neck and neck, TE tied on the leaderboard. The Freaks have to start their move. Heaven spots out Delwyn, gets the knock, but Salute goes down. How much more can the Freaks bite off of it? The Expendables come running out. The Freaks are eliminated. TSM comes running up that bind-up.
Oh, TSM trying to get as many kills as they can, but I don't know if it's possible at this point. It looks like the Expendables have done it. TSM might come through with the win, but the Expendables able to just barely take down the Freaks. Here comes Fairest.
Can he find something more out of it? And yes, he does. He finds Purdy-curdy. Of all of the options, TSM sitting on 2. Fairest, the last one up outside of TSM. Luke 12 looks down, center control, all onto TSM, but has to be careful. We have seen Na'Vi just destroying every team they come across, waiting for the last moment. Can Fairest manage to steal away this victory?
Still a couple frags to work with. They are going to get the res. That's what they want to do. They want to get all 4 up. They want to keep every point available, and they are trying their darndest. They have some flashes still to work with. Ferris now, the circle closing in.
And it's going to be nowhere to go. Blue Zone doing a ton of damage. It is going to be TSM that take the last game, but it is not going to be enough.
It is going to be the Expendables. Nobody expected this. When you need a hero the most, the Expendables step up. Your 2024 PGC champions, the Expendables!
Such amazing play coming out from the Expendables. Time and time again during the circuit series, we saw them, no fear, constantly assaulting every team that they came across, and they deserve it. Fighting all the way up to the stage. It is going to be such a phenomenal sigh of relief, such a victory for our PGC champions, the Expendables!
Congratulations, the Expendables. You are the champion here at PGC 2024. Oh, everyone take a breath. Are you all right, Duck Juice? Are you all right? All right. Can we get, oh, hi, Daisy. We have our translator, Daisy, with us for our champions interview. That was just crazy. Back-to-back chickens on the day that mattered the most. So, well, I still have the chills. So I want to ask Duck Juice, you are the first Vietnamese team to win PGC. What does that mean to you? Chúc mừng.
Thì cái giải này em chỉ đặt mục tiêu là Á quân thôi, nhưng mà tự nhiên lại được vô địch thì em cũng chả biết cảm xúc của em bây giờ như nào nữa.
Start out today, I was just aiming for the second place, but now I don't know how to express how I feel.
Just second place? So it's like the Expendables were unexpecting this, not expecting this. All right, that was just crazy making it there on the last year. And we're just, everyone's so excited here. Glorious, that was a glorious win from you. How has this journey through the circuits and you making it on top on the final day, tell me, what are the obstacles that you had to jump through?
Em đã vượt qua cái dòng circuit cho tới cho tới giờ phút này á, thì em nghĩ là mình đã phải vượt qua những cái thử thách như thế nào.
Okay, did you hear that?
Yes.
All right.
Em nghĩ là thử thách lớn nhất của bọn em là bản thân thôi. Bọn em đã vượt qua được bản thân và giành chức vô địch.
I think the biggest obstacle that we have to overcome is ourselves, and we did it.
The obstacles were yourselves and you overcame. Are you okay, Flores? All right, we're good. All right, Tanvu. I think you were the name that I heard the most when your team was playing. You were popping off at every game, and this is your first PGC. How has it been?
Em là cái tên được mọi người nhắc nhiều nhất khi mà đội em thi đấu ấy, thì không biết là em cảm thấy như thế nào khi đây là cái lần thi đấu BGC đầu tiên của em.
Em cảm thấy rất là vui ạ. Và cái tên em được nhắc nhiều đến thì chắc do kỹ năng em cũng cao ạ.
I'm very happy to be here, to be able to compete in the first PTC in my entire career, and the fact that my name was called a lot when we perform is because my skill is great.
Yeah, skill was great, and you popped off, showed up at the right time when needed. Dylan, hello. Are you trying to stop smiling? What are you thinking right now, Dylan?
Em đang nghĩ như thế nào? Em đang nghĩ gì?
Em giành được chức vô địch thì em cũng vui thôi. Và cảm ơn mọi người và những đồng đội em. Em thấy rất vui.
I'm very happy that I'm winning the trophy for PTC, and I would like to thank you, all my teammates and all the families members, all the fans that have supported me throughout.
This is also Delvin's first PGC, right? So I want to ask him, how do you think this has made him stronger? Like, what has he felt throughout his first PGC and then coming in as champions?
Okay. Lần này cũng là lần thi đấu BGC đầu tiên của Delvin, đúng không? Thì không biết là em cảm thấy như thế nào khi mà bản thân mình đã có thể mạnh mẽ và vượt qua được cái giải đấu này và trở thành nhà vô địch ạ?
Em thấy kiểu rất là vui luôn. Lần đầu tiên của mình thì mình giành được chức vô địch thì mình cảm thấy đây là ước mơ của mình. Trong quá trình từ trước tới giờ mình là game thủ.
Okay, I'm super happy that I got the trophy, and this is like the dream come true for me. Being the champion for PTC was my dream.
Okay, I'm sensing that you guys are having a lot of fun. So can we get a word from the coach? What does he want to say to the boys?
Anh có lời gì muốn nói đến các thành viên của TE không ạ?
Team anh vừa vô địch thế giới xong nên là đây là những player xuất sắc nhất thế giới hiện tại. Yeah.
My team just won the trophy for PTC, so they are the best player in the world.
Yes, they are. They are, in fact, the best team in 2024. Congratulations again, the Expendables. Thank you, Daisy, for joining me. All right, and now let's take a moment to head back to the desk to get a final recap.
Anything but sacrificial, anything but dispensable, anything but replaceable. it is the Expendables becoming the PGC 2024 champions. What a performance from them after everyone looked over them. Third place in the circuit stage, and yet everyone was looking at other names. But it's the Expendables that become the world champs.
When we walked in here today, APAC team winning was definitely on the bingo cards at the start of this event. Cerberus went home, who everybody was watching, and they dropped the ball. The Expendables said our region will not be outdone. They picked it up and they ran for that end zone, and you gotta respect the way that they did it. For the last 2 years, APAC has been on this crazy upward trajectory, and this just shows incredibly how powerful this region has become. It's full of grinders, guys who are willing to fight, first-time PGC performers, and just like the coach said, hey, they won. They're the best.
I love it. They started the day in 6th place, 73 points, almost doubling their points here on the 3rd day. That is just next level player, and they did it so cleverly. In this last game here, they executed it perfectly to stay on top, and they managed to hold on to this. What a beautiful game for them. What a beautiful team to lift this trophy.
For these players, it's a fairy tale come true. If you think about, everybody looks towards that region, they think about Cerberus. Cerberus is the name that comes up instantaneously for everybody. But then the unexpected becomes now the expected, with the Expendables getting themselves the trophy for themselves, for Vietnam, becoming the world champions. As we take a look back at this game, a very pivotal and important game, 20 points for TSM. But here is the overalls, the Expendables 2 points ahead of a tie situation between TSM and Kwangdong Freaks. But because of placement for TSM, they take 2nd place.
Congratulations to TSM. What a huge grind for them. What a huge year for them. You saw their faces, though. They're going to be deeply disappointed that that 2-point difference wasn't made up somewhere else. But how many times have we talked about that when it comes to PUBG? So many times it comes down to 1 or 2. I just haven't seen it come down to 1 or 2 between so many teams.
You remember the 2 points that Expendables gave to Twisted Minds? We thought it might have an impact. It didn't, but look how important 2 points are.
It is.
It is just next level, right? 139. Look how close. It is the first time we have such a close top 3. Just 2 points difference is just insane. Other thing is that when I look at this leaderboard here, it's the first team on GPT is in 6th place.
Oh, wow.
It's really been the story of the open qualifier teams. It's been the story of the teams that have been pushing themselves through regionals to get here.
And here's how all the prize pool will break down. Our world champions are walking away with 500,000 plus crowdfunding. So congratulations to them. TSM, for all of their efforts, walks away with 150,000 plus crowdfunding after a monster game, a very important game. Who knows what could have happened if suddenly one of those nades hit against the Virtus Pro Western position as they flexed out. But it was very clear to us whilst we were watching it go down, they were very concerned about leaving that compound. Obviously a very vital position there.
I mean, they were sitting around 5th, right? You saw the giant come up in Payday. So there was that side where it's like, man, we can risk this for it all. Or maybe we sit here and we say, okay, we're looking at 3rd place. That's a huge come up in money. And I think they made the wise choice. Maybe not the PGC winning.
And the 1v3 from Nixie, right? That was sort of
$22,000
1v3 versus Falcons.
Yeah.
They managed to get that in there and managed to survive for a little bit longer, and that pushes them up from 5th to 4th. 22.
We've obviously had miraculous runs in the history and the age through PGC in the past. We saw, of course, Na'Vi in 2022 on that last day, but this PGC, especially this last day, never mind the full grand finals, there's been 6 or 7 runs where you're just thinking to yourself, oh my days. Again, even the Na'Vi run, they were in 15th place at the start of today and they rocketed all the way up to 6. What an insane day that was.
What I'm really happy to see here is also that we have a new region that wins PGC.
Yes.
APAC coming in. Is it next year? Is it America's time?
I hope so.
Just 2 points stopped at this.
People had listed as their expectations to win out of those regions. So I think that shows a massive shakeup. It shows that the grinder mentality, the people who are out there putting the work in, who believe that they can get to that point, they're the ones who are paying off.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. That does it here for PGC 2024. However, don't go anywhere. The award ceremony is on the way. That is it. The Expendables, the world champions here, live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. 2024 is the Expendables year.
Hi guys, it's Bella. Please welcome our very important guest, the head of PUBG IP franchise and PUBG Studios, Mr. Taesak Chang, on the stage for our champion awarding presentation. Mr. Taesak Chang, please join me on stage. Please welcome him with a big round of applause, everyone. And now it's time to again meet our 2024 PUBG Global Champions, the Expendables! Congratulations, guys. All right. And can we get a moment to take a nice picture to commemorate this wonderful occasion for the APAC region and the Vietnamese fans? Everyone smile, it's a good day. All right, thank you. And now, this is time to meet our most valuable player from the Expendables. Who is it? Let's find out through the screen. Clarice, congratulations. Please step forward. Clarice, would you like to step forward? All right, Clarice will be taking an additional $10,000 for being the MVP of 2024 PGC. All right, get a nice picture in. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Taesak Chang, for joining us for the championship presentation. And now it's Bella, and it was an absolute pleasure to witness everything on the stage happening here on the PGC 2024 journey. All right, well, guys, Expendables, now it's time to lift the trophy that you wanted to do it again. All right, this is your moment. This symbolizes everything that you've all worked for, your teamwork, dedication, and of course, the fiery, unwavering passion of Vietnam. Congratulations.